it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. Cause SweetP's on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when SweetP's in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Rachel with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate. Take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. SweetP's got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know SweetP breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. SweetP's got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. SweetP says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. SweetP's nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Oh, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. I almost think I'm on borderline, like losing my voice, not losing my voice, but losing my voice, but losing my voice. I don't know what you want to call it. What you ma call it? I have me some tea, but tea ain't gonna get it. Oh, sorry, I was late. I was trying to get my next dose of coffee together. Let's see here. So we are on day number 13 of Melody. Okay, let me go in here and look and do our check-ins. So we got first in the place Dr. Rachel this morning, and we got therapist. Good morning, ladies. I don't know what this is. She want a hippopotamus for Christmas. Only a hippopotamus would do. Thank you so much for the super chat the sticker. I don't know what it is. I don't even have a clue what it is, but I thank you anyways. I don't know. I don't know what any of this stuff means. I think that was a personal conversation. Okay. Shout out to Dr. Rachel. She turned some people green early this morning. How about that? Thank you so very much. Those that received that membership, make sure y'all say thank you to Dr. Rachel. We appreciate you, and welcome to all the new members to the SweetP gang. Let's see. I can't do that phone. I don't know. I kind of figured that was part. I don't know. I'm like, I don't even know what the hell they talking about with a hippopotamus, but all right. Tanya says, good morning, SweetP mods and gang and chat and gang. Good morning, Tanya. That's the hippopotamus going on. Thank you so much, the therapist, for the chat 199. Okay, so Rachel is a hippocampus. Okay, yeah. Look, we won't talk about people in our you guys, y'all are too funny. Hey, pretty brown girl, how are you today? Welcome, welcome. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hey, drunkie, good morning. How are you? Let's see. Hey, good morning, Marilda. How are you? Okay. Let's see here. We are going to get into this courtroom. I don't know why my voice is so hoarse today. I haven't been yelling or screaming, I promise you. I haven't had anything to be damn excited about. So I haven't had that. I just woke up this morning and I decided that I wanted to talk to my kids for once. I was like, let me talk to y'all. And I wanted to kind of like say something to them this morning, and I couldn't say anything. And I was like, well, I think my voice is going out. What is that about? But hopefully it'll clear up today. I don't know. I've been up for a couple hours now and it still hasn't like came here. I don't know. Like, let me clear my throat. Oh, I ain't gonna cough all up in your ear like he did, but because I'm probably not gonna sound as good as he did. I think I'm gonna put on Christmas glasses just for a little bit. Oh, because I got on my red shirt. Wait, maybe I put on these ones. Wait a minute, let me see which ones. I haven't put these on for a minute, just a little bit. Do. So we are back in the Melody Farris. We are back on our Ferris wheel trial for day number 13. I am still checking in the back of anything that kind of hits that may be of interest to us. Oh, I'm so tired of this being on my homepage in YouTube. You know, I love our Maddie. He's so handsome to death, but each time when I click into my YouTube, guys, for some reason it goes directly to his short that he did for Samantha, and it drives me crazy at this point in time. I got to figure out how to get that off my screen. Let's see here. I'm just checking to see if there's anything live that we need to do. I'll check in the background as we are going through our day, because I don't want us to miss anything live that's kind of important while we're doing a rewatch. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I didn't see anything. I know I had put out a survey on, and I'll end that survey on Discord to see which one y'all wanted to watch. As you can see, the Melody Farris one won, so we will continue on with our rewatch here. Let's see here. Let me get her up on the screen. Oh, okay, here we go. So I think I have, just for people that are keeping track, it looks like we are on day 13. We have, I think, a total of 18 days. Don't quote me on that. So I think that we have a total of maybe 5 more days of Melody. We are watching it on a faster speed for most of the streams, like 1.25. Because I know that them calls, I mean, at least to me, I can do calls for a period of time. I thought it was going to be the photos that drove me crazy. And actually, I was okay with the photos. I think I'm not doing okay too much with their calls, but and all this other stuff. I don't like, unless we can see video with it. I want, if you're going to show the interrogation, please tell me you was doing her facial expressions. But of course, we don't never get that. So it is what it is. Okay, guys, I am going to get us in the chat in the courtroom so we can start out this day, and we will go from there. All right, guys, here we go. I'm going to check that out in 1 second. Good morning, Judge. Put Rusty back up there. They should just have Rusty in the courtroom. I wish he was in the courtroom.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
System. Thank you.
I will say I do like this prosecutor that's up here. I think she's pretty. I don't know. For some reason, she makes me happy. Yeah.
And my name is Lauren, and then brought it back to the house. And I left it parked in the first parking pad, furthest away from the house. Just pulled it in there and left.
Why'd you go and get it and bring it back?
Just because I didn't want to walk from the barn, and I had brought a feed bucket, that kind of stuff.
Why'd you drop it off there the night before then?
Because that was
You thought you were gonna.
usual, I mean,
I mean, you see what I mean, like, you drop it off to just go the very next day and get it again?
right. But.
You see what I'm saying? That's why I was curious why.
But he gets up, walks miles a day.
Mhm.
I mean, anyway, and I would always walk to that barn unless I'm carrying something and back. It's just.
So you went and got it. Did you do anything with it when you went and got it? Because you walked to get it, to bring it back to the
Well,
house.
I went over there to go feed everybody.
Okay. And you did that, and this is the morning of the 4th still, or is this when the girls were
No,
there?
that was the morning of the 4th. And I
Okay.
went up there and got it because I had my water in.
And you brought it back.
And a feed bucket and some other stuff. I had just gathered up, like, that kind of stuff.
Okay. So when
Put
you
it back
had,
to the RTV, came back over to the house and did my usual, put Miracle Grow out on the plants.
Yeah.
I mean,
stuff works miracles.
yeah,
It really
just
does.
that kind of stuff, fiddled around, got the backpack blower, blew off the driveway.
And this is all on the 4th. So once you got the girls and Addison came over, how long did Chris stay when he dropped Addison off? Once you and Cameron got back?
I got Cameron inside. Told her, just take it to Addie's room. Okay. So she did.
So wait, what does that mean? I'm sorry, like where did she go?
Upstairs.
Oh, okay. So like in that upstairs bedroom where their stuff is.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So she went up there, did it. I said, I'm gonna go and go to the barn and feed. I said, and you just do whatever you want to.
Okay, so you left Cameron in the house.
Yeah.
And then you went back to the
And I
barn.
went to the barn.
Did you walk to the barn or take the ATV that was
I took
outside?
RTV.
Okay. So you drove the
But-
RTV to the barn.
I did, but when I pulled in to the house, I said, great, all the goats are out. So we don't leave them out unattended because they will get in and eat all, everything. So I called Scott and I said, have you been here? Because the RTV was not parked where I had left it.
But this is all the way once Cameron got there.
Yes.
Okay.
Cameron was there. The RTV was parked in the next parking pad. There's two.
Like in the driveway.
In the driveway,
So you parked it in one, you leave, you come
Yeah.
back and it's been
and it's
moved.
in another. Still didn't think anything about it. I mean, it's in a different
But
one.
what'd Scott say?
I said, have you been here to the house? Well, no. What makes you think that I've been to the house? Well, she goes, everything's out.
Hmm.
And I said,
And the and who all drives the RTV?
me and Scott and Gary and whoever's there.
Okay. You'll leave just the key in it.
Yeah.
Was it weird that it had been moved?
I just thought Gary had moved it.
Okay.
Now, when I was blowing off everything, of course, I start to blow from the shed, over just right in front of the shed that's over there at the house. Just blow that off and then do the driveway and the down part, of the driveway, those two parking pads, keep them kind of, done off. And blew the top deck off and then went down and just blew like the stairs that went down. Just kind of blew it.
How often do you do that?
Every day. Sometimes twice a day, just to keep it off my driveway. Because all those nuts and stuff fall on it. And it had not been that long ago that we pressure washed it.
Okay. Pressure wash like everything?
Just the driveway.
Okay.
And then I did not use the pressure washer on the sidewalk that went into the house.
Has it
I
ever,
just sprayed it.
with the
Stuff.
hose?
I've got one of those things that hooks up to the end of the hose that we spray it pretty frequently with.
Okay.
It's that Clorox.
Like the little hand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And,
When was the last time you sprayed kind of the, like under the deck?
that was right after we did the fire pit.
How long ago was that? Talking days, weeks, months?
It was still cold outside.
Oh, so we're talking months ago was the last time it was really
It was
sprayed
in
down with the
spring,
Clorox
yeah, it was in the
spray.
spring.
Okay.
Chad
So
came
a little
over.
while ago.
Yeah, Chad
So,
came over,
When
because
you,
they had brought red mud and stuff up when they were working on it.
yeah, and just
And
made it
so we
dirty.
pressure washed it then,
And that was really the last time it got a good cleaning.
and that was the last time I got a good clean.
Okay. So when you were taking after you called Scott out the goats, Cameron's inside upstairs,
Well, she was in the car with me when I called Scott.
because you figured out, did you see the goats were out when you were pulling in?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have that
Pigs
call.
are running and everything's out and,
Yeah, everybody's out, they don't need
Everybody's
to be.
out.
Okay, so you call Scott.
Yeah.
Mention that to him. He says he hadn't been there.
I said, have you been here? Because, it was like, everything was open,
Mhm.
and he said, no, I haven't been there. Why? I said, because everything looks like it's been, I said, and we mentioned, right, he's left goats out again, but that's not unusual either. For him to go and do that. And so anyway, I came in and told her, I said, I'm gonna go to the barn and feed, get the goats back in, because all we have to do is put feed in a feed bucket and all the hay goats, and they come running. Well, as soon as I got to the barn, Chris pulled in. So I just hopped back on the RTV, went back over to the house, and talked to Addie. She brought food in from Mindy's.
How long was Chris there?
Maybe 15 minutes.
So not a terribly, it's
Not a
pretty
terribly
pretty
long
short
time.
amount of time.
Pretty short amount of time. We had a discussion about where's Ellen, and she's still at Emma's.
So she was at that sleepover still.
Yeah, she was still over there. And I said,
Okay.
why are you? She just came into town. Why are you leaving her there that long?
Mm-hmm.
She came in on Tuesday. You dropped her off on Tuesday. Why are you leaving her there that long? And then he left.
And this was about 7 o'clock. He leaves. So you go and put all the animals up from the time you and Cameron got home before
Well-
Chris gets there. All the animals are put up.
No, I never did get them put up.
Okay. So did you go and try to do it? Because Cameron was inside and you went back outside.
Well, in the meantime, as soon as I got over to the barn, Addison pulled up with Chris.
Okay.
So I just hopped back on the RTV, went back to the house, talked to Addison. She had a salad and some stuff from Wendy's.
Mhm.
She sat there and ate it. We chatted about what you did today, just the usual, that kind of stuff. And I said,
How long from the time you got home to the time Addison and Chris got there?
not long.
Less than an hour?
Oh, yeah. Just literally for me to get pulled in.
Did you drive that AT to RTD anywhere then?
I took it back to the barn.
And you parked it there?
Well, no, because I went over to the barn and was going to, I had put the feed in the feed bucket and realized that Addison and Chris were pulling in. So I just hopped back on the RTV, went back to the house, got busy with them, just kind of doing
Mhm.
and stuff. And Addison had salad and I don't know what else from Wendy's. And I said, look, she said, I'm not, whatever, I will not eat all of it. And I said, we'll take it, put it top back on it, put it back in the refrigerator, put the bag in the garbage. I mean, typical stuff you tell an 11-year-old. I mean, and they wanted to go to the barn. And Cameron, or I guess it was Cameron, they poured orange juice in the kitchen. And I said, oh, somebody spilled orange juice in the kitchen. And, one of them said something, I'm sorry, or something like that. So I, cleaned it up. And, they went over to the barn. And I said, do y'all want to feed that little baby goat while y'all were over there? And Addison just, well, I don't know. And I'm sure she didn't know how to mix up the bottles and, that kind of stuff. And I went back to the barn, fed the baby goat, and took the feed out to the thing and trying to get the goats back in. And the pigs were everywhere and I did not have, I just had on flip-flops at the time. And I thought, I need to go back and get my boots. And put them on. And so I went back and got my boots. I was going to get the boots and stuff, but by that time, the girls were wanting to ride the RTV. And I said, please don't do that tonight. It's getting late. Everybody's tired. I've been hot today. Let's get wound down. Everybody get a shower. We'll ride the RTV tomorrow. And, I got busy with them, trying to get them in bed and that kind of stuff.
What time did they get in bed?
I know that I was in bed by 8:30.
Okay.
And because I talked to Scott again, and I said, I thought you were coming home.
When did y'all look for Gary?
That was not till yesterday.
What about Addison and Cameron?
Well, they said something about where's Big Daddy? And I said, well, I'm sure it's down there in the basement. And that was the only discussion, and then I said, why? And they said, well, we want to ride the RTV. Well, that's when we had the discussion about, no, let's not ride the RTV tonight. It's getting,
Did they ask where he was?
well, they just said, they said, they did. Where's Big Daddy? I said, well, I'm assuming he's down there in the basement. Did you not see him? Well, and that was just kind of the end of the discussion, because I said, why?
Did they want you to, did they make any efforts to go look at the barn for him? Did they make any efforts to call him?
No. That was just, it was dropped at that point in time, because I said, well, why? And this is we want to ride the RTV. And I said, look, let's get cleaned up, let's whatever, you've got all day tomorrow.
And you didn't help them look for him at all?
Not that, no.
Is it unusual to not see him for an entire day?
It's very usual.
And he's not in the basement?
I don't know. Because nobody ever went and looked or did anything from that point in time on.
When was the last time you had actually gone in the basement yourself? Did you ever do anything down there or go down there at all?
I will one time a week. We'll go down there, change the sheets, gather up towels or dishes and that kind of stuff.
Okay. And what day was it you broke the plate? You said it was
I think it was on Monday.
Why were y'all down there then?
I was outside and I walked in his office to go get scissors to cut tags on
Of the plants?
of plants.
And you broke the dish out of frustration?
Just, because it was just like, really, can any of y'all not pick up anything after?
Did you drop it?
Oh, yeah.
Slam it?
Bam.
You slammed it?
I just slammed it. Scott was right there when he did it. And Gary was over at the barn.
It seems like a substantial thing to smash that dish.
It was just, Scott was just standing there just yelling at me.
It seems like there was,
It was
notable
like
frustration.
Everything. It was like,
It was
everything was
him,
going wrong, everything was going.
him paying for other people's
Well,
finances.
no, that wasn't even that. That
It
was
was.
not an issue at the time. It was Scott standing there basically just, why do you always do this? Why do you all, it was you all. It wasn't, well, I said, Scott, this is not your place. I can do whatever I want to here. I can dig up bushes, I can do replant, I can put in fire pit, I can do whatever I want to here. Your daddy and I can do whatever we want to. It was just a conversation that we have, 14 times a week.
Mhm.
Because, I'm sure you talked to him, it's his barn. And I told him many times, unless you got a rat in your pocket, there is no need for this discussion. This is our place.
Mhm.
It's our place.
And that's the discussion y'all were having down there.
And, yeah, I mean, it was.
And that would be like
And y'all.
The second,
Yeah, I mean, it was just like everything at that point in time. It gone just haywire. I mean, it was just everything.
like what?
Just normal, everyday stuff. I mean, Scott was yelling at me because I didn't have dinner done. You know, well, why don't you have dinner done? Scott, give me a minute. Just,
Mhm.
I mean, you know, I don't even know what we're gonna do. I mean, you know, just that kind of stuff. Gary, he said, why is Gary going to the barn? I don't know, Scott, but he had walked over there. And because RGB was at the house. And I said, I don't know. Well, what's he over there doing in the garden? I don't know, Scott. I mean, it's just a typical, I mean, you know.
Mhm.
And
So when you don't, to your knowledge, Addison and Cameron never went to the barn looking for Big Daddy.
they
Never
went to the
called
barn
him.
that night. I mean, they just went over there to,
Did they walk or take the?
no, I wouldn't, I mean, I said, they just walked,
Okay,
you know, over there.
so they walked over
I
there.
said, just stay out of the pastures. That's all I asked, stay out of the pastures. And they went.
So when you went to sleep at 8:30, where were they?
They were inside.
Okay.
And I had told them, I said, look. you
Did
need-
they? But y'all had. There was really no discussion about Gary. Nobody being able to find him or talk to him or anything. Have you tried calling his phone at all?
I mean, there was no reason,
Had they?
Yeah.
Had anybody?
not that night that I know of.
Okay. And you went to bed at 8:30.
Yeah.
Did you call anybody after 8:30? Did anyone call you and you have any conversation at all?
I talked to Amanda after I got home. And she called to say, she sent a text, she said, we're home. And I called her after that, and I said, you know, basically the discussion of, we are too. Amanda said, look, we're gonna go to bed early.
Mhm.
I said, she said, I told Cameron that she's got to turn her phone off, she can't be on her phone after, you know, so she said, please make sure that they adhere to that, stay off Instagram, Snapchat, you know, all that
Yeah, all that
stuff,
shenanigans.
all the normal kind of stuff.
Mhm.
So I told the girls, I said, look, and I did, I went upstairs and got a shower. And got ready for, you know,
Mhm.
stuff, and I said, keep an eye on the goats, because I said, I couldn't get the pigs and stuff in, so I'm not gonna try to get one, I mean, you know. And I said, I'm hot and tired, I don't feel good, my head hurts, you know, just the usual, I've been out deep.
Mhm.
And all of it, because like I said, I had stayed in line a long time just to get in.
Mhm. And
they came back, and I told them, I said, look, y'all got to shower. And they said, okay, well, I mean, the usual, you know. And I sent Addie a text, and I said, okay, it's time for you all to get in the shower. Because they were upstairs, and I was downstairs, and I had fixed me something to eat. And I actually took it to bed and turned on the TV in there in the bedroom, and was doing that. And they said, okay. And they did, they came, you know, I knew they were in the shower, I mean, you know, getting ready. And then
And what time is this right about now?
about 8:30, something, you know, along about that. And Scott came in after that
Okay.
and was belligerent because the goats were out. I said, Scott, they're fine, they're not doing anything, I couldn't get them in,
He came in because he was upset about it.
he was upset about it. You know, and that
And
point.
he came in the house and talked to you when you were what, in your bedroom?
Yeah, he came to my bedroom door. And there was a discussion about, oh, well, I guess they've been on something about the RTVs. I said, no, I didn't, but they won't provide it tomorrow, so get over it. And I said, so do not take it back up to the barn. So then that way we can get on it, they can get on it in the morning and ride it. And of course, he was in his truck.
Mhm.
And he came in and something about, well, the eggs, there's a hen sitting on the eggs up at the house. I said, I know that. So don't get those eggs and give them to you guys. Okay, not going to. You need to calm down.
Mhm.
And that was, he was just in there screaming.
Mhm.
And said, you need to calm down.
And then,
You know.
and this is a little bit after 8 at this point.
Yeah.
8:39.
Yeah, somewhere that 8:30 range.
Okay.
Something
And
like
then he
that.
leaves.
and then he leaves.
And he gets back in his truck and drives to his barn,
I don't know where he went. I mean,
but he left the house.
He left the house.
Oh.
And he said something about, well, what'd you fix for dinner? I mean, it was just a normal discussion, you know. Well, we ate it late one year. And, you know, as far as a big meal, I mean, you know, goes.
Mhm.
And I said, Addison brought in Wendy's. I mean, that was just the discussion.
Okay.
It's just a normal every night.
And then what happened after Scott leaves?
I didn't get back up. I mean, I heard the girls back in the kitchen.
What time did you get up the next day on the 5th?
I honestly don't know. It was later than normal when I got up.
But you were in bed at 8:30. You never got up. You didn't go play with the girls. You didn't walk around. You didn't go
No, 'cause I
outside. You
heard-
just stayed in bed.
I just stayed there. I mean, I was done. I mean, I was just, and had a bad headache, and that's, I just sure didn't be in the sun all day. And it got so hot,
Mhm.
you know. And I heard the girls in the kitchen sometime 9:30-ish, something like that, getting food, which was fine. And then, you know, thing about it, heard them go back upstairs giggling and talking, and, you know, that kind of stuff. And the next morning, I think it was around 7:30, 8 o'clock, I went upstairs to just to check on them.
Mhm.
And they were both in the queen size bed that was in there in the bedroom. And I turned out, they had 2 lights on in there, the ceiling light and the light on the chest. I turned those off. There's 2, all the bathroom lights were on. I actually let water out of the bathtub that had been left in there, just the normal, you know.
Did you kind of tidied up in there where they were sleeping?
Kind of, yeah, just the bathroom and the, you
And
know,
turned
that,
in lights.
yeah.
And then what time? And then did they get up and eat breakfast?
They got.
Or what'd you do after doing all that stuff in the room?
Then just the normal, feed the chicken, fix me something to eat, and actually took it back to the bedroom to eat because the TV in the study has been acting up. Ever
Mhm.
since we had a new hard drive put in, it's been buffering a bit, so I just took it back to the bedroom.
What time did Amanda get there?
I think about it.
Did you ever go out to the fire when you were doing your routine? To blow off and all that kind of stuff?
No, didn't do anything.
Water plants, like what was your usual routine after
I just
tidying
went
up?
checked
together?
on the chickens.
Okay.
Was
Did you take the RTV or did you just walk?
Yeah, I mean, they're right there at the house.
Oh, in the big chicken coop there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just in the house.
Where was the RTV then?
It was still parked there, it wasn't my fault.
Which is where you parked it, but it had gotten moved.
Right.
And so it stayed
But it
right
stayed
there. Okay. So that point in time, and during this entire, okay, and at that point in time, you never went to the back, you never rode the RTV, you just checked on the chickens.
I just checked on the chickens
And
and did the usual picking up, putting up everything that unloaded the dishwasher, put the stuff that they had gotten, you know, used the night before, you know, put it in the dishwasher,
Mhm.
just the normal, you know, picking up, putting up after 2 little girls in there.
Yeah. What time did was Amanda the first person to come over that day?
Yes,
What time did Amanda?
I don't know.
Were the girls up?
Oh, yeah, they were
What were they doing when they woke up?
just upstairs playing.
Okay. And then Amanda gets there.
Amanda got there and
What'd you do once Amanda got there?
we went and actually sat down on the front porch.
Okay.
And then Cameron and Addison came out and sat down. I mean, she walked, I mean.
So it was a 4L out there just kind of hanging out.
Yeah, just talking and whatever, and the girl said something about riding the RTV, and I said, we'll go there and ask, you know, something about finding Big Daddy. And they came back and they said, well, he's not down there. I said, well, did you look at the barn? I mean, just, you know, well, then Scott pulled up about that time. He came up and he was dressed. And I said, where are you going? Well, I'm gonna go get my hair cut, and I'm gonna go to the PGA store, and I'm gonna go meet Ted, and I'm gonna da-da-da-da-da, you know. I said, really? Once again, you're gonna be off and going and whatever today? And I said, I said, the girls are looking for your daddy. Have you seen him? Well, no. I said, simple question, Scott. You know? And So I got up and went downstairs to look, and he wasn't. But his door to his office was cracked open. So I went in there and, looked through the basement like you typically, would. Nothing was out of
So
character.
you're touching doors when you're looking for
Oh,
them,
yeah.
opening doors, reopening it. Did you ever open any drawers? Do you ever go through any of his drawers? Or look at him or sneak around or anything like that if he's gone?
Now, I will occasionally get his phone and open it up.
Where does he keep his phone?
Any of them.
I mean, like just sitting out on countertops,
Well,
basically?
Yeah, I mean, he'll leave it like laying on the kitchen countertop or in the bedroom on the dresser drawers, or most of the time it's in his office.
Okay. What about his wallet?
Yeah, I mean, if on a work week, he will usually leave it either on top of the dresser or leave it in the drawer. But then on the weekends a lot, if he doesn't keep it on him, so he'll just put it in his car, for going back and forth, and that kind of stuff.
Going back and forth on the weekends? Back and forth to what?
He'll go to Cherokee, Tractor Supply, go get cigarettes, Mountain Dew, just that kind of stuff.
Okay. So,
So I went back out there and.
do you
looked.
ever like go through his drawers in his basement or anything?
No.
In his area? So there's no reason, I mean, just for example, we'd find on any of the drawers and any of the furniture, we're gonna find where, you would open it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I've touched everything in the house.
When was the last time you were going through any of the drawers down there?
I have no idea.
Would it have been a long time ago?
Well, Scott and I were actually looking, Scott had said that there was a remote control missing. And I actually went down there and looked for it.
When was that?
Oh, a couple weeks ago.
Okay. Where all did you look for it?
Well, I had just thought, well, it got put in the cabinet where the TV is, in one of those, and opened it up. And we never did find it. I mean, I didn't.
Did you go look at any other furniture down there or just the one that the TV sits on?
Actually got, at some point in time, got a picture frame out of the chest. It's over in the corner,
By the sliding door?
by the sliding door, in the back corner. Got a picture frame out.
When was that?
I have no idea.
How long ago was it?
It's been in the last few weeks.
Did you find anything of note there? Did you see anything interesting in that chest of drawers?
No, I just pulled the picture frame out.
Which drawer?
Second one down. I mean, it's still.
Did you know exactly where it was and only open
Yeah,
that
I
one?
knew exactly where it was.
Did you open any others?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I just like got a picture frame.
Which picture frame was it?
It was a glass picture, like a mirror picture frame
Where is it now?
in my study.
Is your study the one that you first walk in, it's on the left with all the books?
Uh-huh.
Are those all the books that you have read, or are those ones your husband has read, or both?
Well, a lot of them were my parents' books.
Okay.
A lot of that stuff in here was my mother's, my grandmother's stuff.
But that is your study. That's where you sit.
Yeah, that's where I stay. So, I mean, I just went in there, got that picture frame, put a picture in it.
And that was a few weeks ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I knew exactly where it was. But, did it, nothing unusual. I mean, I go to, like I said, once a week, I will go down there and dust and, take the sheets off his bed and usually run it back in the cleaner.
Mhm.
For it. But now, the other day, before the kids came, I had cleaned his bathroom and done all that kind of stuff just because, kids are gone.
Mhm.
Everything's gonna be cleaned up. And had vacuumed and home theater and cleaned a couple of spots because Gary was drinking Mountain Dew because he comes and goes from his office all the time.
Mhm.
Put the remote controls back in, plugged in. There's one that you have to plug it in.
Okay.
Just did the normal plug that remote in, lay it up on the thing, take the leather cleaner, wipe it off.
When was the last time you were cleaning down there?
That was before the kids were there.
Before the barbecue weekend?
Yeah.
Okay. So definitely no cleaning down there since then. And real quick, I know you told me earlier, and
Now,
unfortunately
I did
forgot.
go down there on the weekend when they were there, because Scott was supposed to have he had a friend of his come over.
Mhm.
And he did come, and then they scared him.
Which Ted? What's his last name?
I don't know.
Is it like the friend you plays golf with and stuff?
Yes,
Okay.
and his mother was actually supposed to have gone too. And I gone down there and actually made Gary's bed, because they were coming over, and she had never been to the house. So I went down there and made his bed, made sure everything, the lights were turned on
And that would have been
Saturday before.
Saturday. Okay. That was really the last time you were in the basement, other than stepping in and breaking that dish.
Yeah, but that was outside. I mean, I just got it off his desk in there.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
also
I went
other
there,
than
it was
other than the dish incident that happened on like the second,
I mean, I just,
you cleaned it on Saturday, and you really have not been back down
No.
there. Okay.
until the other day when we were looking for Gary.
Okay. And when you were looking for Gary, was anything out of place down there? Was anything unusual? Did you see anything strange?
No, but when I was blowing off everything the day of the 4th of July, when I passed, got down there blowing right, because the bathroom that he uses is right at the bottom of those steps down there, and the fan was blowing in there, and you could smell smoke coming, out of it. I'm like,
Where does he smoke? Just all over down here?
mainly in the bathroom or in that electrical room. If you go kind of down that hall,
Does he smoke in like the theater room?
he's not supposed to.
Does he smoke when he's sitting on the couch watching the other television?
He usually goes in the house.
It's a nice home theater, though, but
And, yeah, I mean, he'll go in there on occasion with smoke, and I'm just like, please don't, we just got this all cleaned up from the fire.
Mhm.
And, I mean, he will occasionally go in there and sit and smoke. But he does smoke in his office, but he's got one of those big air purifier, things that sits in there.
So I'm gonna jump to something real quick. When was the last time you all used the tractor? It was about like within the last week, but days ago, like before the barbecue. And that's when he graded the sand trap or sand thing in the field.
Yeah.
And that was before the barbecue.
Yeah.
That's the last time you know it was used, right?
Well, Scott hooked up the aerator, I think after that into the backyard, but I don't know for sure. I don't remember exactly when Scott did that. But then the rate was back on it. Because Scott said something about, well, yesterday, when we were looking for him, yesterday, Scott and I got on the RTV, and, I mean, we'd walked down and around it, everywhere, and then Scott got the RTV and pulled around the house and down, because he's got a trail cam down by Peter. And I said, if you got that trail cam working, is there anything on it? No, there's nothing on it. So that was the end of that discussion. And then I actually had walked down the hill, past the burn pile, down that hill right there, and hopped on the RTV with Scott. And we come back up, and then we took it across the dam over there and looked, just over there, and then backed up, went back up and around, and then we rode up on the road. So you look at the top part of that pasture, up there.
Okay.
And
So
and I rode with him up there. And we rode.
shall I go look around the tractor at all?
Well, we made the mention then, because, I mean, we went back over there to the shed and the barn, and I looked for the barn, and I even crawled up to the hayloft up there and looked up there, and so I've looked everywhere. Okay, I'm gonna look. End of story, And Scott said, and he took the tractor back here and put it not where we usually park it under the covered part, and it was down back behind.
So when y'all saw it, it was parked
Yeah.
not in the covered spot.
No, in the covered.
But the last time you had seen it, it was in the covered spot, right?
Yeah.
When was the last time you saw it parked? Like, when was the last time before seeing it there, when was the last time you actually laid eyes on that tractor?
I think that, it was there when I went over to go take care of the goats that night and stuff. But like I said,
I was there where?
It was under the shed.
What night was that?
That would have been on Tuesday.
So somebody has moved it between Tuesday night
Yeah,
and July 4th.
yeah, but it was down on the backside of that shed, down where there's a bunch of pumpkins and stuff coming up down there, and then we keep a.
Is that where you
shavings
saw
and that kind of stuff, and I said something about, I said, did you bring that down here, you know? And he said, no, and I said, what, is it stuck? And he said, I don't think so, because Gary just taken it and it got stuck before, we had to pull it out.
Mhm.
The last time we had to pull it out, he had to hook his truck up at the top. in
So
the
you saw it
driveway.
parked under the shed on Tuesday night though?
Yeah.
About, is that when you were feeding?
But that was just when I was.
What time was
feeding-
that?
Well, when I went to go put the goats up and that kind of stuff. and
Was that the dusk when you were on the ATV riding around? It was dusk and everything?
Yeah, and I just went, made sure
So that would have been,
made sure everything was locked, the goat pen was locked up,
okay.
and we usually keep a
So-
couple logs sitting in front of it
So
too.
the tractor has been moved between Tuesday night.
Yeah.
And then when y'all.
Yeah.
Went back there, somebody has moved it.
But I didn't think anything about it, I mean, we
Well, what do you
just
think
thought,
about it now? Tuesday night.
I mean, I just assumed that he had done it on Wednesday,
Well, I know. What do you think about it now?
I don't know. I mean,
The tractor was moved between Tuesday
Well, yeah.
night.
I know that,
You didn't move it.
no, I didn't move it.
All day long, Scott was gone, right? He left and he was not back till 8.
I don't know that.
Well, we can, that's something we can verify very
Right.
easily. So that leaves.
Yeah.
Tuesday night,
Right. I just.
and that
assumed
leaves,
that,
and that
I
leaves
mean,
Wednesday
That
morning.
was our assumption that Gary had done it because
Correct, that's an
The file
assumption.
had been moved.
What's your thoughts now?
I don't know.
Gary did not move it. How did that tractor get moved?
I don't
Why
know.
did the tractor get moved?
I don't know. I didn't move it.
Any guess?
No. I mean, like I said, I just assumed that Gary had done it that day.
I mean, did you see what I'm like?
I do feel it.
Tuesday night, when you're feeding the goats, it's dusk. The fire is going. You're saying that tractor was parked underneath that shed.
Yeah.
Where it's normally parked,
Yeah.
underneath the shed. It's a nice tractor. You don't want to leave it out in the
Right.
rain. And then when y'all went looking for him, it had been moved.
It had been moved.
And that was
That was when Scott.
July 5th, when y'all were
Yeah.
all, of course, looking for him.
Right.
So how did the tractor get moved?
I don't know.
When did the tractor get moved?
I don't know.
Do you have any idea? You don't even seem, do you think it's strange that the tractor's been moved?
No.
Why?
Because, I mean, it's not unusual for it to be moved.
It's not unusual to be moved when your husband is alive.
Right. But we don't know when. I did not know, still don't know. I don't know. I'll tell you, I don't know. That tractor at that point in time was not, I mean, that was our discussion, mine and Scott's, discussion. Did you, he said, no, I guess he did it.
How anal was Gary about it being parked under the shed?
It was more Scott than Sam, but it being.
So everyone else we've spoken to said Gary was anal about it because it's his money. He paid for it. He wanted it kept under the shed and out of the rain.
He didn't discuss the tractor necessarily with me because I am very seldom on it. Even Scott doesn't want me. Scott didn't even want me on that RTV. So Scott keeps the track. I mean, even if I bring that RTV over to the house for some reason, Scott will come get it and take it back.
But what about the tractor?
Like I said,
Was Gary ever known to just leave it out in the middle of the pasture? Or did,
Yeah.
or did he always put it back?
no, he didn't necessarily put it back. He has on occasion run it out of gas.
Not intentionally, though. If it's able to be crank and ran, he
He'll
puts it
typically
back
put
where it
back.
goes.
Yeah, he'll typically put it back. But I asked Scott, I said, is it stuck? To leave inquire that it was.
And it was.
And he said, I don't think so.
I saw it. It wasn't stuck.
It definitely is not stuck.
I
It's
mean,
not rained good in a while. It's not
We didn't go down there to it. We didn't,
But you definitely noticed it was not parked where you saw it on Tuesday
Right.
night.
Right.
So if it's got gas in it and we can turn the key and crank it right now and drive it, that's odd that it's there. That Gary would have left it there.
No, not necessarily. Not if he was planning on going back. I mean, because it looked like he was just turning the pile, the compost piles that was down there. I mean, that was all the discussion that we had about it.
Okay.
with
And on
that.
Tuesday night, when you saw it in the shed, that's dusk, when you're feeding the animals and stuff,
Right.
you were on the RTV. Was that when you had left the RTV and walked back, or was that you had done more driving around before you did that?
Oh, no, that was earlier when I had gone to check the goat pen and the gate and that kind of stuff.
And you had gotten the horses in. This is that night.
No, this is before I got the horses.
This is when you saw it parked underneath the shed. But it's at dusk.
Right.
Okay. So a short time after that, at dusk, you're on the
RTV.
RTV. You had already had the conversation in the kitchen with Gary. About dinner.
Yeah.
You had already broken the plate.
Yes.
The food plate had fallen,
Yeah.
fell off.
Well,
And then,
yeah, and I left it there while I went and ate. I mean,
okay,
it was just
that's fine. So now so,
I just went in, scooped up more chicken salad, put it on a plate, grabbed some crackers, put it on a plate, went in there and ate.
okay.
Took it in front of
So
TV.
we're looking at this tractor in the shed. You're on the RTV. You're out there at the barn tending to the animals. Scott is gone because he is
Scott's
away. So between we have some narrow time frames that things could have happened. We can make some time frame. We can make some conclusions about time frames. Gary did not move the tractor from the shed at dusk or after dusk or in the middle of the night. But the tractor is moved.
But I don't know how to tractor gets it. I can honestly, I do not know how to tractor.
See, but do you see why that's strange?
I do.
Why is that strange to somebody like me? Explain why this is a concerning thing to me.
Because we don't know how to tractor gets it.
Explain why that's concerning.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I honestly don't know. I mean, you are assuming that he was killed somewhere else and moved. But I don't know that. I know nothing about anything. I mean, I don't.
Do you understand what we make our assumptions off of?
I do.
What?
Just by what everybody else is saying, or what you're saying. I mean, there's two broken plates.
So we make our assumptions because we can't have our feelings involved in these cases. Our job is to find evidence and follow it.
Right.
Our assumptions are based off of evidence.
Right.
I've spoken to you several times in your family, and I've told you about the science part of all this that our
Right.
crime scene technicians are doing and how
Right.
science is involved in this to tell us things.
Right.
Our assumptions are based off of evidence.
Right.
So when you say he's assuming he was killed somewhere else and moved, his assumption is based off of something.
Right. But I'm.
It's not like I just pulled that idea,
I know
the
that.
idea that
But I didn't.
I'm not pulling it out of a hat. Just not. So there's only so many ways, and you're the only person there, the only person at the house.
But now that tractor, I mean, I didn't go to the back of the barn. I didn't go back to the back of the shed. Anything that morning. You know, I didn't, that's not something I typically do. I mean, I just go to the barn feed, come back out. You know, I don't go check to see if there's a tractor there. He stays in it all the time. I mean, there was no reason for me to go and look. It was only when we were looking for Gary that I said something to Scott. I said, why is the tractor parked where it is?
Correct.
Is it stuck?
And why is that? Why would that? Can you explain why something like that would be concerning to me as a
Because it was
detective?
still stuck into the pile.
And because obviously, excuse me.
Because I asked Scott, I said, did you move the tractor?
And what Scott said.
He said, no. He said, I'm sure he did it doing, you know, messing stuff up.
Does anyone in your family? Does anyone who is not in your family drive the tractor?
Only Gary and Scott.
And
And
you
like I said, I've been on it.
and you were trained springish on how to drive it
Yeah,
recently.
yeah,
And you have driven it on your own before a couple of times.
yeah. I mean, I took it down to the arena and drug it not long ago. It was a weekend that Chad and Amanda were there. And I just took it in the, around through there.
Do you see the logical, common sense thing that I'm kind of, the picture that's kind of before us?
As to why that I did the arena. I don't get what you're getting at.
The night of the 3rd.
But all I know,
No, I'm saying the night of the 3rd.
I don't get what you're at.
There's only so many ways certain things can happen.
I did not.
Okay. I'm not necessarily saying that you did. So please don't misunderstand what I'm saying. You're riding around on the ATV. You see the tractor parked underneath the shed. Your husband was burning earlier. You know because I have told you that he was shot.
Right.
You know because I have told you that that fire cannot have consumed his body the level it was consumed naturally without people attending to it, without people helping it along, without it happening a bunch over time. So like I said, this is not a and done instant thing. It's not somebody shot in a room and left. This is not that situation. This is not something that could have happened while you were walking out to the, were you going to the end of your driveway? This is just not something that could have happened. You can't just walk to the end of your driveway. Someone has shot him and we found him in the basement. Everything that happened took time, it took energy, it took effort. It probably took.
Answer me this. Do you think he was shot in that basement?
Where do you think he was shot? I know what the
Up
evidence.
until last night?
I know what the evidence says. I know who's at the house. I can tell you the tractor and the Komodo are getting put on a thing and going to a crime lab to be fully processed.
I don't have a problem with it.
I can tell you that, and no, I'm not, and that's why you know what? I know y'all had a horrible relationship. I know that.
Did nothing to him. I've never told my kids that I hope you have a dad die. I would have never told my children that.
And I don't know why different ones of them would tell me that at different times in independent interviews when they hadn't had a time to talk. That doesn't make sense why that would be. What I look at when I do that, and just a side note,
Now,
and I'm not saying, and I'm not saying you were frustrated. I'm not saying you didn't make the comments out of frustration, but to say you never made the comments when both of them agree on almost even the phrasing of them in entirely separate independent interviews is a heck of a thing. That just doesn't happen.
I would tell Scott is, we're gonna put this place up for sale, and you're gonna have to go get a job and make a thing on your own. This is way too much for me to take care of. I did. I told him that on a very regular basis. We're gonna keep on if we're gonna put this place up for sale. But Gary would say the same thing too. It's too much. It's too whatever. It's too expensive. You know, I'm having to do for the other kids. I'm having to, they're doling out. They're taking money. Chris is draining us.
Gary was just giving money away like it grew on trees. Like y'all, he was giving money to everybody.
Yeah.
From what it sounds like, he controlled your spending a little bit more than probably would compared to how much he was giving away to everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Everybody was saying, it sounds like everybody was suckling on the teat for a farm phrase.
They were, except for Amanda. Of course, she's got a.
Sounds like her husband's or fiance's well off, so. Wow. Compared to y'all, so sounds like all the other three were living off of daddy. And I have no doubt, based on some of the text messages I have seen, that frustrated you.
Oh, yeah, it did.
To like no end.
To no end. I mean, I had told Emily not long ago, it was like last week, I said, look, just giving you a heads up. I said, because I know that she was talking a good bit. And I said, look, I'm giving you a heads up that Chris is still taking money. He's booked a beach trip. I mean, you know, I said, and I gave the whole long list of things that he,
Absolutely.
you know, that he did. And I said, I'm giving you a heads up. This is stopping.
Mhm.
This is crazy. I'm gonna stop the insanity. You know, and my thing was the girls were fixing to come in. I was going to sit Jenna down, Chris down, and explain to her how much, I mean, you know, and I had even talked to Amanda about, would you tell Jenna? She said, well, what is it? She said, she's getting the advantages of it.
Is it concerning to you?
That he keeps taking money.
No. Is it concerning to you how much money he gives away? Were y'all struggling financially?
I have lied. I'm not privy to any that.
Did he ever get on you for spending money?
Not bad. I mean, he would occasionally say, you know, what, like Kroger, that was one of the things. What did you spend $38 for?
What about the $50,000 about 10 years ago when you were in Alabama attending to your mom?
Yeah, I mean,
Was that a point of contention in your relationship? Because he had held that for taxes, something like that.
well, I mean, it was basically, I took half of what was in an account. And at that point in time, we had decided to separate. And, you know, that was not, you know, he knew I did. I said, look, you know, at that time, that was the only account that I still had money in.
Mhm.
And I had been in Tuscaloosa, and Emily, that was when Emily was
What happened with all that money?
they just set the bank account, and just over time, it got used for different stuff, my mother, and just, you know, all that kind of stuff.
Do you have any caps on spending or anything?
But I also know not to abuse it.
What happens if you abuse it?
I don't,
Well, what happened if you did?
I don't do it,
Why would you cut off your phone?
just because, I mean, it's like I could go leave.
I mean, because it sounds like he made an effort to cut off your phone. It wasn't like he just forgot to pay the bill.
Right.
Sounds like he made an effort to do it. It
He
seems,
would
it seems incredibly controlling is what it seems like.
He is very controlling to everybody. It's not just me, it's to everybody. I mean, even when the girls were in school and that kind of stuff,
Did-
their debit cards were put
Has
in
he-
his account.
And I worked domestic violence for many years. Has he ever been physically abusive towards you in any way, shape, or form? Has he ever threatened to harm you?
Not really.
Not really, as in, like, how so?
The only thing that he would do was around about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, he would come bust a door in, you know, to the bedroom and just stand over you and just scream. Why didn't you get this done today? Why didn't you get that done today? Why didn't you get, I mean, you know. But I always attributed to the fact that he sat down there and smoked cigarettes, drank Mountain Dew, and
He drank a lot of Mountain Dew.
he drank a lot of Mountain Dew. You know, and you get him calmed down, you need to calm down. You know, you could talk him down out of it.
So if he got irate, you could easily calm him down.
Yeah. Like, I mean, it would be, okay, we're not doing this. We're not going to do this. You know, and I had even bought a thing that is behind my door. You know, it's a prop that you can hit the door. And the night that he would get that way, I just stick it under the door, and then that way, you know, I wouldn't have to worry about him coming in. We're just standing there yelling.
Mhm.
And stuff. That would be when he would pick his time. He'd come in, he wouldn't say anything to anybody. You know, he'd come in, eat, his, you know, his iPad sitting right there, his island in the kitchen. Wouldn't say anything, but then he'd go down to the basement, and then he'd come back up. You know, well, why did so-and-so do this? And why did Emily do that? I don't know. Why don't you ask them?
So, okay. So, this,
But then after he had got.
does he have any life insurance policies or anything?
I have no idea.
That
I
he-
know he had one that he had canceled it several years ago.
Who would stand to benefit if something happened to him? Sounds like he freely gave away his money.
Yeah.
Did anybody hate him?
No.
Did anybody not like him?
Oh, I can say probably all the kids, they loved him. They didn't necessarily like him. I mean, that's what I have always said. I love him.
How do you feel about him?
Oh, I love him to death. I don't necessarily like him. I did not like the person that he ever done. He was the sweetest, most whatever person.
Did you like the way he treated you?
But I have another who's the same way.
So that's saying you did not, is what that tells me.
Right.
You didn't like the way you were treated. He didn't treat you well. He didn't treat you like a husband should treat his wife.
No,
He didn't care for you.
no, but that was normal to me.
He was not emotionally there for you.
No.
It sounds like y'all even interacting in front of Addison did not even speak to each other.
I mean, it would be.
It sounds like y'all barely even interacted.
Correct.
Y'all are going to lunch at the same restaurant at different times and passing each other without speaking.
And y'all didn't even sit at the same table or anything.
But he was sitting at a booth, but it has one chair to it, you know.
Mhm.
But Scott and I were there together. He walked by both of us, never said a word to either one of us. Walked out the door. But that's not unusual. That's not the first time that's ever happened.
Sure, it's not.
You know, Scott and I just looked at each other and went, you know.
So, I mean, because there's so many things that would make sense to me. There's so many things that would make common sense. Something that I could go to my supervisors and explain.
My biggest fear, I mean, I can honestly tell you, and I have said that, and I've told the kids, my biggest fear, especially after he was in the hospital,
Mhm.
that you went, okay, I know that he is a physically kind of a train wreck.
Mhm.
And I had talked to him, I had talked to the kids, you know, and I said, look, my biggest fear is something will happen to him, and I will be left with nothing. Because I mean, Amanda and I had had a conversation about it after, you know, especially in the last couple of years, since his name was on the mortgage
Mhm.
of Emily's house. And we have a condo in Tuscaloosa that she lived in, which made sense to buy a condo there at the time. And we kept it because the tornado were there, we kept it rented, except for one short period of time that he did not do the homeowners association thing on it. So for a semester, it was not rented.
Mhm.
And, you know, he said it was just an oversight on his part and there was a miscommunication. I said, well, if you pick up the phone and actually talk to somebody, it probably would be a problem. Well, he let me worry about it. So, don't worry about it.
What's your biggest fear now? What's your number one fear?
Is that now somebody, it was bad enough yesterday that he's dead. Now it appears that somebody has killed him. So we've got to get to that. Plus then I've got Amanda calling me first thing this morning that Emily is trying to get to the bank records,
Mhm.
which is,
I've been told about that.
you know, understandable. I mean, you know, that Amanda was worried about that. My biggest fear was that Chris would clean up the account.
Emily's husband.
No, my Chris,
Oh, you're Chris.
would do it.
Does anyone have access to the banks? Bank records or anything like that?
We-
Because what I heard Chris Payne was trying to get after the bank account information stemming from the law firm.
Emily would.
Why would they even remotely in any way, shape, or form ever get access to that?
Matter of fact, well, Amanda said yesterday, she said, well, can we find out what transaction that he had made? So I called Emily and I said, you don't have to be on any of the bank stuff, please. And she said, no. I said,
Is
okay.
anyone on the bank stuff that
I
you
don't
know?
know.
So,
I mean,
There's-
when I tell you, he kept that on lock and key.
and I will say this, there are so many things. Just like I said, right now what we do is we paint a picture. We paint a picture based on interviews, paint a picture based on evidence we collect, based on observations we make, based on tangible things we can put our hands on, or we can photograph, or we can swab, or we can see. We have, we have countless detectives there now, crime scene techs. We had a forensic anthropologist out there. So pictures And it starts out small and it gets more and more and more things get added in. So, you know, you just put layer after layer after layer
You're saying there's blood in the
after
car.
layer.
When we went through there yesterday, not any of us, I mean, me and Amanda and Chris and Scott and Cameron and Addison, we were all in that basement.
Okay.
We saw the blood.
The problem is, you're looking for a 6'5", 300+ pound man.
True.
You're not looking for drops of blood here and there.
No.
Drops of blood here and there that have possibly been cleaned up and missed. As he said, we have trained crime scene investigators who have been to schools who are looking specifically for that. We're not looking for a 6'5", 300+ pound man anymore. We know where he's at.
People aren't walking through with flashlights. They're on their hands and knees. They're spraying chemicals that illuminate blood.
I mean, how much blood are you talking in that basement? I mean, would I have seen it walking through there?
There's blood in the basement. I will tell you that.
I don't
We
know.
found other things in the basement.
Like,
Other things in the basement that are significant. We know how long it took. We know lengths of time things took. We know that moving somebody that's 300 pounds and 6'4", that's bigger than I am, that is a significant feat. We are putting layer upon layer upon layer upon layer on this picture. And right now, the only thing you're saying, bear with me for a second, the only thing we're saying is that you don't know anything about anything about anything. That does not, and you know what? That, I will tell you, that does not make sense to me from a very just simply based on the information that I know. That does just simply not make logical sense in any way, shape, or form. And I'm not saying that you maliciously went down there and did something to him in any way, shape, or form. Please don't misunderstand me. Given y'all's relationship and his temper, if he came after you and you defended yourselves, now is the time that we need to talk about that, because if we prove that something happened later, it's more difficult to make that argument. But you know what? I'm not saying that didn't happen. So I'm not accusing you. What I'm saying is something happened in that house and on that property when you were there. Something that did not happen in the blink of an eye, something that took time, something that took people, something that took moving. The tractor was moved from Tuesday night, and Gary could not have done it.
The RTV was moved in the middle of the night, and Gary could not have done it.
Things were done. Things happened.
what are you saying?
There-
Our
there-
children was moved in the middle of the night.
You said
Hold on.
you parked it in one spot and woke
Yeah,
up,
but
and
that was during the day.
That was next. But the tractor wasn't. And here's the thing, even
But
At the end of the day,
stuff
what-
are out too. I just assumed that Scott could come in.
you
Or
did
Gary
then,
could
and I'm telling
know.
you that we can find evidence to prove that that is not how it went down, and that is
But
not what
I still-
happened now.
I don't know. I mean, I was with the man in jail. in Gary.
But the night of the 3rd, the only person there until 11:30.
Wasn't he?
Yes. And then after that, you were still there. His body was burned in that fire pit. It was unquestionable. You saw it with your own 2 eyes. 11:30, that fire is still going.
I mean,
In
Scott
that
was-
time frame, you don't have
But Scott was there from that time on.
nobody came through the woods and was sitting there tending to this fire for time.
But Scott was on that property at that point in time too.
After 11:30, absolutely
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, as that fire was going then, you were in your house after he got there. Nothing happened in your house after Scott got home that you didn't hear. It is absolutely,
Yeah.
unequivocally impossible that you did not hear it and that you heard
Yeah.
nothing going on in your house that night.
Right.
So we are looking at narrow time frames, and we are looking at significant periods of time and effort and manpower and energy. And the I don't know anything does not make sense. It doesn't jive. It doesn't match the evidence, and it just doesn't work.
But I don't know the time frame. I mean, I know when I saw him,
You realize, though, this makes no sense to
I
me,
do.
right? And you realize that I have had hundreds of conversations with people that have lost loved ones, people who have had loved ones shot and we didn't know who did it, people that have had loved ones who they have done something bad to. I have had these conversations with people on both ends of the side, both sides of the spectrum. I've had countless ones. People tend to act certain ways, whether they want to or not.
But I'm honestly telling you, I don't know.
And the problem is that just doesn't fit. It's absolutely impossible that you don't know. I'm saying it is the evidence we have, it is absolutely impossible. And like I said, I'm not saying that something terrible didn't happen in there. He didn't attack you. He didn't catch you with your boyfriend. I'm not saying that. I'm just not. If you were defending yourself, you were defending yourself.
Yeah, there was no defense. There was no argument. There was no nothing. I mean, Scott was there when I broke the plate. He was into the barn.
And that was the second. The night before, the day before.
Yeah, or I mean,
So
I think Monday night.
So is there another plate broken? You keep talking about the plates. We've got two.
Yeah.
Why do we keep going back to broken plates?
I mean, because
You
there's
keep
evidence of a fight, of a, whatever.
There's evidence. There's evidence.
But
And that's what I'm
all
saying.
that I know.
Your statements about I don't know anything, I can't answer that question. None of that makes sense. When you're out and about on the property, you're in the RV, the tractor gets moved, the evidence we've gotten in the basement, the evidence we got from his body.
I mean, I didn't see anything out of the ordinary when we were all down there yesterday.
We
There was
did.
nothing out of the ordinary.
We did.
Walking down there, I'm telling you, just taking a quick glance, looking for a 6'5", 300-pound man, you're not going to see it. We are on our hands and knees with flashlights,
We are looking underneath.
combing every
chairs.
inch of your base, finding every cobweb you've missed when you dust. And we're finding this stuff.
Whatever's a good point.
It's there. It's going to come out when we release our reports. It's there. We're not bluffing you, I promise.
And I'm just telling you, I'm not, and like I said, I'm just saying that I don't know. If you had, if somebody
There
else
was
came
no
over, we need to know.
argument in the basement. We did not argue that night. There was no, I mean,
What happened that night?
Before we break, I'm gonna give y'all a little instruction. I've done this in other cases as well. This evidence is being offered to you for the statements of the defendant. I want to caution you that what the officers say during the interview are non-testimonial and may or may not be true. And they may merely be being made to elicit a response from the defendant. You should not consider anything stated by the officers as being true unless it is supported by the evidence. All right, we'll take a break. We'll try to start back at 15 till.
My judge, he is hilarious. He said, all right. He need to tell them that in the beginning and the end. I don't know why he's telling them that afterwards, but whatever. So, of course, we do have our great old TiVo time, so we will speed right past this break. I did put the speed up a little bit.
no argument. There was
When I seen the defense attorney looking like he was about to fall asleep, I said, let me increase the speed so we can try to get through her sitting here telling these tall tales about nothing. And I do mean about nothing. I'm mad that she don't have an attorney, so
argument.
it's kind of hard for me to get with it. 'Cause I want her to have an attorney.
All right, I'm gonna 248:33 pressing play.
Nothing. I mean, there was only discussion. Are you cooking? No. There's no point in me cooking a big meal when I've got all this food still not in the tray that we need to eat. Okay, that was it. That was a discussion about food. That was it. That was it.
And you realize that doesn't make sense.
I
Does that
realize.
concern you?
Yeah, I mean, it does, because I don't know, I can't imagine what's in that basement. There was no argument, there was nothing in that basement.
Your house is immaculately decorated. Everything's in its place.
Yeah.
Every wall is decorated. There's pictures everywhere. There's a bare spot where a picture obviously was in your basement.
Yeah, because we took it down and put it, you know, about right there as you go up the basement stairs. It's now hanging in the, what they consider the wine cellar room. Scott and I finished that, put the shiplight on the wall. I painted a piece of furniture put in there. We moved the 2 chairs. They used to be in my other house in the, there was one upstairs. And then that room up until this year was just a storage room that we just shoved everything in at the end. Scott and I got in there, put the shiplap up, stuck up the walls, painted it. The hutch in there was my mother's, and I painted
So
it
that picture was moved how long ago?
when Scott and I finished that
Which would have been?
first one this year.
So your house is that well decorated, and you removed that picture and left holes in the wall where the anchors are.
Yeah.
You don't seem like the type to leave it that way.
You know, it was just one of those things, we moved it, and I knew that I was gonna paint the entire wall to do it. But that basement was repainted during the fire, and there was several other things that, Scott actually did the, tile work that's underneath there. He had to rip off some molding and stuff when we did it. And it's got still all be, touched up and done, and I was just gonna have Chris's painters come in and retouch up several other places through the basement, and it was just my thing, I'll have them fix it when they do all that. Because that was part of their, we painted it to the basement, Scott and I painted it first of all. Didn't paint it out to the fire, because Scott and I chiseled that in the, like, the kitchen area, and then on down the hallway into that thing, there was tile down there, and Scott and I chiseled it up, and got it, everything ready for the flooring to be put down.
Okay.
And, that was just part of the deal, that Chris's painters would come, and do the touch up and stuff that was done from it. And, I just loved it.
Okay.
But that big picture, yeah, I moved it to that room, it's down there on the very end. That was a picture of the time.
Makes sense.
Like my study, I've been painting on it now for quite some time. And the ceiling, I put a coat of primer on the ceiling not too long ago, and have not come back with finishing coats on the ceiling. But it's stuff doesn't get done like what it used to. Yes, every wall in my house, that you got to understand, my other house was, everything was bought for that house and everything, so we bought a house intentionally, so all furniture was back to it, and have a home for it.
Sure.
And that kind of stuff. So, I bought kitchen table, it's the only, I bought that since we've been in the house. Other than that, that's it. There hasn't been anything bought for this house. Like I said, Scott and I got in there and did, what they considered a wine cellar down there. And did it this year, and he burned the walls, and did, but he's not working that together.
Okay.
And he did the title work and stuff.
It's just one of those things we noticed and said, we need to find out,
Yeah.
get an answer for this. And that's a perfectly logical answer.
Scott can tell, Scott's the one who moved it.
And that's why I wrote a note, because next time I speak with Scott, I'll have him verify it, and then we can completely move past that because it's a verified statement. Makes sense? Thank you.
But yeah, I do, my house is always clean, it just is.
Did you see night of the 3rd? Did anything suspicious happen? Anything at all? Anything that caught your attention? Anything that was strange? Anything that was out of the ordinary?
No, except that the horses were out, but I just attributed it to the fact that there was fireworks.
And did you see the tractor underneath the shed before or after you put up the horses? If you don't remember, it's okay. It was around the same time though. You were out, you were tending to them, you were catching the horses, you saw the tractor, dusk.
Yeah, because can I say that it was there? No, yes, I don't know. Yeah, I guess it was there.
No, it was there. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying just
Right.
the time frame of that. That was all
Yeah,
kind
because
of
I went, and during that time,
dusk-ish.
yeah, 'cause I went back over there and made sure that the goats were locked up, and actually moved the log that keeps over there, put it in front of that door too.
And that's
Like
when
I said, all the animals,
and the tractor was underneath the shed.
I would say yes.
No, you said absolutely. You were exceedingly positive of it earlier.
Yeah,
It was parked under the shed.
I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary that it would be, is there. And because I can remember thinking, I thought, at some point in time during all this, I thought that the aerator was on the tractor. And it wasn't. The rate was on it. And I can't change implements on it. So, never done it, hadn't tried it, not one. Like I said, I rarely use that tractor because
How big is the aerator? Is it like punch holes, or do you like fill it up with water and it just runs over the ground?
it's sitting up there underneath the shed. It's new. We hadn't had it for a few weeks.
Okay.
Scott and Gary went over and picked it up at the FedEx place over something like that.
Mhm.
So, and they kind of had to rig it in order to make it heavy.
And that's what's great. What gave it the weight?
Right. Right. It's got
Oh.
2 big tubs. Now, whether they came on it or not, I don't know, or if that's something that's hot rigged
Mhm.
to put weight in it. Honestly, don't know what's in it.
Okay. So, excuse me, nothing other than the horses being out.
But I just
Caught your
pointed it to, you know, fireworks are not good clear. You know, there's like, really, can y'all please not shoot these fireworks? I mean, you know, because they're just running them up.
Mhm.
And I mean, you know, and I had thought, did he leave the gate open or did they bust the gate through? I mean, you know, because they will do that. Okay.
Were you able to, could you tell when you went and actually put them up, could you tell what had happened?
No.
But you locked them back, so they
But I
were,
watched them back.
they were secure.
They were secure.
And then around that time is when you saw the tractor, you were on the Ford
The
RTV.
Yeah.
I'll get that name right one of these days.
But yeah, I mean, I had to go back up, open up the gate, you know, the front entrance, put it back, you know, that kind of stuff. No one's got to come in, you know, so I mean, we just don't leave that gate shut. Now, we will occasionally come in and it will be shut. And it's like, that gate is shut. You know, I never thought that much about it.
Mhm.
I mean, it's been quite a couple of years ago that Gary was gone to his mom. Well, no, actually, it would have been a year ago this last February when his mom was ill. He was gone, and I got up one morning and my garage door was open. And I'm adamant about shutting the garage door.
Mhm.
And my garage door was up. And I just, I mean, there's a keypad there. And Scott came over there, all the kids have access to it. And I thought, man, it just, you know, Scott's been over here on the garage door, but didn't think that much about it. But still, it was just about, you know, the
Does anyone have guns at the house?
Scott has a very good.
What kind of guns does he have?
He's got that Melody Farris, whatever, shotgun.
Mhm.
I think it's downstairs in the closet. And then there's I think a 22. And it was in Gary's closet. Now whether it's still there or not, I don't know.
Gary's closet being like the one in y'all's, like the master
In the master
bathroom.
bathroom, there's one to the right.
Okay.
And it was in there, but I don't know whether it's still in there or not.
Okay.
Because basically his laundry, I just open up that door and hang up his dry cleaning. And then when I actually physically do his laundry, I put it in the laundry basket and put it in my bed. And he puts it away. So I don't, I agree. I mean, I'll just go in there and grab his thing that I'll be starting closing it, the rolling thing. I just grab it, roll it out. Shut the door.
Okay. And no, any handguns or anything that you've ever seen?
Scott's got a handgun. I do know. There were several handguns of my dad's, but Scott, when he was in
Those
Columbus,
got lost or stolen.
he said they got stolen. But I know that there's been one gone. Because I got on Scott and his while ago about, we don't need guns loaded, not with kids.
What kind of, what it look like?
Pistol. Could be. I thought.
Are you familiar with like revolvers versus semi-automatic handguns, anything like that? Well, like, did it look like one of those that has the thing on the top that goes back, or did it look like it had one of the things that spin? Like when you fire the gun, it spins in the middle. You like flip it out like the old timey gun.
It looks like an old timey gun.
Was it an old timey gun, or did it look newer? Just that
No,
style.
because I remember, because I think he and I had a conversation about being rusty or something like that.
Okay. Was it in a case, or was it just
No.
sitting out in the open?
It was just up there. It was in the tool room where he's got all the guns hanging on the wall. In the tool room over there, there's like an open up cabinet. And it was laying up there. And that was at some point in time when the girls were here, and that may have even been last summer. And I actually took it and put it in the tack room up, you know, to where that they could.
What color was it?
Silver, maybe? Because I had to.
And how long ago was this that you saw it?
Oh, I think this was last summer when the girls were here.
So like a year
So
ago.
it's been a year. Yeah, because I got on to it before they even done.
And where did you see it when you left?
I took it in there and put it up, I think, above in my grandmother's kitchen cabinet that's in there in the tack room, and I put it up there. But now no Scott's had it since then. Because he asked me to put it back.
And that was the last you had seen it.
It was the last time.
Have you ever seen any other handguns that Gary would have had?
Yeah. Now, I know at one time he had some of my dad's handguns, but I didn't see where, what, you know. I know he used to keep one in the top of his closet, but I don't remember being up there in his closet or anything. I know I painted it back, I don't know, 3 years ago in his closet. But he took everything out of his closet, I painted it, and he put everything back.
Okay.
In his closet. And, matter of fact, he got rid of a bunch of clothes.
What if I told you we found evidence of the shooting in the basement? Not saying he was shot there, just simply saying evidence that suggests that he was shot was found in the basement.
In my basement? I would be very surprised.
Okay. We'll be surprised.
Because I just, like I said, I mean, you would think if there was a shooting in my basement, I would have seen evidence of that when I went walking through. as many times as we walked through that basement.
Well, we found the evidence. Like I said, I'm just saying there's evidence of shooting in the basement, phrasing it very specifically.
Inside my house.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely, 100%.
See, I just.
As real as I am right here before you.
There's blood on both levels. There's blood in your kitchen.
In my kitchen?
Absolutely.
No, that I haven't seen. Not at all. I mean, like I said, Cameron or Addison once spilled orange juice in my kitchen, and I got down on my hands and knees and cleaned up the orange juice. I mean, I'm adamant about, my kitchen's full, but it comes in and out. So no, I saw nothing. I mean, like I said, when, Motley bit him the other day, but I didn't think anything about it.
It wasn't that significant of a
It
bite.
wasn't.
It maybe left a mark, but it wasn't like he was bleeding.
Well, I mean, like I said, on Sunday, Amanda made the remark about what happened to your ankle, kind of. And he just Motley bit me, which I knew that he bit at him, but I didn't, I looked down and saw that, and it was, there was like one, he had like scrape marks on this side of one ankle, and then on the other one, he had, like the very back of his, leg. But I still didn't, I thought, and that's probably what he just telling her.
And blood by itself, okay. Blood with other evidence of a gun being fired is different.
Right.
And you see why evidence, and more evidence. See why the answer of I don't know is getting progressively more difficult for me to be able to. You see, right?
I do see.
I don't know if I'm explaining it very well. It is just insufficient for what we have now.
I understand none of this makes sense. It doesn't make sense to me. It does not make sense to me. I'll be honest with you, it does not make sense to me.
Well, what does make sense to you?
There is nothing about any of this that makes sense to me. My world yesterday got turned literally upside down. Literally. And then last night, he told me about the, evidence of the shooting. It was just, we just passed over telling kids, stuff. How do I walk in and tell my daughter? I'm just numb at that time. We've been here like hours. He brought Scott in here, talked to him, and then was it you who told Amanda last night?
I didn't tell her. I told you and Scott were the only two. I told somebody else told Amanda, I guess.
And I talked to Chris. Chris was begging me to find out who shot him. So Scott.
Oh, well, don't get me wrong. I want you to find out. So I will tell you, honestly, I did not do it. I don't know who did it, but I did. I would have never taken responsibility. I had my daddy die when I was 36. I wouldn't have stayed home.
Well, and there's even, and here's the thing, there's even provisions in the law for things that are like self-defense. There's provisions in the law for things that are like things that happen at the spur of the moment, crimes of passion, if you will.
Yeah.
Like things that are just so insightful that people just react without thinking. These are all outlined in the law. Things, and what I'm saying is without a doubt, it does not make sense to me that you don't know anything. It does not fit the evidence we've gotten. And with you sticking with, I don't know anything, and I didn't hear anything, and I didn't see anyone, and I didn't hear anything, and this body got burned over the course of a significant period of time, and someone had to come out there and tend to it and work at it and pour stuff on it.
Clean up the house, clean up the tractor, clean up the RTV.
And we're looking at all of these things together and the entire amount of things to move a 300-pound, 6'4" man, and you are just saying, I was literally like 10 feet away the whole time, and I can't tell you nothing. That does not, it just doesn't jive. And you have to see why that doesn't jive. Like, it has to make sense.
I guess at this point in time, with this, I'm gonna do like what, one of my husband's partners said, in a trance. Because I'm telling you, I don't know, and you're telling me, basically, you do know, and I don't know. I do not know. I would have never, ever done what you're explaining to me. God, I would have never, ever done that. Never. Never in a million years. I had nothing to gain by him dying. I had everything to lose. Everything to lose. Like I said, I don't know that, I know when we bought that house, my name was on the house, it's not on the mortgage, but it was on the house. But I have a feeling, given the amount of money that I know that he has doled out to kids and they have taken, I would probably say that house is mortgaged. I don't know that, because he doesn't have to have my signature to do any of that. But I would just about bet my life that it is. So I would have nothing to gain. Matter of fact, I mean, I would be 1,000 times worse off. Nothing to gain. I mean, like I said, I know that his life insurance was canceled. I mean, you know, he canceled it. I think it was a term policy that he had taken out before I think we ever moved here, which has been, that was in 95. And I think it turned, you know, and given his health and stuff, you know, he just couldn't keep it up. It's been like several $1,000s a month to keep it up. So, I mean, like his 401k, I know I had signed back maybe a couple of years ago or so, I think for him to draw money out of the 401k. That was when Emily got married. He was going to use that to pay for her wedding, just to the tune of $30,000. And I'm like, why are we taking money out of the 401k to make our wedding to the guy that is fellow? But I, you know, I went to Wells Fargo and I signed it for him to take it out. So that made me think, you know, I said, Gary, are we in trouble financially? Are we in trouble? No, you know, just right now, I just have, you know, this money. But he got 12 draws a year, plus that, and then 4 draws to pay taxes. But then November and December, and sometimes October, he would get 2 draws. And then at the very end of the year, he would get the last draw. But like I said, I was never privy to any of that. Now, he did make mentions to that he was going to tell President Scott that they had to make a tax payment in April. And he said not to be going out and spending anything unnecessarily on that, which, I mean, that's just a standard procedure, you know, in April, you just don't, you know. I've never, I mean, you know, he does all the taxes, all that kind of stuff. I have no, it costs him like time. And I know this makes no sense that I know nothing about finances. I know that. It doesn't, I mean, I've had, you know, several conversations with, especially since there's some hospital with kids, so it scares me to death. Something like that. I am petrified. Something like that. Because I'm gonna be left broken up. Said that I can't. I mean, like I said, you know, I don't spend an extravagant amount of money. Yes, my house is furnished very nicely. But Gary and I basically have done that together over 38 years. I know he went over to Kara Jewelry where Amanda works this last December and bought some jewelry for his mom. And he bought me a ring over there. And he gave it to me, you know, he said, Amanda just kind of pushed me into buying this. I said, you can pay the back. Pay the back. He said, no, I'm not going to do that. He got me a new coat several years ago, and he gave it to me. But I can't have my wife being the only one not showing up to go. So I don't believe we did. Girls can have it. I'm not saying I don't have, you know, 3 closets full of blood. My house is 33 months. But like I said, it's taken 30 years to get it. I would have never, ever believed that. Like I said, my dad died, and I would wish that on my children. Amanda's getting married next year. We're, you know, in the process of coming to, you know, she deserved to have her daddy walk her down the aisle, just like Amanda did. I mean, Emily did. And we've got a brand new grandbaby, and I begged him to go and get, you know, see what's wrong with you. We've got Olivia, she's precious. I want you to live to see her. And he's coming with you. that was my ultimate, I mean, scared to death. Something would happen to you. I mean, I had told, especially Amanda, it terrifies me that something will happen to her. And she had said the other day, we're talking about how much money that Chris was taking out and stuff. And I said, now he's put the speech trail. And, what? And she said, Chad's dad was pistol whipped not long ago. And I was talking to her about having to take care of him. Look, you get the family. You do. And I said, she said, yeah, but I want to bargain with that. And I said, but that's what you get when you get in her marriage, you get the family. I said, I didn't think I was going to have a mother-in-law who is a member of their facility. And I said, but I did. And his dad was sick for a long time and Parkinson's. You just get it. And I explained all that to her and whatever. And she said, well, I keep putting it in perspective that if something happens to Daddy, she said, we'll probably have to take care of him. And I said, I don't do that. I said, no. I said, I just kind of sugarcoated it. And she said, what's going to happen is that Emily is probably on everything, or will be on it, and she will control it. Because pain is going to take it all, swindle it all away, just like he did his mom's stuff. And you will be left with nothing. And then she called this morning, the first thing. Emily's already trying to get into the finances. Here it goes. And Chris is having a fit because, I called it, somebody at the firm and said, look, we need to put a stop on everything. But how do I do that? I'm not on the accounts. I can't call everything. I can't walk into Wells Fargo and say, hey, I'm not allowed to do anything on there. I said, I'll call appropriate people and see what I can do. I mean, like I said, nothing is anything. I mean, one of the other detectives this morning said, is there a bill? I said, I have no idea. No idea. I said, he keeps everything in his office. I said, he's on the floor. I mean, I can't walk in my locker room. I would have to be escorted into his office. But that's part of the offer. Everybody, nobody's just allowed here. I mean, there'd be a lot of. But I called him today and told him, I said, look, when it shows up, or Chris Payne shows up, or even my Chris shows up, don't let them get in my office. Just because I thought, well, they just escort them, with the kids. And, I mean, I hadn't been down there. I don't think I've been into that office since I know I went in before we bought this house. Because Amanda and I went in there to get all those pictures in the basement. And we picked it up. That's the last time I think I've been in the office. That unless I have a reason to go down there. But I mean, that was the conversation that Amanda and I had. Because we went to a wedding thing. And that was when Chad was going about his dad. What the day or two after that. Because he got on house. Nobody figured out what to do. And that's when we had that conversation. She said, it terrifies me. I said, oh, it does me too. She said, because we could be in the same way. We'd have to take care of him. Like I had a friend who her husband died back several years ago. And she was kind of like to the same boat. Except she found out that he had mortgaged everything to him. She couldn't go to the church. By her, she was basically left destitute. And I said, that's my biggest fear is to find out something. So I said, he makes great money. I do understand that. To a normal person, he makes an astronomical amount of money. But I couldn't give you a certain amount of what he would make. I'm not going to do that. And there's nothing that came from it. I mean, I basically know what goes into that bank account, from 31st of every month or 30th, depending on when it falls. There's about $20,000 that goes for it. But you see in our place, it's expensive to keep that. Especially when we've got 3 of the kids that are, then it only $30,000. And I don't know how long that's been going on. I mean, he could have been doing that as long as she's lived in the house. I don't know. And like I said, they live in a $40,000 house, that goes to $60,000 vehicles. It's furnished to the hilt. Everything she wears is designer. And like I said, if we've done the spreadsheet, it don't add up. And Gary couldn't make that happen all this time. But like I said, right now, I can probably go to an ATM machine and pick up money. As soon as he'd be gone, he'd be locked in. Like when my dad died, that's what happened. My grandson was just, as soon as he died, everything was locked in. I mean, the only money I have is what's in my wallet, which is probably about $100. And that wouldn't be enough to. Yeah, because, before we get all that, could be, I mean, our world is literally falling apart. I mean, I've got 4 kids. Yeah, person's got have their demons. They do. They always got hers. The guy that she's married to, which is hard enough on a day-to-day basis. But Ellen and Hattie were coming. I knew that was going to be an uphill fight with him because of how much someone he's standing in my driveway. I will beat you beyond recognition. And the next time I see you, it's going to put you in the grave. Okay, and you have my property, and he just kept on. And I did. I started to call him. I even called Gary home. I mean, it got that bad that he was just standing there, just. And I said, Scott, I said, Gary, Scott, Chris, you've obviously been drinking. You are obviously, the girls have told me that they found cocaine in your house. And you're not going to take these girls. They're my girls, they're whatever. And Gary let him take them. When he got home, he said, you don't need to fight that fight. I said, Gary, you heard what Ella had reported. Look how he talks with you. I've heard it. It's horrible. It's beyond horrible. I said, we've had to go in there and pick them up. And I know that Chris absolutely despises me because I'm the one who preaches to him all the time. I said, Chris, you're leaving us no thing but to go after you legally. And he said, if I have to sit Jenna down and talk to her, what am I going to do to get you to stop this? I said, it's not fair to the other kids. I can't do all the kids this way. But that's what I said when, we bought him his house. I mean, I told her, I said, Emily, it's not fair. I can't buy them all for $100,000. It's a horrible situation. I mean, it's like I told Amanda this morning when she got there to the house, I said, this has become a spiraling out of control in a matter of hours. I don't know. I mean, like Amanda said today, she said, do you think Chris Payne could have had it arranged, thinking that his money train, I said, when his money train runs out, he'll be gone. I mean, Emily was his 22-year-old mistress. He was married when they started seeing each other. I said, he'll never contract. I think that was Gary's biggest fear, that Emily would be left with a baby. And that's why he doubled that money. When I called him that day and told him, I said, they're taking Chris Payne to jail. They brought their newborn baby and they murdered him to jail. And I asked, I said, can you just come? Please come. And like, I think she talked to him and whatever, told him any reason to come. And so he did. But I'll never stay 2 weeks. Just to get them going to court, all that kind of stuff. And see if he was going to get extradited to Tuscaloosa. I'm like there was I don't know what to say. I mean, like Amanda said yesterday, she said, Chris and Scott, she said, I can tell you right now, Chris and Scott are going to do everything to implicate me. She said, I hate to say say that about mom, said, that's what they're gonna do. She said, because I've said and that's all the time, she said, that's what they're gonna do. I said, she said, I know you would never hurt our daddy. I said, no, I would never. You know, I said, I stayed up there with him at the hospital, you know, the entire time thinking, I've watched my daddy die, I've watched my mother have a heart attack, I've watched, you know, and I told him, you know, after all the kids left, I went up there one day, I sat there and begged him, I said, Gary, I can't watch anybody else die. And especially not with heart trouble. I said, it's a horrible death. There's no free type of death. You've got to quit. You've got to quit. And I couldn't find nothing to do. They kept him drunk in his car. You can take one by one bit, but you take one after another. We knew that's what he was doing. But yeah, I couldn't make it stop. And I know to the outside world that the way that we lived was great. I do know that. But it worked for us. He basically lived his life all over the money. We met, you know, we still had homes. The outside world, it looked great. Yeah, all the kids knew it didn't. Like a man said. I mean, we couldn't even ask him, like, how's your mom doing? He was like, it was everything. She's fine. Gary, I just saw her. She's not fine. But that was an imperfection. But I did not kill her man. And I do not need to be. I mean, I would not have stayed with him for this long. I mean, I knew when we separated back, you know, 2 years ago, that, I mean, I'm the one who called him back up. We met in Birmingham. And if I said, you know, we can't do this. We can't part ways. We can't. We just can't. We got 4 kids together. We can't. We got 2 kids. Ellen had him just babysitting. And I said, we got to figure out a way to do it. No matter how we live, that's how we do. So we basically in my other house, and we just kind of, we had 2 separate staircases. So everybody kind of, you know, kitchen was common ground, and there was a furniture room upstairs, and that's where I watched TV and hung out and stuff. He stayed downstairs in the okay. But he liked it that way. I mean, he's got a brother and 2 sisters that are that way. And the sister that's married, her and her husband, he lives upstairs, she lives downstairs. So that was normal to him. His parents lived very different from me for that way too. Which is, you know, his brother, I think, and his wife pretty much, you know, sounds very quiet, very reserved, and very, you know, it was normal for us. I know it doesn't seem normal to the outside world, but it was hard. I mean, we talked about what you had to talk about. And that was, you know, daily chores. Yeah, you might do it once a week, twice a week, you know. This has got to be done, that's got to be done. I'm having gutters cleaned out, I'm having, this is broke, so I'm calling to have that fixed. Okay. And that's what Scott and I did every day. That's what. But I promise you with all that I am, I did not know. And I do not know what you do. We all just kind of do it. It was just easier that way. So yeah, you open the door, make sure that the wood's not on fire, you shut it. Okay. I mean, like I told him yesterday, he slept with the sink cover sheet. You know, he slept with the door locked. But there's 2 windows that look in that bedroom, so you can look over and, you know, maybe he's still breathing. You know. But it was not, he would have, as we called them, the infamous Farris spells, because his mother had spells like it. He would sleep, you know, for hours and hours and hours. I mean, it wouldn't be unusual for him to sleep 16, 18, 24 hours, you know, to get through these spells. That used to him not being up, but that was not unusual for him not to be a good meal. I mean, Scott, when he called, he said, on 3rd playing golf. He said, what's Daddy doing? well, I haven't seen him up, so I'm assuming he's still in bed. But then when I went by and saw the fan was on blown out, I mean, literally went to the bottom of the steps and blew and, well, the fan's on, so he's up. Didn't think anything about it. Nothing. And all I'm thinking was they sitting there smoking. Which was not unusual. And it's nothing unusual. I mean, even, we just can go look for him. I mean, like the other weekend when the kids are all home, I mean, he finally came up by the time that we were gonna eat and got a shower. He sat and held Olivia out on the deck for a little while. And it's not unusual for him not to come over when the kids were there. And he'd stay out and somewhere out on the property. And that was just the way it was. But I did not shoot. I did not hurt him. And I don't know him. I would never had anybody do it to him. I mean, it's like I told Amanda this morning, she said, "Do you really think that Mr. Scott One or Chris Payne would have done it?" And I said, "I cannot imagine anybody doing that." I said, but yet Scott picked up, the stuff that was in that fire. And he knew immediately what it was. That I've got Chris coming in and, telling me I'm getting my daughter out of here before the shit hits the fan. What's going to shake down, Chris? What's going to shake down? We just can't find your daddy right now. But his travel CPAP machine's gone. But that wasn't unusual either if he left town and didn't know anybody. I mean, I called his secretary this minute and I discussed, I said, because his CPAP, the small CPAP machine was gone. And she said, well, would he left town? And I said, well, yeah, he's left town before and hadn't told anybody. But I did call Angela. I said, you heard, do you know any travel plans he had, or because she knew more about his life than, but I know back when he had his gallbladder out. Not long, I think after my daddy died, so it was in the late 90s. He had his gallbladder out, and we were on our way down to the hospital, and he called his secretary to move some money from one account to the other. I said, you mean she can move money in that account? He said, she's there in the bank building. Okay. But we don't find another one. You just didn't have to do that. It was easier not to. Because he wasn't going to change. But you're thinking, on the flip side of that is, I'm sitting here paying over housing, furnished tonight. I have everything that I could want. I just don't have nothing. But that's not that big. I mean, I raised the kids with him. But it worked for us. He did all that brawls. There's nothing. I mean, he blow in and you get your sun lashing and, out you go. I could pretty much talk him down. Amanda gave me a book several years ago about some sort of personality disorder thing, and I read it and I said, oh, it describes your daddy too. So I read the book and actually went to a seminar that they kind of had on it. And you learned how to talk to him. It wasn't, for instance, it was like, hey, you need to put a coat on that side. You didn't say something like that. It would be, that coat would probably look very nice on you, Jay. Why don't you wear it? And if that's fine, you just, I did. You didn't say, hey, left all the dishes out on, get you out. Did I say that? Yeah. But it would be, could you please help me out? I bet this, that, all this kind of stuff to do. Could you help? And he'll usually get the full coat. After you kind of talk him through it. His sister and I talked not long ago about the mental issues that were in the van. The sister had electric shock treatments and bipolar schizophrenia and that kind of stuff. And his mother and dad both had some mental issues. His mother been with him, and now she's on an antipsychotic drug, but she's in a memory care facility and gets very agitated and sudden. And Gary tried to kill himself twice before we got married. And she said, well, did you ever really know what happened? And I said, no, not really. I said, I know one time he took 5 pills and the one time he slept through. She okay, I always loved you because you were right up. You can do something. And I said, but I was not privy to any of that. I was never told any of that. So I said, I really never. So she had one like me, a little one. She was only 12 at the time, so she didn't know that too much before that. And she said, and she just kind of laughed it off and said, Prozac and bottled liquor will cure anything. I said, no, it's not curing anything. And I said, I'm scared that Gary's getting, make sure your mom and dad, I said, he sits and wrings his hands a lot, just like this. I said, I'm hoping he's not getting Parkinson's like your dad. I said, but he does seem to have memory problems. I said, but that's only when he has these spells. And she said, well, is he having mini strokes and stuff? And I said, I don't know. I said, you would not go back to follow up. And that was just kind of like in a discussion about it. She kind of enlightened me in on the mental issues that were in the family. Because it's just something that was never really talked about. And his dad would go in and they put him in the hospital with 2 cold breaths. And then I found out that they just take him in and get him off pills, alcohol. So, I mean, there was a lot of dysfunction. So you just attributed a lot of that just that's just the way it is. He and I had discussions about what did you and I used to talk about on the phone. And I could talk to him more on the phone than I could in person to person. Or if you really wanted to, it would be a text message. Like Amanda emailed me yesterday. I'm sending him a simple response to that. There's a typical response for him was, I'm driving right now, I can't talk. So everybody got that. It wasn't, I know Chad probably one day, he said, well, I tried to call, Mr. Farris. And I got the usual response, because he was downtown and I was in his office. And he was still already. He said, I got the typical response for driving right now. He said, wonder where he's going. That's just, that's their age. Don't take it personal. That's his response. And he did not Chad at all. He made no bones about the fact that he did not Chad. I said, I don't understand why you don't like Chad. He seems like a very nice, respectable, guy, but yet Chris Payne, he thinks those things is like white bread. He's got rap shit all along. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I talked to Eric Darling this morning, and they're all showing up at my house. I got one job to go, come down here and get them the banking and stuff. I'm worried about my other. I said, I'm telling you right now that home cards out on Jack. This is what is going on. I need help. He said, I will call you back and give you the information when I get back to do it for you. I talked to him, but he said, I'm still having to work on things. I'll go back. I said, well, this man is gone. And he told me, he said, if you feel uncomfortable, if you feel whatever, then tell them you want representation. And I said, well, I haven't been made to feel uncomfortable yet. I have nothing to hide. I have nothing to, anything. He said, yeah, but you still need kind of cover your ass. It's because you don't know where you're at. I said, okay. Amanda telling me that my 2 boys are going to implicate me. And she said, man, she said, this family, you got to stay together. You can't be sticking knives in anybody. You can't be anybody trying to one up. She said, you're the only parent that we've got, at this point. And she said, you're my mother. And I'm not going to let them know. I'm not going to. And she had said this last week. She was going to basically clean everybody's flock. And she said, I'm tired of everybody running over the wall. And take it and take it and take it. But, there was nothing else said. Everybody seemed to have a good time. Everybody, Chris came in, he was supposed to cook all the meat and stuff. He didn't. Just got, he barbecued everything, cooked on the smoker. And it was fine. And one said she was going to pick sides for everybody and, that kind of stuff. She did. That was fine. It was fine. I did not. I promise you, I did not. I told him last night, I'm not going to sit here. We talked about covering for my children. He said, is there anything that you know of that you helped with, that you cleaned up? No, I didn't. No. I'm not. I told him, talking to me, we walked over to the barn and Scott just looked at me and he said, hey, you are not going to disrespect your brother. He said, you're not going to do it in front of me, you're not going to do it in front of me. And we walked out, I said, thank you. He said, well, you shouldn't watch it. I said, Dad's rocking the bucket. He usually is. I said, he's very aggressive, very, he's anger. I mean, he's got severe anger issues. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, but he's been that way all his life. But since he got back from Iraq, it is far worse. I mean, like I told him last night, we went down to Columbus, and he was going through basic training, and he was on last leave, he got in trouble. And then after he got back from Iraq, he worked for a little business that was open plaza on import export business, and he was fired. Moving stuff downtown to the port, and he took somebody with him who was not supposed to. I'm gonna do what I want. And that fired him on the spot, and he hasn't worked since. I mean, the nice day after he's got, he's doing a job, he needs a job, and he's doing something about it. And he keeps on very doing what he decides to, so I can make him work. And not being funny to him. But I have to say, when I get Scott to work, he does a good job. I mean, I honestly couldn't do it without some help. And I told him, I said, look, move you out, I'll move me, you know. I have a better word, I'll move him next to him. I said, is there a lot of them around here who work hard? I said, I've got to have some help. This is way too much for me to do. I mean, Gary and I had talked about putting it up for sale. Just because of the expense of it, everything of it, it was way too much. After I got kicked, I couldn't ride anymore. It was what it was. It got me where there was so much work. And I told Gary, I said, neither one of us are enjoying this place. As beautiful as it is, as immaculate as it is. I mean, it's gorgeous. I love it. And, you know, so much work. And what the kids have got when they can like come out there. And certainly after this, they're not gonna come. But I mean, even when Gary would, when the kids would come, Gary would say, you know, something about, y'all not helping, you know, work and do, you know, that kind of stuff. So they just keep out there, they just stay, you know, stay away. Of course, Scott was just as bad. I mean, Scott would get just belligerent anytime that anybody come out there. He'd get angry because of it. I mean, he was, you know, but on that gun for the summer. I mean, I was going to be here to the 18th, and then I was going to be the rest of the month. I was just, oh, I don't know why they have to come in here. I mean, he was angry because the girls are out here and not in Florida. So God, it's, you know, when Cameron and Chet get married, she didn't become my granddaughter. No offense, that's about it. She's my granddaughter. I said, you know, I had my daddy that raised me was not my biological father. And I said, he married my mother and treated me like he was, you know, I was his. How could I not do that? That precious little girl. I said, Chris Payne's got 2 other kids, but he never sees them. So I've seen them 30 times. And they've been together since 2018. They don't see them. Yeah. They see them Christmas and maybe once during the summer, and then, you know, maybe once in the fall. It's like I really get myself off when they lived here. But then they moved away from here. It's 3 years ago. I mean, I know I did not hurt you. I didn't, and I don't think you. And I understand you when I say I don't know. You don't understand. And I know that you don't understand the separate life that we live. I know you don't because nobody does.
Hey, quick question, because I know we probably got some people that's lurking. 1,000 pages. You know, I'm just kind of like looking at that come through the chat. No, we ain't doing 1,000 pages. Bro, that ain't gonna even work. Only fan, you say it's 1,000 pages. Nah, no can do, we can't do. I can barely get through 35. Quick question. Is Beezy in the house? I'm putting out a bolo for Beezy. Oh, you saying that this one has, oh, you saying this one for the appeal, Dr. Rachel, has 1,000 pages? Yeah, that's, we can have a readathon. Busy, if you in the house, tap me and follow me, boo. Let me see here. Okay, let me take us back into here. Yeah, I don't think I could do 1,000 pages of nothing about nobody. Okay, so I'm gonna see if I can find his appeal. I can't remember. I seen somebody post how many pages it was, and we'll do a blind reading of that sometime this weekend. Because I heard that, I mean, only because I kept hearing Dandy and I heard Dandy and them talking about it. Oh, okay, it was 100. Okay, good. Are you talking about this one or the other one? I know you sent me some videos. Yep. Yeah, but you know, I like to watch whatever content we can get with you guys. Oh, I like to watch it. So everything that I do is like blind, watching it real time. Like I don't even the reading the stuff. Like if y'all can't tell, like I read all this stuff and do all this stuff right when we live. Okay. All right. Let's go back and listen to her. I just really wanted to check and see if Beezy was in the house. Okay, cool beans. Here we go, guys.
Amanda, her last boyfriend that she had, we went and moved her out of that bad situation. He was bad in drugs and that kind of stuff. I don't think he ever physically abused her. He stole from her, that kind of stuff. We moved her out of that situation and got her into another apartment. You know, we had several discussions about that. She said, I was angry at you at the time. You all told me that for doing that. Then on the chat, I found out that it was to have a good relationship with somebody. So she didn't take her long. Thank you. And I said, all I want you to do is be happy. I said, I don't care. You married all day, but whatever. That's what I want. She said, and she does. She does a beautiful ring with short for very much. And she said, you know, you've always said, you know, bring them in. And she said, and that's what I want to do. I said, because remember, it's not about. So I think that she seems to be the only one that seems to go. But I'm saying, I would never, ever, ever. And I'm not, you know, I after my neighbors last night, spent the night because I had problems. And she and I sat there and everybody called me. I said, this is not, it was a night, I can't even go. I said, literally, we went from looking for Gary, trying to find out where he was, to I can't go in my home. And I don't know what happened. I mean, it's all, I said, it's a nightmare. It literally. I said, I'm like Amanda. She said, I keep thinking I'll wake up. It's be over. And I said, the worst part is I'm the only one there. You know, with the exception of Scott coming in and out, I'm the only one there. And I should have gone and checked on him. I should have. I mean, Emily said the other day, we were looking for him. You can go down and check on Emily. You know, we just leave it alone. Don't, now's not the time to yell. Now's the time to fight there. Amanda's calling him, I called him, Scott called him. And sending emails and text messages. But it also was unusual for us, you know, but Emily did say, she said it was unusual that he did not, she'd send out pictures of Olivia and he didn't respond back anymore. That was, I think. I mean, this whole thing was supposed to. But it was for his, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I would love to sit here and tell you that I would. I wouldn't have had anything happen to him before. I would never, ever done anything to take my children's stand. And like I said before, I had a baby. I lost him at an early age. Dad, 65, unfortunately. And I would never have taken my children. But Daddy said, you can't do that. And I looked at it. What did it do?
Told your daughters I would do this. That's the name of the attorney they gave me that they said has reached out to them. This is contact information. I don't know if they have a meeting set up or what. As far as I know, I've been here with you. I think they're still out there. So
Is this the one that Amanda gave you?
yes,
Do you know who else here?
at this point I do not, because I've the last at least 2 hours I've been in this room. So I don't know if they're going to get through or what. If you don't have anything else to state or any questions for us, we can walk out there and check.
I mean, like I said, and this is not what's happening. I can't even think at this point. I mean, but I can sit here and tell you all day long. I did anything. I can promise you. This is beyond part. I mean, I'm sitting there thinking last night, could one of my children have done it, which is the worst nightmare. Just to thinking that one of them could have done it. That's my worst nightmare. That is my worst nightmare. But yet, I can't sit here and cover it. I mean, a grown man. But yeah, I can't imagine them. I can't imagine anybody doing that. I mean, it's horrible. I mean, then I talked about the community. I said, yeah, this is horrible. I said, but I know that what Scott saw in Iraq was not horrible. I said, I can't imagine that. I said, I thought I had lived my worst nightmare. You know, my daddy died, and Scott went to Iraq, and my mother, everybody, and that's like I told Chris, my Chris, back several years ago, when he was in college, and he was arrested on DUI. And I told him, I said, I thought I had made the first walk that I'd ever made. And that was when I thought that I was going to my daddy time. But this is the worst walk that I've made ever. Walking with me in the jail. But please try. It's not. In my mind, I keep thinking, didn't want to do this. Because I know I did. So I did. And I want my children to sit and, I mean, that's what Amanda said, she said, I know Christmas God, from the very get-go, they wanted to blame me for it. She said, but I've always wanted everybody for it. I've always wanted it. The worst part of it is, I mean, I can't even walk up. I mean, I can't walk up here and look at one of my kids and say, did you do this? As hot-headed as Scott is, I still can't ask him that question. Because I don't want to. That would be a mother's love thing. But like was asked, who has the game? I mean, I start with him. Chris came from it, yeah, because he ultimately that's going to, that could be stopped pretty quick. But like, Amanda has said, and everybody has said, that place is being used. That's my barn, that's my tractor, that's my, it's my church. But I did, that day, Tommy, whatever his name is this morning, I said, thank you for calling your name. I said, but that was nothing compared to what you did. He's like, I wouldn't let my children to do that. I think he's 6'7". I mean, Amanda, calls him down pretty regularly about talking the way that he does. But he does the same thing here. I'm just me. Tells you everybody like that. I mean, it doesn't matter where we are. I mean, he's hot tempered. Like this morning, well, I did this every morning. What are you doing? Get up before then. I mean, that's really Gary's night. The car that he has is in Gary's night. And Scott has nothing. Because they hadn't worked in years. And he's essentially, he has no desire to go get a job. I mean, I begged him, hey, go get a job at Tractor Supply. Let's get a job. I know that's right. Oh, I have to work. I have to do this. I mean, he does. As I said, he's like an Annie Brixton. He's a complex person. I mean, I love him to death. He's my job, but he is what he is. Now, like I said, this is horrible to have to put out all the secrets out on the table. I mean, I wouldn't dare to just, I wouldn't call anybody in the outside world down. First of all, I would agree. And I think that was part of it, that my Gary and I never divorced. I would never want to go to court, put it all out. I mean, like I said, I thought we did a pretty good job of hiding it from the beginning. But I guess they always knew more than what you thought that they did. So like I said, it was fun to do. Back several years ago, they did a thing for the Juvenile Diabetes Association. And he was Father of the Year. And that was just the biggest. He's never been there. Yeah, he's their, like Amanda said in her speech, he's their lead trainer. But, you know, they all loved him, and they still like him. But they loved him. His heart, he's gone. He's gone. And I don't know what happened. But the worst thing of it is finding out. Do you understand that? Because if it's one of my children, that's the worst.
I understand that feeling.
That's the worst.
I think you probably need some water, some fresh air.
You're my phone. I don't back. You back like it was. Should not have to do this.
Let's go see her. Straight. I'm gonna have to use my key.
Oh, poor Melody. At least the judge ain't telling her you better get it together. This will not be judged by your tears.
All right, lunch is here. Y'all be excused the lunch. We'll start back in about an hour. And someone will take y'all on a walkabout somewhere.
Hey, Curville, welcome in. Free Melody. We're gonna start her fun. Oh boy. She talked too much, far as I'm concerned. Like, we still listening to her talk. Dandelion said, "Boo hoo."
All right, so we had a question. It was a good question. I haven't talked to lawyers about it because it didn't have anything to do about the case. And I was thinking about that. So someone asked about voting. So I have a thought for y'all. We're doing a field trip tomorrow, which I've kind of hinted to y'all about, but haven't directly told you about yet. And the way, so I'm just going to go ahead. So the way that's going to work is we're going to go out to the property tomorrow, and y'all are going to walk the property. The lawyers and I are going to go out and do a scout team advance ahead of y'all, and we're going to review the path that we're going to have y'all take. The media is going to come with us, and then they are going to follow that. We're going to figure out the route. We're going to walk the route with the camera. We're going to excuse the media from the property. Now they may be sitting down at the foot of the hill at the driveway. Then y'all will come in. We'll walk the path. We'll exit. No one's going to say anything to you, and y'all aren't going to talk about anything while we're out there. There may be a witness or an agreement that the lawyers are going to have me read to y'all about what's different there or what, that kind of stuff. Now, we're going to bring lunch in for y'all. We're going to go out immediately. So there's going to be a period of time when we all leave the property and y'all come back, and we're going to have some time to kill while we need to eat lunch and y'all don't have anything to do. I can check in on having the bus stop at the Buzz, which is the Veterans Park over on Highway 20, which we're going to be going by. And that is an early voting location. And anybody who wanted to could vote tomorrow. Is that something y'all would be interested in? Throwing that out. Okay. So y'all don't have to. You're welcome to. But anyone else can just walk around or go up the climbing wall that they have out there, right? Okay. So I will check on that. I think we have the bus till about 2:00. So I'll see if that's something we can arrange. I think that would be give y'all something to do, and then we don't have to worry about if we run into the election day with the deliberations or even the trial, and that will better use y'all's time and give us an opportunity to grab lunch. So, all right, I will check in on that. All right, now that we've finished talking logistics, Ms. Frankish, if you'll go ahead.
Thank you. Sergeant Hayes, you're still under oath from, I think, like 2 days ago. So we just listened to several hours of an interview, and I want to talk with you about that interview of the defendant. Are you trained in any of your continuing training or from post in how to conduct interviews with witnesses?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about that. Are there different strategies that you're taught to use in certain situations that you're in with different, let's say, witnesses, suspects, victims, etc.?
There's several different interview and interrogation techniques.
And in this interview in the beginning, you kind of proposed to her alternative hypotheses of what could have happened. Can you describe that to the jury?
Yeah, I believe specifically you're talking about when I offered, if something happened and she was defending herself and something happened as a result of that.
What is the purpose of that in an interview?
Providing alternative theories. Sometimes it makes people feel at ease that, what they might have done and isn't as bad as they thought.
In the beginning, you asked Ms. Farris a lot about Scott Farris. Why did you do that?
Get everybody's opinion on, everyone. We really concentrated on Melody and Scott in the beginning of this investigation because they were the two people who lived on the property with Gary. We believe them to both have the most intimate knowledge of what might have happened.
And at one point, it sounds like you stepped out to receive more information. Tell the jury about what was going on while you were interviewing Ms. Farris over the several hours that we heard.
The search of the property was still going on. I was sent to go, do these interviews. So not only was I getting information from the scene of what they were uncovering, I was being asked, what she said so far. Is there anything else we need to look for, check on, anything like that?
When you were interviewing and when the detective at the time, Kuykendall, was interviewing Ms. Farris, did either of you ask her about the financial situation of the family?
We did not.
Was the beach condo that was supposed to be for the following weekend on, I believe, the 7th, was that a topic of conversation among the family?
Yes.
Is that why that came up in your interview with Ms. Farris?
Yes.
Was that something that you wanted her to tell y'all about, her perspective?
It had been brought up several times, so we were curious as to that situation.
At some point, you bring up Rusty Barton. How did you learn about Rusty Barton?
During the search of the house, they found a credit card in her purse, credit debit, I can't remember, in her purse with the name Roy H. Barton. That name was brought to my attention.
Did other family members bring up his name?
Yes.
Throughout her interview, did she ever mention having an open marriage?
No.
Did she ever mention Gary having other relationships?
No.
You asked her about Ted Wiley. How did you know about Ted Wiley?
I believe family members on the scene have mentioned the name and told us about the affair years ago.
When you asked her about Rusty Barton, well, let me back up. You asked her generally, and I can't remember if it was you or Sergeant Kuykendall, if she was currently in an affair with anyone.
Yes.
What was her answer?
She stated she was not.
Judge, at this time, state moves to admit Pope 1.1. It's a portion of the report that's already been entered, but it's a voicemail that was within the report.
All right, objections?
No objection.
I submit.
Well, let me back up to Pope 1. All right. I'm showing you, Sergeant, Pope 1. And on page 13, it's item 48, voicemails. Can you read the date on that, please?
June 18th, 2018.
And who does it say it's from?
Melody.
What's the phone number?
6.
Anyway, it was easier for me just to leave you a voicemail message than it was a text message. So anyway, from there, I'm going to go get a room as opposed to that I could stay with her, but then that way I can talk to you. So anyway, I'll talk to you in a little bit. I love you. Bye.
And the report, this was from Rusty Barton's phone. Is that accurate?
Yes.
At that time when you were interviewing Ms. Farris, had the projectile been found in the home?
During which interview are we on?
At any point throughout the interview,
Yes.
was the projectile in the home found and
Yeah.
known to you or Sergeant Kuykendall?
Yes.
Was that something, that's not something you ever provided to Ms. Farris as a detail. Can you tell the jury why?
You know, certain things you don't tell people. You try to get them to tell you. You don't want to give them, you know, all of the information. You want to see if they provide anything or if they can corroborate anything for you.
When she was told about the projectile in Gary's bone, in his rib, what was her response to you?
She asked me if we knew what kind it was.
Why was the tractor such an important topic in this interview?
We knew Gary was a large man. We knew Melody was a small woman. Running theories through our head of, you know, how this could have happened. If, you know, if she did it, if she had help, if she didn't have help, we tried to think of everything. And we noticed the equipment on the property, the RTV, the tractor, and all that. And obviously that was a theory. We knew she knew how to use it. And we believe she could have used it to move the body if needed.
And were family members pointing out to you the location of the tractor?
Yeah, we've been told that the tractor was parked somewhere that it should not have been parked. It usually was not left there.
The condo from July 7th, that also came up. Was that, and I've already kind of talked about this a little bit, but was that a significant event that people seemed to focus on throughout the investigation?
The condo,
The beach condo.
the beach trip. Yes.
At this time, Judge, state moves to enter into evidence Hayes 55.
No objection.
All right, Sergeant Hayes, we talked about how the sheriff's office was collecting phone records, extracting cell phones, and you had the opportunity to go through some of these phones and some of the records and the data, correct?
I did.
I'm showing you Hayes 55. Okay, I want to start with item number 1. Who does it say that it's from?
Ella Farris,
And who does it say that it's to?
Melody Farris.
What is the text message?
It states, I want you to come to the beach.
Okay. What date was that sent?
July the 3rd, 2018.
I want to move on down to the next one. And this is a text from who? This is item number 2. Text from who?
From Gary Farris,
To who?
appears to be to Melody Farris and Amanda Farris.
What day and time?
July 3rd, 2018 at 3:11.
And he is telling them what?
I was planning to go to the beach with the girls.
Item number 3. Who is this from?
From Emily to Melody,
What time? What date and time?
June 24th, 2018 at 5:57 p.m.
Okay. And what does Emily say to
Says,
Melody?
well, Chris mentioned something about a beach trip.
And what was Melody's response to Emily?
I'm not paying for him a beach trip. He's still charging his cable and phone and airline tickets to us.
And what does Emily say to Melody?
That's just what he told me. He said Daddy was wanting to go to the beach.
And then on July 2nd, 2018. What does Melody say to Emily about this?
Just giving you a heads up about things. Chris continues to charge us cable, phone, and airline tickets to Gary's checking account. Charge their honeymoon and their beach trip. Years you got married to us as well. Now another beach trip after I told him no and why. He never paid back Jenna's ring that was financed by us. I have had it. I'm taking measures to stop this insanity.
And on June 25th, 2018, what does Melody send to Amanda?
It said, did Chris talk to you about this beach trip? He wants to take the girls down there the weekend after the 4th. Let him take them. I haven't gotten past him standing on my porch, telling me he was going to beat me unrecognizable. And then only time he wanted to see me again was when they put me in a box in the ground. He continues to take money every month, of which you do nothing about. There's something terribly wrong with not being able to take a beach trip with grandkids without so much drama. I guess such a trip is not exciting enough for someone like you.
Okay, so that was from Melody to Amanda.
Yes.
Seems like a bit much, so let's clear that up. We'll go to item number 8. Who's this from?
From Gary to Melody.
What does it say?
Says, did Chris talk to you about this beach trip?
What date was that?
That's June 25th, 2018 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 p.m.
What was Melody's response to Gary?
What beach trip?
And then Gary says what?
He wants to take the girls down there the weekend after the 4th.
What's Melody's response?
Let him take them. I haven't got past him standing on my porch telling me he was going to beat me unrecognizable. And then the only time he wanted to see me again was when they put me in a box on the ground. Or that he continues to take money every month, of which you do nothing about.
And then what's Gary's response to Melody?
There's something terribly wrong with not being able to take a beach trip with grandkids without so much drama. I guess such a trip is not exciting enough for someone like you.
So that's essentially what this conversation was, right?
Yes.
Okay. That was sent to Amanda. All right. So then on July 2nd, 2018, what does Melody say to Gary?
Did you book a condo for Chris and Jenna?
And what is Gary's response?
I booked one for me and the girls as well.
And then on July 2nd, 2018, what does Melody say to Amanda?
I got Gary's phone. He booked and paid for a condo for Chris and Jenna. I'm beyond furious.
What is Amanda's response?
Oh, big surprise.
And what is Melody's response to Amanda?
He is wrong for doing it, and when I specifically said no and had just reason.
What is Amanda's response to Melody?
Yep, Chris will never grow up.
And what does Melody say back to Amanda?
But yet he refuses to help you with the dentist.
And then what does Amanda say to Melody?
Yep, can't stop him. It's ridiculous.
What is Melody's response to Amanda?
This is the last straw with him.
And can you read that date one more time?
That date is July 2nd, 2018 at 10:07 a.m.
Okay, and that was Hayes 55. So throughout her interview, she mentioned to you, who did she keep telling you that booked that condo?
Chris.
So there was a lot of discussion with Ms. Farris about plates being broken, multiple plates being broken. At any point, throughout getting returns for search warrants, did you find any videos or photos or anything like that about a plate being broken?
I did.
Can you tell the jury where that was located?
We did a search warrant for Gary's Google Gmail account, and in those returns, there were several items of interest, but one being a video it appears that Gary took from his cell phone. Looks like his cell phone backed up to his Google account.
At this time, the state would move to introduce Hayes 54.
Objection. All right, submit.
Leave the plate. Take it upstairs. Minor jumping action. Which I had supper tonight, it was 6 for me, so I'm sure I'll be feeling bored here in minutes. We'll see.
Sergeant Hayes, can you, let me pull this up. What is that? This is strange. This is the file within that exhibit. I can't move that. Titled metadata. Can you please put on the record the album title of that?
7/2/2018.
Okay. an album creation date. You can't. Oh,
July 3rd, 2018.
okay. Thank you. I can't do that. Eventually, she told you that she slammed that plate down.
Yes.
She also mentioned she cleaned that up, right?
Yes.
When she was confronted about a second cell phone, what was her response?
She told us she did not have a second cell phone at the time. When we asked her further about it, she told us that at some point Sherry Cooper had given her one. I believe she just described it as an iPhone in a black case, but stated she had given it back to Sherry some time ago.
There's one portion in there where y'all are talking about money, and she mentions that, well, was money a big topic with her?
It was. She brought it up continually.
And what was her issue with Gary and his money?
That everyone, according to her, was taking it from Gary.
But not her.
Correct.
And did she tell you, what did she tell you about her access to money?
She said she had limited access.
What did she tell you about the cards that she had?
The card she did have, Gary would get an email if she spent any money. He would question her even for $38 Kroger purchases.
All right, at this time, state moves to enter into evidence Hayes 57. And then there's an attachment. All right, at this time, state moves into evidence Hayes 57.
No objection.
I submit.
57.1. Thank you, yes. And 57.1. And 57.1.
No objection.
I submit. Go ahead.
All right, this is back in February of 2018, and I'm looking at item number. Oh, sorry.
It just
What
said,
is that?
"Don't
I
show-"
don't read
it just
it.
said, don't show this message again, and then we look at the.
Oh, sorry. I don't read stuff like that. Get away. Okay, can you please read item number 1, to, from, and the date?
From Melody Farris to Emily Farris, date February 10th, 2018, 10:48 a.m. Scott just left, going in a limo to North Georgia for a wine tasting. I'm home working. Things have to change.
And what does Emily say?
Did he rent the limo?
Melody's response.
Don't know, for Justin's birthday.
And then Melody says one more thing.
Taking Ashley.
What does Emily say to Melody?
I'm not taking care of him when we're in our 50s.
What does Melody say to Emily?
And if I say anything, I get chastised by G. Wayne.
What's Gary's middle name?
His middle
Gary
Wayne.
Farris's
Gary
middle
Wayne
name.
Farris, yes.
What does Emily say back to Melody?
I don't get it.
What's Melody's response to that?
And he has a credit card. I don't even have that. Insane.
Okay, now I want to jump back to 2017, September 2017. Item number 9 in this same exhibit. Amanda says what?
Call me when you get off.
Well, actually, sorry, this is, I believe, Melody to Amanda. You can scroll down and make sure, but it's in her sent folder. So,
Call me when you get off.
okay. And then the next one.
Your daddy has shut down my debit card, giving you heads up for your hair, yet Scott has debit card and credit card, and Chris is still using bank info to pay his cell and cable to tune if $800 a month.
What does Amanda say?
I won't worry about my hair then. Some things never change.
What does Melody say to Amanda?
He may turn it back on, especially when he has no dinner, no clean clothes, and no dry cleaning. He said that if I have no money, I have to stay home, and he is going to tell you for that if you still choose to talk to me, then he will know how you all truly are and will have nothing to do with you kids.
All right, let's scroll down to item number 15. This is, what kind of message is this? From who to who?
It's now going from Melody Farris to Scott Farris.
What date?
March 26, 2018.
What does this appear to be?
An attachment, a screenshot
What is the body of that message?
from your father.
What is item number 17?
From Melody Farris to Amanda Farris,
What's the date?
March 26, 2018.
Is that the same date as the previous two items sent to Scott?
Yes,
Is it the same attachment?
it appears to be.
What does the body of that message say to Amanda?
From your father, so help me God.
Let's see if this will work. Okay. So I clicked on the link of the attachment and it brought up this attachment.
Uh-huh.
Now we're going to go to item number 1 under data files. What is this? Is it
Here's
another-
a screenshot.
what date was it created?
March 26, 2018 at 12:03 p.m.
And this is Hayes 57.1. Can you please read that screenshot?
I can't read the very top. It looks like it says dinner ready. Then it says, where did you go? I'm assuming that's supposed to be prolific
Profligate?
spending must stop. I work every day in between you and Scott and Chris. I cannot keep up. You treat me like I don't exist, which is offensive given how you repeatedly betray me.
Go back to Hayes 57. Does that appear to be the same text message?
Yes,
Just looks a little edited or cropped. The screenshot?
yes,
And that is the same one she sent to Scott and Amanda on March 26, 2018.
yes, it appears to be.
You mentioned you got returns back for Mr. Gary Farris's Gmail account.
Yes,
Would Gary Farris get financial notifications to his email?
yes,
And this jury has heard, and so have you, Sergeant Hayes, that Mr. Farris has got an email from Rusty Barton's ex-girlfriend.
yes,
Did you find that email in his Gmail returns?
we did.
At this time, the state moves to tender Hayes 6 and Hayes 56. At this time, I'm going to tender Hayes 6.
All right, submitted. Go ahead.
All right, what are we looking at here in Hayes 6?
This is Gary Farris's email, his Gmail account.
And can you, the date is in local time, can you tell the jury what date that appears to be?
Here's the October 19th, 2017.
And going down to the bottom of that screen, who is it appeared like the email is from?
From Christina Grant,
Okay, and that date is the same, October 19th. What year?
2017.
What's the subject?
Your ex.
And publishing Hayes 56. And we're going to start from the bottom of the document because we know emails print backwards. So can you please read the body of that email into the record?
Just FYI, your wife and Rusty Barton have been lovers for 3 years.
And who does that appear to be from?
From Christina Grant.
Same date, October 19th, 2017?
Yes.
And what does Mr. Farris respond with?
He asked, do I know you?
And what does Ms. Grant say?
You want to talk?
What does Mr. Farris say?
Not right now.
What does Ms. Grant say to Mr. Farris?
I understand. I'm pissed, beyond pissed.
And that date of that last portion of the email was what date?
October 20th of 2017.
I'd like to talk about these financial alerts. When Ms. Farris was talking about what all she did when she woke up on July 5th, did she mention going anywhere?
She did not.
Did she mention driving off the property?
No.
Making any phone calls to anyone about going anywhere?
No.
At this time, state moves to enter into evidence states exhibits Hayes 4 and Hayes 5.
No objection.
Thanks, good.
I'm going to start with Hayes 4. So you got his returns back from Google, Mr. Farris's,
Yes.
where there were several transaction notifications.
Yes.
Okay. Were there any for the morning of July 5th?
There was.
To where?
Walmart.
And I'm showing you Hayes 4. Can you read that total into the record?
The total amount was $450.43.
What's the transaction date?
July 5th, 2018,
And can you read the last 4 digits of that card?
1727.
I'm going to show you Hayes 5. What is Hayes 5?
It's a Walmart receipt.
And was Walmart able to provide the receipt for that transaction?
They were.
Now, I want to show you on page 2 of 5. It says date here, 2/8/1960, and then it looks like 14 hands, 750 milliliter. Do you know what that is?
Appears to be a bottle of wine.
And whose birthday is that?
Melody Farris.
And what account number is listed there?
1727.
Okay. And the total matches that transaction?
It does, $450.43.
And yet she did not mention that visit to Walmart to you.
She did not.
I want to talk a little bit about Rusty Barton. Well, let me ask you this. Did you ever find throughout the entire investigation a .38 revolver that could have been involved in this crime?
We did not.
After interviewing people for that first month in July, would you still get calls from Chris and Scott?
Yes,
And did they ever come to you together to talk about the case?
they did.
How long did you speak with them for?
I don't recall the exact time. It was well over an hour.
And did they maintain contact with you throughout the investigation?
They did.
All right, now I want to talk about Rusty Barton. Can you tell the jury how Miss Farris came to be arrested?
How she came to meet him?
How she came to be arrested?
Oh, to be arrested. I'm sorry. After the autopsy result was finalized and published by the GBI, and we had positive identification on paper and documented from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, we took warrants on Miss Farris. We started looking for her. We didn't know where she was at the time. It had been almost a year after the investigation. I had not had any much contact with her since. We soon discovered that she was in Tullahoma, Tennessee with Rusty Barton.
And how did she come to be arrested in Tullahoma, Tennessee?
Sergeant Pope and I took another trip up to Tullahoma and began looking for her. We asked the local police department for assistance. We went by Martha Jane's house to see if she was there. She was not. The Mercedes, Gary Ferris's Mercedes that she was driving, was parked in that driveway. We went to Rusty Barton's residence where he was living with his daughter. His truck was gone. I believe we tried to call Rusty. Hadn't spoken to him in a while either. He didn't answer. I reached out to Bobby Carter, which was Rusty's attorney. Got him on the phone, explained to him what was going on. Bobby Carter called me back not long after and said, I got a hold of Rusty. They'll meet you at the Tullahoma Police Department in about 20 minutes.
Prior to this, was Mr. Barton still recording their phone calls?
Yes.
And did Collier also record their text messages?
Yes.
I believe I may have already admitted the total of the Colliers, but at this time I'll move to admit the remainder.
I can't remember, so no checking.
Okay. And then state will move to tender. It's titled text messages 18 within those.
No checking.
At this time, Sergeant Hayes, I'm going to show you text messages 18, State's Exhibit. I'm just going to hit close on this one, Judge. Okay, what are we looking at here, Sergeant Hayes?
This is a printout, or whatever you want to call it, of incoming and outgoing text messages between Rusty and Melody.
All right. Does it also appear to list their calls?
It does.
And this is, well, let's go to the top. What's the first date listed here?
August 1st, 2018.
What's the last date on this spreadsheet?
August 31st, 2018.
Don't make me expand that. I don't know how to do that. Okay. All right. I'm showing you field 522 on that exhibit. What is the text? It says incoming. What is that text?
It says plain gold band.
And what does 530 say?
I love you. Be strong. Hand on your waist.
I'm directing you to field 807, and that says outgoing. Can you read that in the record, please?
You think I'm having fun with all this bullshit? I can't drink enough to make it okay.
And that says outgoing.
Yes.
In August of 2018, was Mr. Barton recording phone calls between him and Ms. Farris still?
It was.
Judge, the next call I'm going to publish is an hour. All right. Break after.
Before we get started with it, I guess. Somebody listening in to me complaining about right before we broke for lunch about it being warm. Turn the air on for y'all. Don't want y'all to get too comfortable.
At this time, the state's going to publish Collio's 4.
All right.
You get him? Mr. Fergus would like to use the other.
Hello.
You get him?
Who, Bobby?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Got him. He talked to him and called me back and said he had talked to him.
And
He said he basically told Bobby that he was a much better attorney than him and it was a scare tactic, and we'll let it go with that.
well, he said, Melody, if they were going to arrest him, they would have done it then. They don't come up and tell somebody they're going to arrest you, which is true. I mean, when you wrap your head around it, that's true. And he said, Melody, they can't arrest him. The TBI is going to have to go. He said, somebody
said
there
that.
has.
They said that. They said that I would be arrested here, and then they would have to take me, extradite me to Georgia.
Right.
So, like Bobby said, then it hit the news here in Chattanooga and Nashville, and
Right.
that's the first thing that's going to happen.
Okay, I don't know whether he told him this, but Manny said that you all need to get any information that proves that you were in town at that time. I said, well, that they had already gotten from a grocery store that you had been at, they had gotten the footage there because they even knew what you bought. He said, he said, because we're getting to the 30-day mark now. And he said, it's going to roll off. He said, you all need to get that footage. And anything else that would prove that you were there. Not somebody's word, but a proof that you were in town.
Okay, I'll tell him that.
Do you know of anywhere else that you were besides Food Line?
Well, they've got a list that, Bobby has a list of my credit card statements, maybe.
Okay.
He's got a list of where I was at. I wrote down and made up a timeline, per day of where I was, who I talked to, that kind of stuff. That
right.
from Monday to Thursday of that weekend, Bobby has that.
Right. Okay. So I didn't know what all he told him, but
I don't know. I don't know what he told
I
me.
don't know, but I have been right. But I've been upfront.
Fucking dying.
I know you are. So am I. But he said, Melody, think about this. He said, I know both of you all are freaking out. He said, but Melody, we were in your house. Nothing was glowing. They don't have anything. He said, it's a scare tactic. He said, I've got the report. There's nothing there, Melody. I said, okay. I said, I haven't seen the report. I don't.
All
you know,
that's all they were talking about was putting all on, on things, and that it had been, apparently been cleaned up, like, so I'm thinking, baby, did you get it cleaned up? Is it cleaned up? Then it's like, okay, he's been shot. Where's the gun?
Right. I asked Manny, I said, Manny, do you have a report from the GBI yet that says that he was shot? He said, nope, they're not turning it over. He said, so that makes me think that it's a lie too. He said, remember, they will lie to you. They will lie to me. They will lie to everybody. He said, Melody, and I tell you, there's no gunshot. There's no gunshot.
And you know that.
I know that. Manny said, Melody, they are lying to you. So what did they show Bobby any pictures today?
Yeah.
Do you know what that it was of?
It was the ones of the look like this wall. I mean, all I could tell was walls. I could say, and it was like a picture of a wall, that had shit sprayed on it. I mean, and then there was a picture and like ashes of a bone that had a bullet in it.
Right. And I told him, I said, he said, right. He said, did they leave anything with Bobby? Do you know if they left anything with him?
I have
copies of anything?
I don't know whether I'm coming, going, or done with.
I know you don't.
I don't.
Did they show them to you?
What?
Copies of these pictures.
Yes, that's what I said. I saw a picture of a wall, or a couple of pictures of, a wall or walls,
right.
And the stuff sprayed on, and then had a black light on it. And
okay. Okay. I'll chat back. He said that more than he said, do you know anything about this Bobby Carter? I said, I don't. And he said, do you know if he's trained to look at that to know that what they're showing him is the truth? I said, I don't know that either. He said, Melody, they will also show pictures that have been altered, and they can do that. It's not illegal for them to do that. He said, but Melody, remember, I had my investigators in there. There's nothing in that house. I said, I know that. I do know that. He said, I've got the report. Melody, there's nothing in there. I said, I understand that. He said, okay, then. Of course, he was like, I said, look, I don't do this. This is not my forte. That's why I'm calling you.
Which is exactly what I told them. I was like, y'all, I don't know what the hell this is all about. I've never been in this position before. You're asking me questions about shit I don't know.
Right. Right.
Said,
he said he wanted to know. He said, why did, right. He said, why did he get an attorney? I said, why did he get an attorney? I said, well, his wife was a court reporter, and he had lots of friends who were attorneys in town. And I said, he did not talk to them without a lawyer. And he said, okay, that was he was trying to get the whole, wrap his head around everything. He said, but first of all, he said, how long did they stay? And I said, about 2 hours. And he said, Melody, I said, look, you can tell me all day long it's a scare tactic. He said, but I'm telling you how that they would have worked. He said, all they're doing is to try to get him to say something. Where are you at now?
I'm sitting in the Planet Fitness parking lot with 9 million other cars.
Okay. When you've been to Martha Jane's house, did you take your truck over there?
Yeah.
See, she told me that she told me this morning, she said, well, I might not should tell you this, that Rusty hasn't been coming in his car. He's going and borrowing somebody else's car to come to my house.
Now, see, that's not true at all. I have driven my truck over there every time.
Well, I knew you had yours over there the other time.
Yeah. I pull right up front of the garage, just like always.
I thought, well, surely you would have told me that
What
if you
difference
hadn't
does
been
that
taking
make?
your vehicle. I don't know, because she said you thought that you had been tailed over there, that you had a GPS on your truck, so that was why you weren't bringing your vehicle over there.
No, that's not true at all.
Okay.
No. You know when I've been there, and
Well, I do.
yeah, so there was nothing good about me going and checking on Martha.
Well, were they in the same vehicle that they were in the other day?
They all look alike. Yeah, I mean it's one of them dark gray, blacked
Right.
out.
Right.
Dark
Well,
gray.
the other day when they came, last Tuesday when they came, did they go all the way back to Chattanooga and then turn around and come back to Tullahoma?
I don't know.
And Martha Jane told me, she said, well, they got all the way back to Chattanooga, that you had told her that they went all the way back to Chattanooga, thought of another question, and then turned around and came back and asked you that other question.
I don't remember whether that's right or not. I really don't. That could have been. I don't remember.
I didn't think that there was enough time that had elapsed for them to drive all the way to Chattanooga and back.
Yeah, me neither.
Manny, I'm interested to see what he's telling Amanda. Of course, Manny is going, because I told him, he said, are your two idiot sons still talking to him? And I said, I don't know, Manny. He said, you know that they've got Scott's phone bugged? And I said, I do. And I said, and we've tried to tell him that. And he said, I'm not going to say that. He said, but I think that they think that Rusty probably knows something and that they can scare him into telling you. And I said, but Rusty doesn't know anything. He wasn't there. There's nothing to tell.
No, they verified that. I mean, they verified that I wasn't there. The only thing they beat up on me on is those 3 phone calls.
Right. He said, all they're trying to do is scare you all. I said, no shit. Well, they're doing a good job of it.
The whole thing was, did you tell her anything? Did she tell you anything? That basically is in a nutshell. That,
Right.
that night, those 3
Or that they just repeatedly ask you today.
Yep.
Well, he asked me, he said, what were the questions that they asked him? I said, oh, no, I don't know. I said, that was basically our conversation was, hey, they had come and they had, and he said, did they leave a copy of that with Bobby?
That I don't know.
Well, that I don't know either.
Mhm.
So that was what he said. They're trying to scare him. So I don't know what all he told Bobby, about you not talking to him anymore or anything like that. He said, because the thing of it is he said, how long has he talked to him? And each time I said, oh gosh, I don't know. He said they've got somebody who's talking to him and he's the only one that's talking. That's why they're coming back and talking to him. He said, because not any of us are talking to him.
Well, like I told him, I don't have nothing to hide.
Right.
I know I wasn't there. I didn't have nothing to do with it. I don't know what happened. I talked to her that night. Yes, she called me 3 times. I talked to her that night. We just talked. It was just normal shit. How did she have all that going on, doing all that, and all y'all are talking about is the horses and that kind of shit. I'm fucking scared.
Because there was nothing going on. Yeah. Because there was nothing going on.
I didn't tell her nothing. She didn't tell me nothing.
Yeah. Because there was nothing going on.
My fucking eyeballs are running plumb out on the stem, baby.
I know it. I know. I know you were scared to death, and so am I.
Like I told Bobby. But Bobby, I didn't do anything, so why? Maybe, are you sure the house is clean?
Baby, there's nothing in the house. I'm telling you, there's nothing in that house. Manny took his investigator through that. We went through that entire house. There's nothing in that house. Nothing. I can assure you, there's nothing in that house. And here's the thing of it is, there was no gun. There was no gun.
What
There
makes you
was
so
no
sure
gun.
that the cops didn't find anything?
Because there was no gun there.
Well, I mean, just mean gun, I mean, anything, everything. I mean, the whole, blood, whatever.
Because there was none. The two pictures that he says that they have, which they had them marked on the wall. I mean, you could see where that they sprayed everything. Technically, there was three pictures. There was one right inside my front door because they had tape up, and you could see where that they had sprayed the wall, and it was like little sticky notes with like little numbers on it. And the marks are still there on the wall. I mean, they're very blatant. You could tell it's where somebody like a dog has come through and shook. I mean, they're tiny. I mean, we're talking the size of a lead in a pencil. That unless you don't see them on the wall, and if it hadn't been for the tape on the wall, I mean, pinpointed, off, and you could see the stuff that they sprayed on the wall, to eliminate quote blood. Manny's guy came in. There's nothing there. They sprayed right up inside the basement door that comes up into my dining room. They sprayed that table. They sprayed the floor. They sprayed the door. They sprayed that. There's a piece that comes out. It's like a built-in cabinet and stuff there. They sprayed all that. They sprayed the floor. There was nothing on there. Nothing. Then they sprayed downstairs in the basement. There's a wall that separates, that kind of goes down there, where you go around and go down the hall to the bedroom and the bathroom and all that kind of stuff. And then there's it's like where the stairwell goes down. They sprayed that entire wall. They sprayed the bar top, and they sprayed the floor all down there. There's nothing on it. Nothing illuminated. But that's what they're talking about. That's the three places that they're talking about. And there was nothing on it because we were in there on Sunday. There was nothing there.
Was
I mean,
there
it's like they
anything in
covered
the three phone conversations about any of that? You and I,
What's her phone?
that night that they're talking about, that July the 3rd, that we talked three times,
Yeah.
which to them was so out of the ordinary.
No.
What did we talk about?
We talked about fucking,
Which is our normal conversation.
which is our normal conversation.
And
The
I'm ready to
grandkids
get back
and
to it.
and Ella and Addie were coming, and I was going to Lake Lanier the next day, and you were going up to the lake with Andrea. That's all we talked about.
And that's what I said.
That's all we talked about.
Where are you?
But I honestly, in my gut feeling, I think that you are the only one that they've been able to, quote, talk to. They're not talking to anybody else, as far as I know. I mean, they could be talking to Kristen Scott every damn day, for all I know. But that's what I'm thinking, is that you are the only one that they're talking to, and they're trying to scare you into saying, hey, she did it. I mean, that's what Manny said. Do you trust him? I said, I trust him with my life. He said, then okay. He said, then.
Maybe. Do you know who did it? Who killed
No,
him?
I do not. No.
Somebody killed him.
No. No.
Who could have done it?
I don't know. I mean, Chad said today, he said, Melody, Amanda and I on our way to go get pizza and coming home from getting pizza last night. He said, we did it as outside person looking in, He said, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Scott did it. He said, but there's too many peculiarities when it comes to Scott. There's too many. But Manny's right. You're the only one that's talking to him still. So I don't know whether he told Bobby not for you all not to talk to them anymore,
I'll have a talk back to both of you. Yes.
I had wondered.
Maybe do
'cause
you
he said
think
he
if
was-
Scott did it, that would you have not heard it? Known it? I mean,
Okay, let me tell you this, and you tell me whether this is correct or not. Back some time ago, we had a goat that had to be put down. She had given birth. I had worked and worked and worked with her, and I finally got the little baby delivered, and of course it was stillborn. Well, she never really quit bleeding, and whatever. And she was, and Scott put her down, and he told me he was going to put her down. And I said, "Oh, let me leave. Before you do that. I don't want to be here when you do that." Well, later on, he came over there and he said, "Well, I'm fixing to do away with that goat." And I said, "You didn't put her down." He said, "I walked up and put the gun right up to her." He said, "In that way, there is no noise." True or not true?
I have no idea. I have never done that. So I don't know.
Well, we're not going to Google it.
No. No, I have never done that.
So that's what makes me wonder. Of course, now on the flip side of that, there was enough fireworks and stuff going off that night into, well after midnight. And probably they were still going off at 1 o'clock in the morning. People shooting fireworks and stuff. Now, if I'm upstairs in like my, the upstairs bathroom, and stuff, you can't hear anything up there.
Well, do you know where you were when you talked to me?
Upstairs.
I was in bed. I know where I was at.
Right. No, because I had taken the sheets off of Ellen Addie's, the big bed up there, because when Emily and Amanda and them, when Emily and Chris and Olivia had been there, I had slept upstairs, me and the dogs had. So, and I had just made that bed back. And I had gone up there and had stripped off the sheets and had put clean sheets. I was putting clean sheets and stuff on the bed up there. Of course, I was nasty from being outside, all day working and stuff. I had, took a bath up there. I vacuumed upstairs, all that kind of stuff. Of course, Manny still believes that there is no gunshot. He thinks that that's all coming from the fact that Scott told him there was a missing gun. Which Manny wanted to know. He said, have they asked in any of this time to see any of your guns?
No. I just asked if I knew that all my guns were in place, and I said, yes, they are. And they are. I checked every one of them.
Right. He said if they had thought that there was a gunshot, he said they would be taking his guns and at least looking at them. I said, well, they're doing a good job of scaring the shit out of us.
I think that's true. I can't even fucking breathe.
Oh, I don't think I breathed from the time that you
Good day to
called
have
and
your
said you were
heart
going down.
checked, isn't it?
Seriously. Hell, I think we're having ours checked on how did they end it? I'm asking all these questions so when I talk to Manny again, that I can tell him what did they, Did they just get up and walk out? What did they do?
They said they would see me soon.
How were they dressed today?
Polo shirts.
Okay. Were they the Cherokee County ones?
Yeah, it's the same two guys.
Okay. Well, I didn't know whether they would have on just,
The last time they had
Cherokee County
they had on suits. These were polo.
Right.
Oh yeah, they had like an embroidered badge, I guess, on their polo
Right.
shirts.
Right. But like they said, Melody, that's not how they do things. I said, Manny, I'm not used to doing this. He said, you need to calm down. I said, oh, there is no calm in this, Manny. I said, but he said, before when they went up there, did they tell him that they were coming? And I said, yeah, because he had it set up to meet at the lawyer's office. He said, and this time they just showed up out of the blue. And I said, it's my understanding that they did. He said, but they went to his lawyer's office first. I said, yeah. Is that correct?
To me, all this just doesn't, it doesn't seem, I understand a scare tactic, but it doesn't seem right for them to lie about all of this stuff. I mean, why would they have, you know, say they put the stuff on the wall and it had been cleaned up and there was blood there, and say that, you know, here's a picture of a rib with a bullet in it, you know, that he'd been shot. I mean, I don't, you know, I don't understand.
Right. Well, he said that, well, of course, now LeBron, of course, he used to be a cop, and of course, now he's been, you know, he's an investigator, you know, for whatever. And he said, first of all, Melody, he said, I can tell you that according to the pictures, that, you know, you're not going to have all other bones gone and a rib there with a gunshot wound in it. It ain't going to happen. He said, it's not going to happen. He said, I could have understood if it was he said, first of all, that it's not going to be in the rib. He said, it's not going to happen. And he said, I could understand if it was in a hip or if it was in like a big, you know, he said, the Melody, there was nothing left of any of, there was nothing left. I mean, could you see it when you looked at it? Could you see a rib bone with a slug in it?
I could see a bone with it. I couldn't tell. It was. Let me think about the picture. So a rib bone would have been a curved bone. So yes, that's what it looked like.
See, even I can tell you from when being down there at that burn pile, there's nothing like that left.
I don't know.
Now, you would have been right. No, you weren't there. Now the thing about that is the fact, like he said, Melody, you don't even. They're taking him pictures and showing. You know, he said they could have taken a picture of anything and to be showing him. I mean, you know. And he said, you know, there's certain. He said, I've been doing this way too long. He said, I know what they're doing. He said, like they said, if they were going to arrest him, they're not going to show up and tell him they're going to. They would have done it. They would have already had all that in place. They would have already had, I mean, you know. But that was what he said. He said, why does he have a lawyer? And I said, well, you know, small town, you know. He said, I understand, you know.
Well, I guess my only thought is, what if that is what they have? What if they do have that? What does that mean for us? I mean,
right.
You know.
Well, that's the thing it is I understand. I know you're scared shitless, and so am I, darling. So am I. But I know that there was no fight in a house. There was no struggle in a house. There's nothing there. That's the one thing in the world that I'm positive about. Which, I mean, you know, when you stop and you breathe and you think about it, I know. But one thing about it is that I trust Manny in the fact that I hope he knows what he's talking about. I mean, I really and truly think that I think he does.
So, who found the remains? That's what they call them. Who found the remains?
Scott did.
And did you get in the burn pile?
No.
Did anybody get in the burn pile?
Only Scott.
Did he poke around in it?
He did.
Did he handle stuff?
Yes, he did.
And they didn't crawl his ass for that?
Find that weird? Crawl his ass for that? They did not. Or no, I don't think that they did. I don't know it if they did. But even the paramedics They arrived
But
first
you
on
did
the,
go, I mean, when he found it, you did go to the burn pile, but you saw there wasn't nothing or not much or what? I mean, was there
me
probably
and
like
Amanda,
something like-
right, me and Amanda and Chris and Scott and Cameron and Addison were all around that burn pile. Every one of us. And I mean, we'd all been standing there. I mean, even me and Amanda and Scott had been picking up wood and chunking it back into the burn pile. I mean, you know, because it was all still smoldering, you know, throwing it back into the burn pile. And then Scott goes over, starts digging through there, picks up what, and I know that this is graphic and whatever, but you need to know it. He picked up what he said was Gary's safe. Picked it up, looked at it, and put it back down in there. And dug around to the rest of the pieces and stuff. Picked it up, turned it over, took a stick, dug around in the burn pile, everything. And then starts freaking out that that's what it was.
Wow.
Yeah. So see, you got, okay, let me tell you this. Let me walk you through what all happened. When Amanda got there that morning, I walked out and sat down on the front porch, and we were discussing what we're going to do that day, where they're going to go get something to eat there, what we're going to do. She wanted to go up to the outlets because Cameron was wanting a new backpack and going up there to do that. And Addison said, yeah, that was what she wanted to do, you know. And then they said, well, they wanted to go ride on the RTV. And they said something about Big Daddy and couldn't find him, that they had looked for him that morning. Well, then about that time, Scott comes walking up on the sidewalk to the front porch and said, you know, and Amanda's sitting on the steps, and I don't know, I was in one of the rocking chairs. And Scott comes up and I said, have you seen your daddy? And he said, no. And I said, so he's not over at the barn? And he said, no. And I said, well, the girls were looking for him and we can't find him. His immediate response was, there's a gun missing. And he jumps up and runs through goes in the house. And I didn't realize what I was like, what? What are you, you know, what gun? What, you know, and Amanda's like going, what's he doing? What's he even talking about? You know, still there was no panic with any of us except for Scott. So Scott heads down to the basement, and then Scott comes back out and gets in his truck and heads back over to the barn. Well, me and Amanda go in the house, and we looked through the house and walked out, and Scott comes back at some point. I don't know who got on the RTV, but anyway, Amanda and I walked, you know, through the house and whatever, and then out through the basement door, and we walked out to the edge of the woods and down by the pond, and just, you know, still nobody's in a panic, nobody's in a whatever. She called his cell phone and immediately went to voicemail. She sent him an email message on both of his emails, on his personal email and on his company email, and she said, you know, and said, hey, look, we're looking for you, you know, whatever. Still, nobody's in a panic. Nobody's in, you know, whatever, except for Scott. Well, then Chris comes up, and I'm going to get my two girls before the shit. He said, I'm going to get my daughter and leave here before the shit hits the fan. What shit's going to hit the fan, Chris? Well, I'm getting my daughter, and I'm getting out of here. So that makes me lead to think that he has talked to Scott. So he's already on his way to get Addison and get out of there. I said, I didn't think your dad, and I remember asking her, I didn't think your daddy was coming to get you until, you know, this afternoon. He said, I don't know. He said, he's being Chris. He's just flipping out about stuff. So then Scott comes over on the RTV, and Amanda, she said, I'm going to go back. She said, I'm going over to the barn and look to see what, you know, so she supposed, I don't know how she got there. I don't know whether she went across the dam or whether she walked the driveway. Don't know. But anyway, I hopped on the RTV with Scott. We rode back over to the shed over there, and he pointed out that the tractor was not in its proper spot. The tractor was not under the shed. It was back behind the shed over by the compost pile. Well, the tractor's not in the right spot. Well, I didn't put the tractor there, Scott. So from there, then we rode up the driveway onto the road of the property so that you can look down on the property from up there. We rode up there and turned around and came back. And then I'm not trying to think how that we did, but anyway, all of it, me and Amanda and Scott were over there at that burn pile when he started pilfering through it. And Amanda started walking off back to the house. And that's when he said, when he told me, you know, that human remains in that burn pile. I've seen him 100 times. And I'm calling 911. But he's walking away from me as he's saying that. And me going, what are you saying? Well, Amanda heard it more than I did because he was walking toward Amanda. Well, you know, he called 911. He would not let any of us hear him when he called 911. And he went and met them at the front of the driveway, down by the driveway and the road, at the entrance to the property, and stopped them and talked to them for what seemed like an eternity. And then he rode in the paramedics truck up to there. Well, they get out, and they had, of course, they said it was protocol. They got out with a defibrillator and a backboard and, you know, another bag and, you know, that kind of stuff. And he told me and Amanda, you two do not go down there. I said, you're not going to stop me from going anywhere on my property. So me and the paramedics and Scott walked back to the burn pile. And once again, he reached down and picked it up and showed it to him. And then laid it back down. So then they radioed in something, and about that time the sheriff showed up. Of course, they're only 3 miles from my house, so it didn't take long to get there. They radioed back, you know, somebody, and the sheriff got there. And from that, then I'm the one who actually talked to Detective Hayes first, and he kind of got, you know, from me, okay, what shut down today? What was the thing of today? And I told him just what that I told you. He wanted to know about Gary's medications, where they were, anything that I had on his medical history. I went in there and got that. It was in Gary's office in a file folder. I went and got him what I had, and he did not take it. I mean, I have since found it, and they did not take that. It was still there. They did take his medication, and they took his wallet, and they took his cell phone. And then the next time that I really talked to any of them was that night when me and Amanda and Chad and Scott went down to the free home, which I guess it's a police station. It's not really a police station. It's like a conference room, and, you know, they got a couple of computers and stuff in there. It's not a real police station. And we went down there, and they asked the same thing what that they had asked me that hey, go through today, go through yesterday, go through, you know, this morning. And I told them the exact same thing all over again. And he said, well, you're telling the exact same thing because it's the truth. That's what happened. So then at 1:15, they said, well, what would you say if we told you that there was a gunshot wound to a rib? Well, I just sat there and just looked at it. And he said, well, who's going to go out there and tell your children? Me or you? And I said, well, I'm not going to go out there and tell them that because I don't know that it's fact. I'm going by what you're telling me. And they had already told, somebody in the midst of all of it had already told me they will know nothing until they take the remains down to GBI headquarters. You will know nothing. So that stuck in my brain that when he was telling me that, I said, look, you're just telling me that, you know. I don't know that for a fact. Oh, so you know that there was, I don't know anything. That's what I told him. I don't know anything. Well, your son says that there's a gun missing. Okay. Nobody seems to know anything about this gun. I said, he is a gun freak. I said, he likes guns. He lives and breathes guns. He, you know, whatever. He said, well,
listen to me. Okay.
Okay.
We need to be on the same page.
Okay.
All right. And so I don't want to be confused. But I remember you telling me he's on the burn pile.
Mm-hmm.
Where, you know, were you lying about Scott? I mean, you think what? I don't. You tell me what happened.
I can tell you that there should not have been as much damage as there was done.
I don't know what that means.
That body should not have been burned up.
So, who burned it up?
I think Scott did.
Okay.
I think Scott did. Like Amanda said, I think that that Scott had the perfect crime, the perfect whatever, the perfect, you know.
Except you saw him there, so did you try to not get Scott in trouble?
No, no, no. I'm not covering for Scott. No, and I told them everything that I have just told you, that, you know, because that's what they started in. You're covering for Scott. I said, look, I don't know anything. You know, I saw Scott come in that night. He said, do you know if he had been there? You know, I don't know, because I said, I don't even know what time it was that Scott came in. I said, because you've got my phone, so I don't know what time it is that I talked to Scott. He said, what did Scott? Do you know what Scott did from the time he came home until I said, because he called me about 6:30 the next day and said he was at the house and for me to open up the front door. And I said, I walked out front, and I said, I opened up the front door, and I said, then I went to my truck that was in the garage, got my debit card, and handed it to him.
Man, what I'm saying is that night, the 3rd, that we supposedly talked, you know, so much, and you said he was on the burn pile. Were you just trying to cover for Scott, or what?
No.
No. Okay.
No, I honestly don't know what Scott did or anything. I don't know. Do I have speculation? Yes, I do.
Okay. So, did you tell me that night, the 3rd, that he was on the burn pile?
I don't remember. I think all that I remember saying to you was that Gary has started the burn pile.
Okay. So, yeah, and I don't remember. I was trying to put it all together, and that was what I was coming up with, but I don't remember what was said about Gary, because I had some drinks, and I had some Apple PM, and, you know, like I said, we talked normal stuff, and I listened, and
right,
just kind of in and out.
Did you ever tell them that you had drinks and Apple PM? Okay. Okay. Well, I guess the thing of it is, like Manny said, don't give them any more information than, you know. Of course, they're not going to be talking to me. So that's the thing of it is, as Manny said, he's the only one that's talking to him. Well, we think that he's the only one that's talking to him, because not any of, you know, us are supposed to be, you know, talking to him. So, you know, he said that's why that they're, you know. Are you still sitting at Planet Fitness?
I am.
Have you driven back to town to, well, I would think if they'd shown back up that Bobby would have called you. Wait, were they sitting in his office when you got there?
Yes. I don't know what to say or not to say. You know, if we both get locked up.
You don't say anything. You say nothing. I mean, that's like Manny kept saying. If he made a statement to them, I said, Bobby, I don't know. I honestly don't. I mean, Manny, I said, I honestly don't know what, you know. Of course, I guess his it.
Ask questions, and like I told him, I haven't done anything. I wasn't down there.
Right. Right. And like he said, Melody, we've been in your house. There is no blood. Nothing illuminated. I've seen pictures. Nothing is illuminated. They have nothing. They're telling you, he said, it is. I mean, you know, I said, yeah, I can. Well, I can preach this all day long, but, you know, at the end of the day, we're still scared shitless. He said, somehow or the other, he said, do you remember? They started with you that first night, or not the first night, but on that Friday, that there was a big hole in your wall. He said, Melody, what was the hole?
Did you,
I said,
did you clean it up good? Did you clean up good? Did you clean up?
There was nothing to clean up.
Okay.
There was nothing to clean up. The big hole that they're talking about that was in the wall was a nail hole. All this stuff that they say that is all over the floor. They even said that there was a quote flood where a bullet had hit my floor in my basement. That there was a big, you know, well, they had it taped. They did. Of course, that floor in the basement is hand scraped and hand whatever. It looks like old barnwood. It's made into the floor. We found 50 other pieces in that floor that had the exact same thing, you know. So there was no, you know, I mean, his investigator took pictures of everything that they took pictures of. He said, we have our pictures, they have their pictures. We have them to compare, you know. He said, Melody, they're lying. He said, this is what they do. He said, you were there with us. You walked through that house just like we did. He said, you saw it. I said, I know. I said, but it's also easy for them, you know, for me to get a phone call. And I said, and he doesn't know because he's never been there. It's easy for them to show up with pictures.
Again, what I said.
Right. And he said they could also be trying to get him to say, no, that's not her house. He said, we don't know that the pictures that they showed him were of your house, do we? I said, well, no. I said, no, we don't. He said, okay.
You know, they made a big deal about that luminous stuff.
Right. Right. But it was still there when Manny.
What if that made it where it didn't glow anymore after they put that on? I don't know. You know.
Well, it's all, you know, he said, Melody, it would have still been glowing when we came through that house. And he said, it wasn't. I said, there were 2 places on the carpet going up the steps that they had said something about. And he said, if they had thought that it was anything, they would have cut that carpet out. But they didn't. He said, have you done it? I said, no, it's still right there, you know. He said, we did a test on it. He said, LeBron said it was wine that had been spilled. He said, Melody, if they had thought you had cleaned up everything, he said, they would have taken mops and towels and all that kind of stuff. He said, they didn't do it. They're all still there. He said, you had towels in your washing machine, remember? He said, they're all still there. He said, Melody, you had shoes sitting by your front door. They're still there. And it's true.
I can't even see.
I'm wondering did they leave any of them with your attorney? Leave any kind of documentation?
I don't know.
Call him back and ask him if they left anything.
He said he would call me. He would try to call me sometime tonight.
Okay.
So, all right. I haven't eaten or drank or anything.
Me either.
Or peed or pooped or nothing.
Okay, let me give you Amanda's cell phone number, okay?
Okay.
Because Amanda's going to be here. Well, she gets off at 7, and she'll be here, and I will be with her. So I'm going to put this phone up. But if anything happens, then that way you're not calling my other one. But you can always get me on her cell phone number, okay? I've put it all out on the line with her. I've told her, you know,
Okay.
her number is 678.
Okay.
5.
Get to
I don't know where he is.
just skip it a couple of seconds. I can
I can jump
here, I
forward.
can see if that.
Oh, well, maybe not. I'll just jump. There we go. Oh.
anything happens, I will do that. All right.
Okay. If you can eat you something.
Yeah.
Why don't you go ahead and right now take you either a Benadryl or take you one Advil-PM.
Yeah.
That way it will kind of take you down, help make you breathe a little bit better.
Okay.
In the meantime, we'll get with Amanda and see if she talked to Manny, okay?
Okay.
And see what he told her. And I will let you know as soon as I talk to her.
Okay.
Okay.
I love you.
I love you.
Okay.
Do that for me, okay?
I will. I promise.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. My hand on your waist.
Hand on your waist, homie.
All right.
All right.
Okay. Bye.
All right, break for 15 minutes.
You know, I was thinking to myself when I put the poll out, even though the poll is out, I probably just should have put who is listening to these calls. I don't care. Just STFU, Melody, please. Please just stop it. Please just stop it. I don't know. Rusty may be a smooth where he just didn't forgot what happened. She probably had to remind him because he like, let's be on the same page. Okay, so a lot of people are saying that she had help, but most people are saying that she's guilty. Nobody's really saying that she's not guilty. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'll keep the poll out there for a little while longer. So if any of the lurkers, if you just listening and working and you want to weigh in on this vote that we have here in regards to our current situation with listening to all these jail calls, she trying to get her boo thing, Rusty on the same page. I think these would be almost digestible for me, at least, if they would have Rusty in the courtroom so we can have some eye candy as we going through this. But who am I? Like, I don't know. Absolutely. Yeah, she was in here earlier, Leanne. You missed her. I think you came in and then she I know you be working. So I think she came in kind of after you. And SD came in after her. And she working too. So that's for you, Pretty Brown. I'm not sure if you still listening while you working, but Lynn is looking for you, boo thing. She missed you earlier when you came into the chat. Let's see here. So I'm gonna take us back in so we can finish listening to the rest of Melody talk about whatever she's talking about at this point in time. It's like she need an attorney. I don't know why she was talking so dang much. But it seemed like she wanted to talk to her boo Rusty. And I don't know if it was more or less because she wanted to get him on the same page with her in roundabout ways. That's what it sounds like. Because, Rusty like, well, look, we need to be on the same page, boo thing. And he knew that they were recording. She knows that they recording this call. Like, I just don't even understand this. But here we go, guys.
Part of it. So I only anticipate we'll be out the property for, y'all will only be out there for about 15 minutes. It's just 20 to 30 minutes there, 20 to 30 minutes back. But the lawyers and I are going to then leave, go out for lunch on our own, reconvene here about 3, work for 2 hours, but then cut y'all loose for the day. And I still think we're about the same timeline I was talking about. So I don't think that'll be a problem. So y'all can go vote on your own. Y'all can go to where I suggested. I've also heard that the line is exceptionally short in ball ground at the library. So you might consider that. All right. wherever we were, Ms. Frankish, go ahead. But, oh, two other concerns, sorry. If you don't, I anticipate y'all gonna be deliberating on election day. Y'all can take 2 hours to vote during the election day. I'll talk to y'all about when y'all deliberate later. Someone has a concern about an appointment. Again, during deliberations, y'all are gonna be, it's gonna be up to y'all on when y'all deliberate. So if somebody has an appointment in the morning, that's fine. Y'all can agree to show up at 10 o'clock and start deliberations at that point. So that should not be a problem. All right, now you can go.
Thank you, Judge. Sergeant Hayes, that call we just listened to, can you put the date of that call on the record?
August 2nd, 2018,
All right, and what is the date of call yo number 5?
August 3rd, 2018.
All right, and at this time, I'm going to publish call yo number 5.
Do that? No. We were back. Me and the puppies are in bed. He's gonna holler at you.
Been probably over an hour.
Yeah, we did about 45 minutes ago. You sent me that text that you're in bed. Yeah, are you? Take anything? Get you dinner.
I did.
Mm-hmm. I'll be in the morning. Yeah. Did I tell you that Emily sent enough to think about funeral arrangements?
No.
She, I don't know if I can read it. Said, I have reached out to the Roswell Funeral Home this week about the memorial service for Daddy. From my conversations with them this week, I think that they would be the best place to take care of Daddy. The Roswell Funeral Home has emailed me details about the cremation package that they offer. Their top package handles everything from picking up Daddy once his remains are released to cremation, urn selection, and a memorial service with a reception celebrating his life. The honor cremation service is $7,500.
Wait a minute. Why are they talking about cremation? I'm confused. Is there any reason for us to talk about cremation? Or what is this about? Or do I need to let her finish talking to Rusty? I'm assuming she's probably talking to Rusty about this, since we just getting back in here. Well, it's not an open. Well, I mean, what are they cremating? Oh, the rest of the bones? Oh, all right. Okay. That's true. That's definitely a truth. Okay. I got you. You say he was already cremated once. Like, I'm trying to figure out, what are we doing here? I know it would take for Drunky to be on my time. Me and Drunky in the same, because I'm like, well, why are we talking about this? I'm nobody paying no $7,000 for no bones. Let me shut up. All right, I'm done. Let me get the fuck.
$595. I think that would be the best package for us to select. I have tentatively scheduled a meeting with the Roswell Funeral Home for all of us to attend on Sunday, August the 5th at 10:30 a.m. I think we should go ahead and meet with them and decide on service arrangements. The funeral home reached out to the coroner's office and Daddy won't be released for a couple more weeks. We should have the funeral home lined up so that when Daddy is released, they can pick him up immediately. From there, he would be cremated and service would be planned within 5 days. Again, personally, I feel that the Roswell Funeral Home has gone above and beyond to answer my questions, and I feel comfortable with having them handle this for us. I think we should go ahead and plan to meet with Roswell Funeral Home on Sunday so that we can have this experience together as a family.
That's good.
$8,000 not expensive, too expensive for something that they're not going to be doing anything to a dead body. They're picking him up and bringing him away.
All you're doing is making your family happy. So,
I know.
okay. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
$8,000 of money that don't know that I have. I don't know. It should be very interesting. And I'm gonna tell them, look, y'all, we don't know what there is, but I ain't been able to find out. Because my name's on nothing. Do you all understand that? So we can't go and plan on, an $8,000 funeral unless y'all are planning on coughing up $2,000 a piece. Am I not right?
Emily's taking the bull by the horns. Let her take the bull by the horns.
Exactly. And just keep my mouth shut.
That's right.
But when it comes down to paying for it, then
Don't it just she gets to sign for it.
exactly. Thank you for being my voice of reason.
Don't fret the small stuff. Do the right thing.
Mhm. But at the end of the day, I keep thinking, I can't stand over there and go, find my name on the line for $8,000 that, I don't know when I'll get my hands on.
Oh, no, your name ain't on checking account, so you can't do it.
No, can't do it.
And you can tell her that.
Yeah.
But you go there and I don't care, but I can't pay for it. My name ain't on the checking account.
Yeah. Okay.
Just details that everybody y'all have to work through. Just don't fight it.
Mm-hmm.
I love you.
Thank you.
Me too.
Thank you.
Huh?
Did you stay for Caitlin soccer?
Yeah. Just practiced it.
What'd you wind up doing for dinner?
I had her because the rest of them went to the football game.
Oh, okay.
She didn't have nobody to take care of her.
Okay. What'd you eat?
Hamburger.
Just making sure you ate.
What?
Making sure you ate.
I ate.
I love you, sweetie.
Love you, baby.
All right. Call me in the morning?
Yep.
Okay. I've got my phone with me. So you should wake
All right.
up. Okay.
Love you.
I love you. Okay.
Yeah.
Bye.
The date of Collio 6, Sergeant.
August 15th, 2022.
Publishing Collio 6.
Why didn't you call me like you said you would?
Because I did.
Okay.
I talked to a customer on the way home. I talked to Jimmy. I FaceTimed Mason. I got ready for
And
bed. I
then
got
you
in
could have
bed.
called me.
And I didn't.
And you've been drinking.
Damn right. I drink every night.
Well, that one's on you too, isn't it? That's a good way to face this, is to drink every night.
I sit in my room and I drink
Well,
and I take my
okay.
pills and I go to sleep. Just
well,
so I can
that's
get
no way to
through it.
handle this, is it?
I ain't
You know,
handling
I have asked to talk to you. I have begged you. I need to talk to you.
Well, when I can sit down face to face and talk to you, I will.
I love you. Good night.
I love you too.
Sergeant Hayes, you mentioned, well, there's been mention of a security system at the house and that was collected.
Yes,
Was that ever extracted, the data within it extracted?
it was.
There was statements from family members that it was not functioning. Was that confirmed when the data was extracted? In 2018, it was not functioning.
Yes.
Okay, so was it recording anything in 2018?
No.
When it was extracted, was footage able to be extracted from that machine?
Yes.
The DVR,
That's correct.
but nothing from 2018, right?
Correct.
At this time, statements to tender Hayes 51, 52, and 53.
No objection.
All right, then move.
I'm publishing Hayes 53. And before I play this, do you know what we're looking at here, Sergeant?
So, video camera view of the front porch of the residence.
What is the date up in the corner?
4/15/2017.
Was there anything beyond 2017 in this DVR?
No.
And this is 2155 for selling?
It is.
And do you know who that is?
That's Gary Farris.
State's now publishing Hayes 51. Is this that same angle from Hayes 53?
It is.
Does it appear to have night vision on
It
in
does.
this video?
Yes.
What is the title there down at the bottom?
Front door.
Who is that?
Melody Farris.
State's publishing Hayes 52. Does this appear to be the same angle that the two previous clips are from?
Yes.
And what's the date on the top left corner?
April 30th, 2017.
Who's that just walked out the front door?
That's Melody Farris.
Who's approaching from the sidewalk?
Scott Farris.
You heard the recordings of Ms. Farris and Mr. Barton that we just played prior
Yes.
to lunch, correct?
Yes.
Now, when she was talking to you and Sergeant Kuykendall, it was actually Melody who pointed out Mr. Farris's remains to Scott.
That's correct.
And in the beginning of that interview, you were asking her about Scott Farris and Chris Farris.
Correct.
And basically, she was telling you he wasn't going to cut his gravy train off in reference to the boys.
Correct.
And the gravy train is who?
Gary Farris.
Thank you, Sergeant. That's all I have for you.
What's that? I don't, yeah, I
Go as
don't,
long as, go as long as you intend to, and if we need, when we get past 5:15 or so, come to a logical conclusion. Unless you think we can wrap up by 5:30. I'm not anticipating that it's gonna happen. Just
you never know. You never know. We're all pretty tired. All right. Detective Hayes. I don't think I need to introduce myself. We've been sitting here together now for 2.5 weeks. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to the beginning of your involvement in this case.
Okay.
And so that was roughly 1:30 on the 5th, correct?
Roughly, yes.
Rough. And what were you doing earlier in the day?
Just a normal day at the office. We just finished lunch. We usually went to lunch around 11:30. So
What did the call sound like? I mean, you gave a little bit of a rendition, but what did you think you were coming up on?
coming up to an accident that, someone had a medical episode and fallen into a brush fire.
And did you and Kuykendall typically work together back then?
Yes.
So, like every case, would you have called yourselves partners? Because I think you said you guys were not partners.
We would help each other. So we were the two people in the day shift, what we called the person's unit. It was just me and him. That was it. So if we needed help and the other wasn't busy, our desks were next to. I think I sat in front of him. He was right behind me. So.
Okay. But you weren't his boss.
Correct.
Okay. But you were, in this case, Hans looked at you and said, "You're going to do this one."
Correct.
You're the lead.
Correct.
How quickly was that from the time you responded? Was Hans already there?
Yeah, it happened on scene. Kuykendall and I had shown up. We called back to the office and said, this is not, this is more than what we thought it was. It appears to be more than what we thought it was. And that's when more people started coming.
So you and Hans were there, or you were there before basically all of Cherokee County got there. Y'all were some of the first responding from Cherokee, yes, sir.
Uniform patrols on scene of the Free Home Precinct. They're the local responders. We were coming all the way from Woodstock. That's where our office is, the Criminal Investigation Office. So we were the first members of Criminal Investigations that arrived on scene.
Okay. Why did he pick you to be the lead?
I don't know.
What was the normal way of assigning cases back then?
If it was a case that Uniform Patrol had taken a report on and CID response wasn't required, Sergeant Hans, Detective Kuykendall, or myself, we would come in every morning and we would review cases, decide which cases to screen, and that means those don't have enough solvability factors. We're not going to work it. So we screen those. We kind of get those off the list, and then you go through the list and decide what can be worked, what needs to be prioritized, and things along those lines. If it's an active scene, we respond and a supervisor makes a decision on the scene.
So you guys get there, you're assigned, but you'd already been down to the burn pile.
Yes.
Right. And what did you tell? You're the one that called him and said, "Look, we think this is more than simply an accident."
I don't remember if I called him or Kuykendall. I believe Kuykendall probably called back to the South Annex.
He's the one that said this is more than an accident. Kuykendall.
We both looked at it and we're like, well, this is not what we expected to see when we got here. So we need more eyes on scene. We need to let our supervisors know.
Right. What training at that point, which I know now, obviously since this case, you probably learned a lot about this kind of stuff. But at that point, what training did you have in bodies being destroyed by fire?
Early in my criminal investigations career, I did help with it was a murder-suicide where the defendant, or the suspect, there was no defendant, burned the house down on top of the family. So I had responded to that scene. I had seen bodies that had been burned up in a fire. As far as formal training, actually being taught in a class, I don't think I had any at the time. Correct.
Just in the field, you had that one case, and then this case came along.
Correct.
And now you have more formal training than probably you ever could have imagined.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So you then tell me about you kind of parsing apart the people that you saw. Who did you see first? The first person that you spoke to that day in the family.
I walked up and, most of the family that was there was hanging out in the driveway area. I saw them, didn't know who they were at first, walked past them, to go talk to my law enforcement partners that were on the scene to figure out.
Pinion was there?
Kind of size. He wasn't there yet.
Okay.
So at the time, Pinion was my captain. So he was the highest ranking, he was the CID commander. So he would have been doing whatever he was doing. He may have been at the office. I don't recall. But you follow the chain of command. We would call back. Our direct supervisor was Sergeant Hans. We told him what we had, that he would make his notifications above him.
And above him was Pinion?
Ultimately, above him was Pinion, but between him and Pinion would have been Lieutenant Clark.
Lieutenant who?
Daryl Clark.
All right. Was he on scene?
At some point, yes, he came out there.
Okay. Now, did Pinion came? He did come out.
He did.
All right. And did Pinion talk to Scott before Kuykendall did?
I don't know. From
the reports. I mean, because you're the head guy on this case, right? Yeah. I mean, you've been sitting here for the whole time, and we're going to talk a lot about every aspect of this. And I'm going to do everything I can. I don't think I'm going to get this finished by 5:30 today, but I'm going to try. But you ultimately, the buck stops with you, correct?
Not necessarily. I was named the lead detective, which in my eyes meant, when I hate to call it fun, but when the crime scene, when everything's over and all the work on the back end happens, the search warrants and all that, I'm the guy that gets to sit on the stand and talk about it all at the end, basically. So on the scene, there was multiple lieutenants, multiple sergeants, a captain, all them. They outrank me. So even though I'm lead detective, if I say I think we need to do this and they say otherwise, I have to do what they tell me.
And that's kind of what's come across, I think, to the jury is really nobody can put their finger on who's really in charge of this investigation. Would you say that's fair?
I can see how it would come across that way. Yes.
Okay. All right. So how did it get decided that you would go spend, which obviously you didn't know how long you were going to talk to Melody, but because it was within 30 minutes of you arriving that you sat down on the porch and talked to her.
Mhm.
How did you and Kuykendall say, well, I'll talk to Melody, you talk to Scott?
I don't recall exactly how the decision was made. It would have been between Detective Cockendall and I, or Sergeant Hands, of, you go talk to this person, you go talk to this person. Obviously Melody and Scott were the people who lived on the property, so I believe that's why they were chosen to speak with them first.
Okay. So when was the first time, which the jury has heard your whole recording, which I mean, there's, hours obviously of these recordings with Melody, but when did you and Kuykendall reconvene after he took Scott and said, Scott in the car, and you got done with Melody? Do you remember?
I don't remember exactly when. It would have been sometime after that.
Okay. What do you remember Kuykendall said to you?
I remember hearing about, more information about the gun that Scott was saying was missing.
So you said more information. Prior to that, had any of the on-scene witnesses said, this guy, Scott Farris, says there's a gun missing?
I think Scott was telling the initial arriving officers as they were getting there.
So you'd already heard that?
Yes.
Before you sat down and talked to Melody?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I don't think you brought any of that up with her in the first interview, right?
I don't recall if I did. I don't think I did.
So let's go back to Kuykendall. So Kuykendall, he kind of goes in, gets him in the car, talks to him. Jury's heard that, or at least his rendition of that and Scott's rendition of that. But what did he tell you, Kuykendall?
Just a brief overview of what, I don't remember his exact words of what Scott had told him. He would have told me what he felt was important from his conversation that I should know, is the best way I can put it. So definitely, I recall learning more about this missing gun, like what piece of furniture, the story about it being a couple weeks prior when he was down there about with a cable guy looking for the remote.
I'm going to ask you this. I mean, did it not seem a little weird? I mean, you showed up, there's a body that's burned to the point of not being recognizable. Don't really necessarily know who it is at that point, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you've got Scott Farris over here talking about a bullet or a gun.
Correct.
Okay. Did you not think that was kind of odd?
It caught me by surprise. Yeah, I mean, it caught my attention.
Like no evidence in the house has been found yet of, which by the way, when did you guys get the search warrant?
I don't believe I was on scene. I did not author the first couple of search warrants. It was later that evening. I believe it was after the first bullet was found. In the
Search
rib
warrants?
cage.
What's that now?
I believe it was after the first bullet was found in the rib cage. Would have been the search warrant to get inside the house.
Okay. So you guys weren't searching the house before the bullet was found?
Not inside the house that I recall.
Because wasn't the bullet found, I mean, we're talking about towards midnight. And Detective Kuykendall had already been in the house and he'd been on the floor and he'd found the bullet while you were talking to Melody at one point at the precinct.
So we're talking about two different bullets. The bullet I was referring to was the one found in the rib bone that was out in the fire pit. That was found in the evening. Because I know I interviewed Melody the second time at about 9:30 at the Freeholm precinct, and I had discovered that prior to that interview. The bullet in the basement floor was found after that.
So that's your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So, but you were made aware of the bullet in the rib cage while you were talking to Melody at the 9:30, or what time?
No, it was before that.
Okay.
That was the reason for the second interview. We had new information that we needed to,
Right. Just trying to get our bullets right. Which one you knew about first?
the rib cage.
Rib cage bullet. All right.
Yes.
But let's go back to, when did you leave the scene at Purcell Lane?
As in to go to Freeholm to interview Melody?
Yeah.
It would have been a little before meeting her there.
Okay. So
We were on the scene when we discussed going there to be interviewed, but she was still hanging out in the driveway.
okay. Was the sun still up?
Was the sun still up?
Yeah, that's just a good way to tell me it's summertime.
Yeah, I don't recall if the sun was still up or not. It was around that dusk, getting around that dusk time based off of the time of my interview with her.
So y'all agreed to go over, and you've explained all that to the jury, but where was Kuykendall at that time?
I don't know. He was on the scene somewhere doing whatever he had been assigned to do.
Going in the house?
I'm assuming.
That's when he found the bullet?
At some point, yes.
You've been sitting here. This is very unique that well, it is and it isn't, but you're the only witness that has sat here throughout this entire investigation because there's an exception that allows you to do that.
Yes.
As you've seen more and more and more of the on-scene investigation, you would agree with me that that did not go according to plan.
I don't know what the initial plan was, so I don't know if it went according to plan or not.
Well, you're not a crime scene expert.
That's
That's
correct.
not what you do.
That's correct.
But you knew that these guys, I mean, as we've all been sitting here learning throughout this case, that you've got crime scene supplements, detectives supplement crime scene, and they all kind of have to work together towards one goal, right?
Correct.
But you would agree with me that almost immediately, this crime scene kind of devolved into chaos.
I wouldn't call it chaos. It's definitely expansive. It was more than we typically handle.
Sure. And you had I believe Detective Kuykendall. Were you there when he was dispatched to go stand at the tractor?
I would have been on scene. I don't recall hearing it or seeing it done.
Right. Is it not unusual for a detective who's supposed to be talking to witnesses that all of a sudden this detective, he's going to go over here and stand watch next to a tractor?
Unusual?
I don't know. You tell me.
I mean, at the time, I don't know exactly how many people were on scene or who directed him to do it, but I wouldn't say it would be unusual. I've stood and held crime scenes if I wasn't the lead detective multiple times.
Okay. Well, he's already interviewed Scott, and then you guys in that afternoon were interviewing Chris. Emily shows up, Amanda, Melody, all these people, and somebody thought it was a good idea for Detective Kuykendall to go stand next to a tractor.
I'm assuming so. Yes.
Okay, who was that?
I don't know. It wasn't me.
I mean, at one point, and I have to think. Again, we've all been on this case for years. Sometimes I think, what was Hayes thinking at this moment? If I look over and if Michael Ray is over here trying to guard a tractor and we're in the middle of a very serious trial, I would be kind of angry about that. Were you when you realize your partner is essentially standing next to a tractor?
No. I had multiple detectives and investigators on scene that day that were doing different things. So I don't even think like I told you, I don't even think I noticed him missing. I assumed he was out doing whatever he was told.
Okay. By somebody else, and we don't know who that was.
Correct.
All right.
I don't know who it is.
What's that?
I don't know who it was.
Right.
Who told
And
me.
that's fine. And that's all I'm going for. You don't know, you don't know. When did you first walk in the house? The actual house?
I don't recall. It may have been that next morning.
Is that when you found the shirt?
No, I found the shirt on Saturday or Sunday. I don't recall exactly the day. No.
Okay.
It was, we were closing down what we call closing down the search warrant. We were getting ready to release the house.
All right, so I'll come back. So you didn't find the shirt that day, so I'm going to come back to the shirt. I've actually got the shirt pulled. I'm going to have that ready for the jury to see and the shoes. But was that the first time you went in the house?
Was that the first
Like
time?
Saturday, Sunday?
No, that would not have been the first time. No.
Would it have been Friday, or did you go into the house at all on Thursday?
I believe it would have been Friday.
Okay. So after all these interviews with Melody, it's after that you went into the house for the first time.
I believe so, yes.
Because all your interviews with Melody Farris were completed by lunch on Friday, right?
Yes.
That would be the 6th.
Correct.
Friday the 6th. We're done. There's never another interview. That's it.
Right.
Okay. All right. So going back to the crime scene itself. When did you begin to actually learn what they were finding on the crime scene or not finding?
Throughout the case, you can hear the interviews that we played.
Sound like you're getting phone calls and texts.
Phone calls, text messages. Hey, step out. Stuff like that.
I mean, that's kind of annoying, isn't it?
Absolutely.
You're over here trying to do your job, and you're trying to interview a witness, and somebody's constantly distracting you.
Yes.
And it seemed like it was different people.
At times.
All right. What are you supposed to do in that situation, Hayes?
What am I supposed to do?
Right. What do you do when you're getting all this conflicting information? How do you parse through that?
Deal with it as it comes the best I can. I mean, you heard my phone going off in the interview at times. I'd ignore stuff, and then the phone would keep ringing, and I'd step out and answer. And some of it was, hey, what is she saying? Is there anything else we need? Asking for information from me based off of what I'm doing. Other was passing information along to me.
Okay. And that was information about what? What was the primary bit of information that was being passed along to you while you're interviewing Melody Farris?
Which time?
The first time.
The first interview?
The first interview.
I don't recall being interrupted too many times the first interview. We were on scene. We had just initially gotten there. I think most of the text messages, I say at the end of the interview, my sergeant's asking me to come down there. It's likely crime scene was getting
Which
there.
sergeant was that?
It would have been Sergeant Hands. He was
Okay.
my sergeant at the
Okay.
time. Yeah. I forgot where I was. He likely, I said in my interview, here there goes a crime scene truck. They just arrived, stuff like that. So
By the way, where did that crime scene? Did it just drive back there all the way down?
its initial response, I don't recall. At some point, it was back down in the backyard, I'd say halfway between the back of the house and the burn pile. So their equipment was close.
Did it drive kind of through the grass there? Back on you guys are sitting, and let me pull this up instead of us sitting here and talking about where you may have been. Were y'all sitting on this porch?
The bottom patio on the concrete?
So below that.
Below that porch,
Okay.
yes. Outside of, I believe it was Gary's office door.
So down here.
Correct.
Okay. See if I can find a better photo of that. Behind these trees is where you guys would have sat?
Yes, near the back.
Right there.
There you go. Yep.
Were you in the swing or was Melody?
Melody was in swing.
All right. So did the crime scene truck drive down through the grass right here?
No.
Where did it drive?
It went down the driveway. When you hear me in my interview say there's a crime scene truck, I
Okay.
heard something coming, turned around and looked, it was coming down the driveway. I believe it may have made a wrong turn and went up towards the
Chicken
barn.
coops?
No, like towards the barn on them, and people were kind of waving it to come back to the house. But after it got in the driveway, I don't know, because I continued to interview Melody.
Okay. Did you ever see it drive down to the burn pile itself?
I did not see it drop down there.
Did you ever go back down to the burn pile after your interview with Melody?
I did.
Right. What was going on down there?
Crime scene was there. Phone calls were being made because, again, it's an expensive scene. I think our crime scene unit looked at it and realized, well, we've never handled anything like this either. We need to get an expert or someone that knows more of what they're doing on the phone.
Do you know if Shaw was already on the scene at that point?
I don't recall if he came with a crime scene truck or drove separate. I don't. A lot of people showed up during my interview with Ellie. When I compare from when I was told to go interviewed her for a little over an hour and then came back, there was a lot more people on scene.
Okay. But Shaw, do you know that he was on scene yet by that point?
I don't recall exactly when here. I believe he was. He was one of the first responding crime scene supervisor, so he'd be out there to size it up.
So that's kind of leading into my next question. So
Okay.
he gets assigned to be crime scene supervisor, and you are detective, right?
Correct.
So how much were you two communicating?
Throughout the night, periodically.
Okay. Can you remember and explain that to the jury?
And again, I was fortunate enough to get to hear him testify, and I know what he did. His knowledge was around the burn pile. So he was the crime scene unit supervisor on a regular day. He's a sergeant, so everything kind of went through him. But on this day, he was over the burn pile area. So any information he would relate to me would have came from that burn pile area. How he assigned his unit, his people to different areas of the house, or who was supervising them, or who was in charge of what, I can't answer.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Did you ever, that afternoon, walk over to the barn?
On the afternoon of the 5th.
Thursday the 5th.
I don't recall if it was on the 5th. I know I walked over there. It was daytime. It was hot.
The first day you guys arrived.
Right.
You don't remember if you walked over there or not?
I don't.
Okay. So the sum total of what you did on the scene on the 5th was talk to Melody. Did you talk to anybody else that you can remember?
Yes.
Who?
Amanda Farris.
Talk about that interview, if you don't mind.
It was short. I spoke with her, started asking her questions. I didn't know she'd already been interviewed by somebody else, so it was very short.
Okay. What have you ever gathered or learned from Amanda? I mean, that's one of the 4 Farris children, correct?
Correct.
Right. And she's not testified at this time, correct?
Correct.
Right. So what have you learned from Amanda? She was
No.
on scene, right?
She was on scene. I didn't learn much because I spoke with her briefly. She basically said I was here to pick up my fiance's daughter, Cameron, which is Chad Bruce's daughter. And when she got there, she learned her dad was missing. They started looking for him, found what they found in the burn pile, and she basically made the comment, I already told, I think the sergeant hands this. And I said, I didn't know you'd already been interviewed. She was upset. I wasn't going to make her go back through, what she saw right then. So I ended the interview and moved on, and I never spoke to her again.
I've been meaning to ask you this, because we have sat here and listened to these recordings forever, and that was before body cams really came into state. Do detectives use body cams even now?
Yes.
Y'all put body cams on to interview people.
It depends. So some people do. I believe what the policy states, if you're going to a pre-planned, like if you're going to go serve a search warrant, detectives are supposed to wear them.
Sure.
But natural deaths, things like that, you can record however you want.
But to interview folks, you typically wouldn't want to put a camera on and just have it right in their face, right?
It would depend.
Because in the interview room back at sheriff's office, the cameras aren't out in the open; they're kind of concealed, right?
That's correct.
All right. So tell me how you put would you just walk up and have it already on and in your pocket, or how would you do that?
I typically carried a portfolio type thing. I would open that so I could write and hold it in my hand under it. Sometimes I lay it on the pad. Just depend on the circumstance. Sometimes I put it on the table. It just depends on the situation.
Would your interviewee typically see the recorder or not?
Not always. It would depend.
Okay. So in this case, with Melody, for example, do you remember what you did with the recorder?
I don't recall. I believe in the first interview with her on the back patio, I probably kept it in my portfolio.
In the phone?
It was on me. I wasn't necessarily setting it on the table so she could see it.
Right. And that's common practice, right?
Yes.
And the reason why are you asking this again, John Luke? I don't know that most people are aware that detectives don't get their recorder out and sit it on the table.
Correct.
Typically, you keep it in your pocket.
Some people will. I don't like mine in my pocket because it moves around on the mic, like when I wrote this one, it busts your eardrums if you got headphones on, listen to your recording later. So, and sometimes it muffles the sound. So I typically never put mine in my pocket. It would be in my hand, under the pad folio, something like that.
But concealed.
Yes.
That's part of the practice.
Yes.
Right. And that's not against the rules.
Correct.
It's kind of highly encouraged, correct?
Correct.
Right. And did you record your interview with Amanda?
I believe I did, yes.
Did you ever gather from Amanda or anybody else on the scene that she was bringing up the thing Scott was saying about a missing gun? Do you remember that at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you ever get a chance to take a break during this first 12 hours from 1 in the afternoon to 1 in the morning? Did you ever stop?
Not really. I think they brought us pizza to the scene to eat. It just between interviews and watching the crime scene do what they were doing, trying to drink water, but never like go home and sleep for 3 hours break. No. Did
you actually take any breaks at all in the first 24 hours? Any sleep?
Yeah. After I interviewed Miss Farris the second time, I interviewed Scott Farris after her. I believe I went home for a few hours, but I was back early the next morning to interview Miss Farris again.
Did you so it's safe to say that you spent the vast majority of the first 24 hours just interviewing witnesses?
Correct.
When did you get your first actual report from either Shaw or Thrasher or Stewart about what was being found on the crime scene?
At some point, Kuykendall told me, obviously, I learned about the bullet he had found in the basement, and I don't recall exactly. It wasn't long after he found it, because of course that was a pretty big piece of evidence. I believe after I interviewed Melody on Saturday, the last time I interviewed, it's been a long time ago, on Friday.
The 6th.
The 6th,
right.
Yes, which was my last interview with her that morning. Things started calming down a little bit, and I was able to spend some more time at the scene, finally getting to walk around and see what they were seeing.
But what I'm asking is, did Shaw sit down with you and give you a report of what they were doing?
When you say report, like hand me a piece of paper or
no,
just
it doesn't have to be
verbal?
A piece of paper. He called you up, hey, this is what's going on over here. This is what we found. This is what Thrasher found. This is what Stewart found. Did that ever happen?
That happened. I don't think it was on Friday. When I say that we were doing the walk around through the scene to release it, that was actually with Shaw and Ballard, Lieutenant Ballard.
So that was probably Saturday.
Yes.
Okay. After you interviewed basically all the witnesses in the case.
Correct.
Don't you think it would have been helpful to you have had to have them been able to get you some of this information sooner than Saturday when y'all are kind of closing the scene down?
Sure, hindsight's always 20/20. I mean,
Well,
I'd like to know everything as soon as it happened, but it just didn't work out that way.
But you would have liked it.
Sure.
That would have been helpful for you to ask questions, right?
Absolutely. It would have been helpful if I could have cloned myself 10 times over and, everything was feeding one brain.
Okay. Why was Kuykendall back at the house? This is what I keep getting confused with, because you and him are tasked with this, and you heard him, he uses the word task a lot. I wasn't tasked to do this, I was tasked to do that, and I've still been trying to figure out who was tasking who here. So why was your partner, essentially, your detective partner, going guarding physical evidence and then going in the house and doing crime scene investigation work and not out interviewing witnesses? But you were staying on task, doing your job, interviewing witnesses, but he's over here doing all kinds of stuff.
I don't know.
I mean, did that not frustrate you a little bit?
I didn't know what was happening at the time.
Okay.
I was in my interviews.
Okay. So tell me, going into the interview, the second interview with Melody at the station.
Okay.
The fire station, I believe, or community center.
Yeah, it's the precinct, the sheriff's office precinct, fire station, and community center.
It's everything, all in one.
Yes.
In Freeholm.
Correct.
Okay. So you're out there preparing that. You explained to the jury the area you did the interviews and all these things. But what was your plan going into the interview with Melody?
To get the truth.
What was your vision of the case? You've been on the case for 10 hours at that point. What was your thoughts?
At the time, everybody's pointing fingers at everybody, So I was going in knowing now that Gary had been shot, that we found the bullet. At this time, I didn't know about the bullet in the basement, but I knew that Gary had been shot. So that changed that look of the investigation. I'd already spoken with Melody once. I wanted to see what else she knew now that I could present her this new information.
Okay. What's your tactic? What would you say your tactics are generally for an interview or an interrogation?
My tactics?
Yeah.
It depends. I like to go in and try to read the people that I'm talking to. I feel like I can read people pretty well. Sometimes people need to be talked to a little more aggressively than others. Sometimes a simple conversation can accomplish the goal. So I'm pretty fluid in that.
Okay. So you seem to be, I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, but typically yours is a more conversational style. Correct?
Correct.
And I mean, you know, we've all sat here and listened to so many hours of your interviews. You don't seem to be very confrontational, correct?
At this time, no.
Okay. Never really in any of these interviews, you seem to be the one that was like, Pope was brought in up in Tennessee to be confrontational, correct?
Correct.
And then in this one, as much as I guess he can be because he's always apologizing, Kuykendall was the confrontational one.
Yeah, I've listened to the interview. I'd agree with that.
Okay. So was that predetermined or just something that happened?
No. With which one?
Not with Pope. I think y'all determined in advance he was going to be the bad cop.
With Kuykendall?
With Kuykendall.
It wasn't predetermined. You know, that interview happened pretty quickly after the bullet in the rib bone was found. And he and I had done so many interviews together in the past because most of our criminal investigations career, we've worked together in some form or fashion, you know, and we read each other pretty good. I know when to shut up. When he's talking, he knows when I butt in to listen and things like that.
Well, it sounds like he did a lot of talking in that interview.
He always does.
Okay. Maybe sometimes when he's under cross-examination.
He's probably gonna be mad when he goes back and watches this.
But I want to get to something. So, you know, you guys already knew essentially about her having a relationship with Rusty Barton. When did you find out about it?
Family members, I don't recall. I mean, obviously, I think Scott had mentioned it, the name Rusty Barton. Then we found, eventually had found that credit card.
Which Kuykendall found, I believe.
I don't recall who.
Okay. All right. So you had heard it from family members already. You knew that Scott had said there's a missing gun and there's a Rusty Barton, right?
And the Ted Wiley, yes.
And Ted Wiley, you already knew about Ted Wiley, the guy from 10 years ago.
Right.
All right. But, you know, she's not over here. And the district attorney's office kind of questioned about things that she didn't bring up and things like that. You know, you've been doing this for a long time, Ace. People don't typically bring up extramarital relationships in interviews right away, right?
Oh, they typically don't offer the information, though.
They don't.
Right.
So that's not unusual, right?
I'd agree with that.
Okay. So going into, it's safe to say, did you know about any extramarital relationships going into the first interview sitting on the porch?
I don't believe I did at that time.
Okay. But you did already know about the gun.
I'd heard mention of it.
Going into that interview.
Correct.
Within the first 30 minutes of you being on the crime scene.
Correct.
Okay. But you didn't know about the affair.
I don't believe I did.
Right. But you knew about the affair by the time we get to the station that night.
Yes.
Did you know anything more, any details about the affair? Can you remember?
I believe the statement was that she would disappear up to Tennessee, and you know, people that Miss Barton that she was going up there to visit and take care of, and
Martha Jane.
Martha Jane.
So you already knew about Martha Jane.
Yes.
So it's safe. I mean, we've all been together now, and I keep saying that, but it's unique for me to cross-examine somebody who sat here and had 2.5 weeks to study for the exam.
Yes.
But it's safe to say that you knew all the cast and characters that this jury knows about right now within about the first 6 hours of you being on scene.
Most of them, yes. I'll say that's fair.
The primary
yeah.
people on that picture board that the district attorney's office printed out, and you knew about it.
Yes.
Even some of them you'd say you knew about within 2 hours, the vast majority of them.
Yes.
Okay. How do you think that framed the way you thought for the rest of this case?
Knowing how many people were involved or that names were brought up?
Kind of generally what you already knew. You knew that there was a spouse and she was having an affair, and you have a son that says a gun is missing.
Mm-hmm.
Have you noticed that has been the general theme of y'all's case since within the first hour of arriving on scene?
We were told that pretty early arriving on scene, and as we continued to investigate it, the evidence continued to point that way.
Okay. All right. So let's go back to the scene, because I want to kind of get to this point. You know, you go back to the scene after her interviews, and Hedwig, you collected some evidence. It's not jerk. How do I get into this? Do I need gloves? Ace has gloves in there. You probably need some gloves too. We'll get something good. I'll give you shoes back. So where were you back when you went back to the house? Where were you in the house when you found this shirt?
The shirt, the master bedroom closet.
Okay. And doing a terrible job. Johnny Cochran would be upset with me putting on these gloves. All right, got it. I'm gonna do this with one glove. And I'm Hegwood, I'm gonna pull this out. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay. May I approach, Your Honor? Okay. If you could hold that up. Open it. We've seen pictures, but sometimes I think we should look at the real things. Is that the shirt that you found? I mean, it's okay if you don't remember, but
Yes.
all right. Tell me what drew your attention to this shirt.
At the time, removal worker, I think in the the packaging, some of the soot has been wiped away, but there was what appeared to be.
You think that was that's what you said?
That's what it looked like to me.
Okay. And was it in a? All right. There's all kinds of circles drawn on this.
Yeah, there is.
What is this stuff? Did you notice any of this?
When I pulled it out and handed it off, we all started looking at it. I had two crime scene detectives there with me.
Do you remember which ones?
Yes, Shaw, I know was with me because we were doing a walk through the house, and Ballard was on scene because he was called over as well. That big cutting, we started seeing stains that looked like they were possibly blood.
Right. Now I got to ask you this: Did you say to Your Honor? Could you turn on the overhead, please? Yes, I'll do. I will do whatever you guys think I should do. So this is the spot you're talking about right here.
Correct.
All right. Which could be any number of things. Yes?
I agree.
Dirt, you name it.
Could be.
Did you ever look over at Shaw and say, hey, Shaw, can we do a test to see if this is soot?
No.
All right. Did Shaw look over at you and say, we got a really good soot test. I can check for that.
No.
Now, how you don't really know what this is supposed to be, right?
Well, scientifically, I can know, my guesstimate is from looking at it.
It's just a guesstimate from looking at it. But it
Sure.
could be any number of things. Right?
I agree with that.
Right. And then the blood, we got cuttings and all this stuff. We got cutting of blood up here. This is the hole that was cut out. That was where the blood was found.
Yes.
And you were made aware at least later that was just Melody's blood, right? You knew that.
Yes.
You know that now.
I do now.
Okay. Did you ever ask anybody on scene what she was wearing and when she was wearing this shirt?
No.
Okay. The shoes. Where are they? Is there another pair of shoes? Okay, I need both. I'm sorry, I apologize. All right, these shoes right here. Did you find these? I think you found all the shoes, right? All right. So, what did you notice about these shoes?
I was at the bottom of them. See, what appeared to be a blood stain on the bottom.
All right. But they hadn't. There were two pairs of shoes, both roughly looking like Nikes.
Correct.
What's that?
Small people in the back.
A little foldable one.
Put this stuff on.
Ringing the. Let's
Okay, let's get you.
let's take a second.
Quick. You know what, Hayes? This is why I'm not in charge of crime scene intake.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Makes another quick decision and doesn't have his card and can't get back in.
Okay, you guys. All right, so this is the one. Did you find these first?
recall which ones I found first.
But these were not wet.
Correct. This pair was not wet.
Okay. But you did you find them in the closet or in the mudroom?
They're in the closet.
And nothing, to your knowledge, has been cut from these shoes, right?
Correct.
So this, I believe, is what you guys contended to be blood. And I know we know it's been 6 years since this, but this was the blood spot right up here,
Yes, the dark spot under the red, under your thumb. Yeah.
right here.
Yes.
Was there any other blood that you knew of on these shoes?
Not that I knew of that I could see.
Okay. There's some markings up here. I just didn't know if you made those markings or you had any clue what that.
I did not make those markings.
And you knew these were ultimately tested, right?
Yes,
And none of these involved Gary's blood. This is Melody's blood.
that's correct.
So what did you? I mean, you were the detective. What did you think was the cause of this blood on her shoes?
I didn't know. I know, when we spoke to her, she had broken some plates around this time frame. And, you can hear in one of the interviews, she pricked her finger and she's working out on farm. I don't know.
Did you ever go through any of the phone dumps in this case? They've been admitted through you. So did you go through them?
Some of them, yes.
Did you ever see the picture of Melody's bleeding finger?
I did eventually, yes. I know what you're talking about.
Okay, so would you think that would be maybe when she got the blood on the shoes?
Could have.
But you don't know.
I don't know.
It was her blood.
Yes.
All right, now I'm going to approach with these shoes. So you found, where did you find these?
They were all in the closet. I believe there's been photographs shown of them. She had like cubby. Oh, that's the best way I can describe it. Like cubby holes from elementary school with shoes in. And I just started grabbing stuff.
But you testified earlier that you felt these shoes. Now, I think I heard you say you had gloves on.
Yes.
Just like we did now. So how could you tell they were wet?
They were cold.
Okay.
Colder than the other pair. So
But did you see any water beating off, or did you like squeeze it and have any water drops come out?
No.
And these shoes, were they tested? Do you know?
I believe Sergeant Shaw on the scene had swabbed a spot on one of them and did the presumptive test, and it was negative.
Negative. Nothing on these shoes.
Correct.
Okay. So at this time, Your Honor, I would like to admit defense Hayes exhibits 1, which is the shirt, 2, which is the shoes with the blood, and 3, which is the just plain shoes.
Any objections? All right, they're admitted.
And Your Honor, this is a logical kind of stopping point for me.
If we can go for another 30 minutes,
Okay.
so let's do it.
Okay.
But yeah, I knew there'd be no way you could.
I'm just trying to find stop transition points. Okay, I think we can take the gloves off. I want to go now and talk about the post begin. There's like you said, you testified earlier. I think that was one of the most informative pieces of information about being a detective. You don't get to do any of the fun stuff, and you spend all this time typing up search warrants and keeping this case forever. That's what a detective is. It's not fun like being on TV, right?
It's any type of law enforcement. It's 90% paperwork and 10% fun, if that.
Okay. So let's start into that. So you have now interviewed a vast number of people. You have interviewed Melody. So let's go to, I think the interview started about 9 o'clock. You testified early too on the 6th with Melody. That's the last interview.
Correct.
Went on for 3 or 4 hours. What'd you do after that? After this long interview with Melody?
You're talking about specifically on Friday?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
They were still searching. I'd gone to the scene at some point. They were still out there searching. Probably gone home and got some more rest as well.
Okay, so you went home and got a little rest. When did you guys, and I don't know if this was the point you started tasking, where was Kuykendall getting his tasks from that he testified to?
I don't know.
Not from you.
Some of them may have been for me, but mostly, yeah, someone else in the early stages, the first couple of days.
Okay. So how did you guys break up responsibilities from this point forward? As far as, because it looked like Kuykendall kind of went off and maybe started checking alibis. Would you say that's right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. How did you guys decide that?
Again, supervisors were directing people what to do because I wasn't there the entire time. So sometimes we made decisions and checked things on our own based off of the interviews that we had done, followed up on our own information that we'd obtained.
So you would report to Hans,
Yes.
who was here just the other day. We saw him. You would report to Hans. Who would he report to?
The next person above him would be Lieutenant Clark. Whether he was following the chain of command or not, I don't know.
You don't know. So Hans and Clark would be giving out responsibilities
Correct.
simultaneously.
Sometimes.
So who was you were talking Hans?
Mhm.
Who was Kuykendall talking to?
I don't know.
All right. So where did the idea come from to separate and go to Tennessee versus go check out alibis? Because you went to Tennessee next, right?
No, I didn't go to Tennessee until Tuesday.
You went on the 10th, I believe.
Of the next week, yeah, on the 10th. That Monday, I called, started checking alibis. I called Ted and Philip, checking on Scott's alibi.
Okay. Why did you not take Kuykendall with you to Tennessee?
At some point in the early stages of this, Kuykendall started working another homicide investigation that had come in. So Kuykendall at some point became not available to me. I don't recall if that was this instance or not, but in the early stages of it, because I remember Kuykendall wasn't very happy that he had to go do something else. He wanted to stay on this case with me. Pope was available. I know Pope. I know his style. I know he's good at what he does. I think I asked him if he wanted to ride up with me, because when I was told I was going, and when the decision made I was going, they're like, pick somebody, make the arrangements, get up there.
So that was Pope was your pick, and
Yes.
that's why he went with you.
Yes.
Y'all made that decision on Monday the 9th?
Yes, I believe so.
Do you know what that other case was that started to take Kuykendall's attention?
I don't remember exactly. I just remember it was in the early stages of this.
All right. So you sit here, again, very unique. You sit here and you've watched this day after day after day after day after day. And you're the lead, you're the guy that's had to come in here and answer to all this. But at what point do you think that it would have been appropriate to do the next level of checking, i.e., looking into Chris's alibis? More than just talking to Jenna, which did you ever listen to that phone call, by the way?
What phone call?
The phone call that Kuykendall had with Jenna.
At some point, not in the early stages of this.
Did that not come off as weird to you?
Yeah. I mean, yes and no.
Okay. Well, so why yes and why no?
I mean, I'm assuming you're talking about the way it ended abruptly. Not everybody likes to talk to the police. Some people are busy. They got things to do.
Okay.
Some people are told by other people not to talk to the police. So, it's
Okay. But what was weird about it? Her cutting off the interview? All right. You got to answer.
Yes, I'm sorry.
But also that somewhere in there, and you've heard this now too, and I don't know if you were aware of this at the time or if Kuykendall reported it back, that Chris slept alone that night.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You knew that. When did you know that?
I don't
That's what
recall.
I'm trying to get at.
I don't recall exactly when I found that out.
Right. So Kuykendall didn't call you, and then you didn't then say, okay, I think it would be appropriate now for you to get a phone dump on Chris so we know where he was at. Did he ever even call you and tell you this stuff?
We spoke daily. I don't recall the content of the conversations.
Okay. And did you guys ever do any kind of geofence to track where Chris was?
The only geofence we did was of the property.
Just of the property.
Yeah, Priscilla.
But not of Chris's phone specifically.
We did the cell phone records. I know we did some cell tower dumps. I'm not going to explain those and how they work.
But you
of
didn't.
the property.
None of that. You don't know how any of that turned out.
I know we used it to verify some of Chris's statements, and nothing showed that he came back to the property when he said he was away from there.
So far as you know.
Correct.
Okay. But you didn't have anything to do with that part.
That data was those search warrants were being written by someone else. When the data would come in, that data would be forwarded to the intelligence unit. They would process the data or do whatever, and then give us information back eventually.
But again, you heard what your partner was doing, that there was a Pokey City or Poke Bowl or whatever the name of the restaurant was near where he lived, and Kuykendall didn't go down there and even interview anybody. Do you think that was a good decision?
I don't know what was going through his head at the time, or whoever made the decision not to do that.
Okay. And did you think it was strange that nobody saw Chris from the time that he went to bed to the time that it was about 9 or 10 o'clock the next morning out at the Peachtree Road Race? That's a huge amount of time. Wouldn't you agree?
I wouldn't say it's a long amount of time or an unusual amount of time. I don't know when everyone else woke up or.
But it's the night that you guys are contending that Gary Farris was murdered.
Okay.
The night of the 3rd into the 4th. I still think they have the Peachtree Road race on the 4th of July.
Mhm.
I've never made it to the end of the race, so I couldn't tell you for sure. But that was when. That's when you guys are contending, I believe, that this murder happened. Is that right?
Correct.
And Chris Farris was at the property that day.
Correct.
And he was the last adult other than her to see his father alive.
Correct.
And you just took him at his word on that.
No.
And Jenna says, well, I know he didn't leave, but she was asleep. And she didn't know he left and went out to the race. Right?
That's right. I remember hearing that.
Okay. So you're hearing all these things. And, you know, hey, you're up in Tennessee and you're doing everything you can to get information. But your partner that you've left back down here, it just looks to me, and I'm a defense attorney and I've got you guys on cross-examination. It looks like you guys began to totally shift and laser focus and just rush through these other things. But you were focusing in on Melody by that point and just trying to quickly check these boxes, and we're not going to move any further down this road. Would you say that's right?
I would say we're just trying to check boxes. I'd say that we were following the evidence.
Right. But you didn't close the boxes is what I'm saying. That's where I'm at. You've got a wide open, you thought you had an alibi. There's no alibi for the hours of bedtime, which we don't really know when that was for Chris, and when his wife and Addison went out and saw him at the race. There's like 11 or 12 hours right there that you guys have got nothing on.
Phone records. We have these phone records.
You've not brought in these phone records. Any of this, you're just saying that. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Judge, is there a question? That was a little argumentative.
It was a little argumentative. Okay. All right. So when did Kuykendall actually leave the case? Do you know?
I don't recall.
So at that point, who was your partner? Who was helping you?
I had the ability, if I needed help, to ask, to direct it. You know, we went over the rank structure. I was a detective at the time, so I was technically a corporal rank, which outranks a deputy. We had a little bit of authority to, you know, direct people to do things. Even as a lead detective, if you're an investigator deputy rank, you know, they afford you a little bit of, this is more important, I need this. So if I needed someone to do something, I could ask.
Let me ask you this. Before I get, I'm getting close to being finished with Kuykendall because he was no longer involved in the case. But what did you do when you found out about Joanne Ward? Did he tell you about that?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
No.
That Gary was having his own extramarital relationships? Did you, when you were finding this information out, what were you thinking?
It didn't seem important to me at the time that Gary had affairs many, many years ago. You know, at the time, it didn't seem like it would help me solve how he got shot.
Did you ever see any of the emails between Joanne Ward and Gary Farris, which were within the week, right there, all the way to the time of his death? So that wasn't years ago. You can see that Gary was at least attempting to have a relationship with another woman.
Did I ever see those?
Yes. Did you see that? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So Kuykendall, I don't think he necessarily got those, but he asked these questions. You just don't remember if he told you about that, do you?
Correct.
Okay. And Angela Phillips, when did you learn about her statements?
Her initial statements or
Both.
the follow-up?
Right.
I interviewed her when she called back the second time I wanted to. I can find the date in my report. I don't recall the date.
But it was later and it was you, right?
Yes.
And you're the one she disclosed this full relationship to all the way
Yes.
back in the 90s. That
Yes.
she alleges that she can't remember if she had sex with him or not.
That's correct.
All right. So by that point in the interview or in this investigation, you had essentially taken over all interviews because Kuykendall was not in the case anymore.
To a point, except for, you know, when Sergeant Pope was helping or anyone else.
But you would agree with me that this case is probably the most complex murder case in the history of Cherokee County at this point.
During my career, since, you know, from, we'll say 2009, when I went to uniform patrol until this point, yes, it's the only one I know of.
Okay. And it appears that by mid-July, and tell me if I'm wrong, that by mid-July of 2018, that you have basically been left holding the bag by yourself.
I wouldn't say that's true. You know, people were still offering search warrants. They were getting sent off. Things were happening in the background. As technology evolved and, you know, we switched from old-fashioned police work to now we got all this technology and stuff. There's a lot of people involved in intelligence. You heard Bot Zone come, Kevin at the time, you know, processing, trying to extract information, and that took some time.
But they can only do that off of the information that you gather, right?
Yes.
And so again, for the year, if I had to say from July the 15th to 2018 to July of 2019, which is right about the time that you issued the warrant, which you're the one who signed the affidavit for the arrest warrant, correct?
That's correct.
Right. So in all that time, though, you were the guy. You didn't have a partner on the case, yes?
Yes,
Okay. Yes. Well, let me ask that question better. You didn't have a partner, correct?
correct.
All right. Okay. So that was a lot for you to undertake on your own.
Again, if I needed help, I asked for it. There were still multiple people in the background working on the investigation.
Tell me about, as we began to transition into the interviews that you had with Chris and Scott, what led to that? For you to sit down and have an interview with both of them at the same time?
We heard it said, I think it was in the interviews, at one point, the entire family stopped talking to us. After several weeks, Chris and Scott decided that wasn't what they wanted to do, so they reached out to us, and I set up a time for them to come in.
And tell me about that interview.
It was basically just them reestablishing contact. They wanted to come in and see if they could gain any information from where we were in the investigation. They decided that they weren't going to follow the orders, the request, I should say, of the attorney and the rest of the family. That they wanted to stay in touch with us and help any way they could.
So, and that, you used the right word, Detective, that they did say they wanted to gain information from you.
Mm-hmm.
Did you not find that to be a little bit suspicious?
No.
Okay. But in cases when, would you have considered them suspects at that time?
At that time,
Yes.
when this thing first started, the whole world was a suspect, and then, as Mr. Fogus put it, we started shrinking the world down. So I don't recall at this time if I would have considered them suspects.
Okay.
I don't recall at which points I considered them suspects and ruled them out and ruled them back in, or
Right,
or any
because
of
you
that.
later ruled one of them back in, correct?
I wouldn't say that's correct.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about that, but let's go back to the center. They were asking you for information about the case, yes?
They're asking if I could provide any. Yes.
And you did, yes?
I don't recall. It's likely would have given them an update.
Well, let's do this because I don't want to sit here and start replaying interviews for you. What do you remember right now about that interview with Chris and Scott, other than they were asking you information about the case? Did you gather anything from them?
I don't recall.
Do you recall anything about that interview?
Other than what I've already stated, not the specifics now.
Okay. All right. But do you think it's bad practice to take two witnesses and put them in the room at the same time so they can hear each other talk? Are you guys not trained to not do that kind of thing?
I mean, not specifically. We sometimes we use it as a tactic to put them together and see what they'll say together, and then separate them and talk to them again later and see what they say separate.
Okay. So at that point, you say that Chris and Scott were not suspects in your mind, and that would have been by late July. I believe it was around the 24th, somewhere in there. You interviewed them. You already determined they're not suspects.
Like I said, I don't recall labeling them a suspect or not. I don't.
Do you ever remember in your mind? But you've used the word "shrink the world down."
Mhm.
So I want to know when you shrank the world down. When did you do that?
Pretty early in the investigation.
How early?
Within the first couple of weeks.
Okay, so I'm out here now talking a couple of weeks out. So somewhere in there, would you said the first day, or
Would I have
after?
begun shrinking the first day? Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I'm talking about shrinking it down to Melody. It was after that second interview, wasn't it? You completely shrunk it down.
It was. I mean, she was the only one that we had provable lies. Early on in the investigation, she was being deceptive.
So let's talk about that.
Okay.
So when you have a witness that you believe to be deceptive, which people do that in cases, right?
Do people do that?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. So we got her lying about an affair, which you charged her with that.
Yes.
Well, she admitted to the affair,
Eventually.
essentially within the same conversation, right?
Yes.
Yeah. But you still charged her with it.
Correct.
Okay. So you did that, and so because of that, that's her being deceptive in your mind, right? About an affair.
Yes.
You would agree with me that an affair is completely proving an affair is not proving a murder.
Correct.
Okay. Can we end there, Judge?
Although I'm concerned about giving you the overnight to recharge, but I don't know that would make any difference. All right. With that, we'll break for the evening. Start back at 9 in the morning. We're gonna bring lunch in for y'all. Then we're gonna take our field trip, and then we're gonna excuse y'all for the day. Hopefully, we'll be done with this witness by the time we break for our field trip. All right, but maybe not. All right, y'all can be excused. Remember everything I've told y'all about not looking up anything, talking to anyone, looking up anything, etc. I'll give y'all some specific instructions about the trip tomorrow. All right, y'all can be excused.
Yeah. So they going on a field trip. Did they show the field trip? I'm just curious. The judge, like, I don't know if I want to give you another day to recharge. I never heard a judge say that in front of the jury. Oh gosh. It did happen in front of the jury, right? Oh, they don't show us. I mean, I pretty much got the property anyways. From all the 1,000,001 pictures that we've seen. Okay, so I think that what we'll do, since we are finished with today's day number 13's testimony, I'm not sure if we still got some lurkers. Let me see what our live stream post is. So we do have 64% at guilty. We have nobody saying she's not guilty. Yikes. I do see some that say 18% says that she had help, and then some like, I don't really even care. Like, what are we doing here? Okay, so this will be my question. Oh, y'all got me. Wait a minute. I want to say that she guilty. Now, y'all got to remember, this is coming from a person that I have no clue why she guilty or this is my first time watching a trial, and I will be the first to admit that I am a defense person first, right? That's what I would tell you. So I know that sometimes the chat, we can be a little busy, and I know that we are not in the sometimes when we type in the chat can be moving. So I'm going to drop the link for anybody that wants to come up and wants to. I am a person that's in the middle. I have a lot of unanswered questions, but I know that a lot of y'all got all these deep feelings about it. So, I mean, say it with your chest. Y'all, I mean, please convince me. I'm just saying in regards to hearing what the prosecution has done so far. I mean, I do know the outcome of the case, right? So I'm dropping a link for all you. I really want people to convince me. Yeah, because I don't know if she guilty. I don't know if I really feel like she that guilty like everybody's saying. Yeah, I hope. I don't know. They are gonna put on a defense, right? I don't know. I don't know. Oh wow, Lynn. Oh, they do. Okay, great. Well, great, because it seemed like the defense is putting on somewhat of a case right now because he's bringing in evidence that they probably should have collected. I do not want you to be saying that, SD. You are too funny. Okay, so the trial channel say they gonna convince me some way. I don't know which way. I just have so many questions that are not being answered. Yeah, and I think that's what bothers me about everything. Just what Carvel said, like there is just way too much. There is just way too much evidence that they did not collect. Oh, we gotta take her. Okay. Oh, she'll be up in a couple minutes. Cool beans. SD says she can't get up here because she don't know. She don't even care. Dandy, you want to come up here? You want to talk to me? Yeah, so I guess okay, so these is my things when we talking about convincing the non-believer. This is the first thing that I would like to say when I'm raising my doubt. Because I really don't really need for the defense to really put on a case because the defense doesn't really have to put on a case. You know, the prosecution team needs to prove their case. Now, if y'all want to argue with me, hey, you got to wait till all the evidence is in. And when I say all the evidence, I'm saying all the evidence that the prosecution team is supposed to submit in, then that's one thing. Okay. But based off of my knowledge of what we have now, besides us going out here and taking this field trip, I'm not sure how many more days we're going to be in the state testimony. But right now, I'm just really not convinced. Which daughter testimony, Tanya? Because we did watch the daughter's testimony. Which one? Is Amanda going to testify? Because we already heard from Emily. You talk about Emily's testimony again? Oh, it look like I got a victim. Nah. Shout out to the trial channel. Uh-oh. I'm here, but I don't. Uh-oh. Look at SD. SD like to come up on stage with me. SD say, I'm here, but I don't. What? I don't care. Okay. Amanda. Oh, Amanda's going to testify? Okay. Well, okay. Is she will be testifying? Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm going to add the trial channel to the stage. I am going to also add SD. SD don't have nothing to say. She just like to be on the stage with. She likes to hang out with me. She wants y'all to see her weather. Okay. Welcome to trial channel. I do have you on stage. Your mic is unmuted. I am going to add SD to the stage also. She here, but she don't want to talk. She just want to be here. She like to be up on stage.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Hello.
Hi, trial. Can't
Hi.
see you.
Yeah, I don't have a camera.
Is she okay?
Oh.
She said, I don't have a camera. Okay.
I don't do this very often. So I want to say first,
Okay.
like I'm like kind of rusty to the very fine details of the case. So there may be things that you bring up that I completely forgot about. But also, I do remember when I was watching this live and covering it, I felt like there was reasonable doubt galore. And I think what convinced me the most, which is pretty much what you're going to be going over tomorrow.
Okay.
Or not tomorrow, Monday, or whatever you stream next, the cell phone expert. That's what got me. But yeah, I don't want to go ahead with your questions or whatever, however you do this.
No, so just so you know, it's just really informal. As you see, we got SD up here on the stage. Just kind of everybody giving their thoughts. Only because I know sometimes, unless the chat be moving kind of, people be missing people's stuff and they be typing and trying to get stuff out. So I just try to open the panel up for anybody that wants to kind of make, any type of statement. I guess for me, I'm kind of, and like I said, I've never seen a trial. This one. So I am coming in here very blind, but
Mhm.
for a person, for me, we are on day number 13. And I'm like, okay, y'all better tell me how he got to this burn pile. Cause I can't get it. I can't get there with you. Like somebody gonna tell me how he got to this burn pile. And I'm really confused
I
on how.
I can answer that. She might have had help from Rusty or Scott or Chris. You know, those people owed him back the most. But also, Baca said she walked him down to the burn pile, and then she shot him and burned him up. But
That's
no
my
matter how you
theory.
look at it, but no matter, and there's not enough blood in the house for there to be like any blood trauma. I mean, that stuff that was cleaned up in front of the fridge, they didn't even test it to see what it was. They were just like, there's evidence of bleach that covered some blood. And I'm like, that could have been one of their animals. They had so many. That could have been from a bloody steak package that hit the floor. You didn't test it. You don't know what it is. Unless I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong. But her jail calls you made her look really guilty to me.
I agree. What I
Yeah.
think is because there is that one bullet in the basement. I think what she did was she shot him inside. It was just like a minor flesh wound, and it could have just like clipped him or something. And then
Like the one in the rib?
No. The one that they found on the floor in the basement by the chair next to the rug.
Oh, okay.
I think she shot him
All right.
once inside there. And then I think that she held him out at gunpoint, walked him out the sliding doors to the burn pile, and shot him at the burn pile. And that's the one in the rib, and he fell back. And yeah.
Okay. That makes sense. Maybe
And
she
I
wasn't
actually,
even trying to kill him like at first. Maybe she was trying to aim close enough to scare the shit out of him.
maybe,
You know,
I
so
don't
he
know. I think it was premeditated.
Yeah.
Just my opinion. But
Well, it depends on what the jury hears. They're not allowed to speculate, right?
No.
No, they should be going off the evidence. I guess I think at this point in time from where we're at, and I hear both of y'all theories kind of in the same. I guess like I don't first of all, I don't understand why she even has to do. I mean, I know people saying that because he was controlling her money, and that's what they're trying to bring in as a theme, and she wanted this control to stop. But I don't, if she had hit him with a flesh wound, right? And she's walking him out to the burn pile, wouldn't there be like blood or anything, like nothing is going in that direction?
Yeah, they only found 3 droplets in the basement. Or drops. Right?
And why didn't they test the tractor? Like it just seemed like certain areas, if they would have tested them, it would have gave us how
The
he
DNA
moved
isn't
along.
there. Yeah, there's not enough DNA on anything really, except on Gary.
Based on what you heard during the trial.
Yeah, well, I want to answer that.
Okay.
Meryl Diary. I think that the premeditation comes from, well, we haven't gotten to her yet. But wait for Martha Jane. I don't want to spoil anything, but wait for Martha Jane.
Oh yeah, I heard they're gonna roll out the red carpet for her. I was her old snitch self. Now I don't know what she come calling and all.
No, she's so sweet.
After Rusty testify, she calling the office immediately. Let me tell you everything I know.
Yeah. She is so sweet, though. You just wait.
What'd you say, SD? Sorry, I think it's delayed on one of y'all sides, so it's kind of like getting y'all where I'm
Okay,
talking.
probably my
Already.
side. Isn't she a first cousin
I think so.
to?
To
Yeah.
Rusty.
Oh,
Or to or was it to Melody?
so
Oh,
she has no loyalty to anyone, right? Or just Melody?
well, she was, I mean, Melody and her were really, really close, and so were she and Rusty. So,
Okay.
or like, wait, is she, maybe somebody in the chat remembers exactly, but wasn't, I'm trying to figure out her and Rusty's relationship. It's not coming to me right now.
Oh,
They saying that I think she's
Was it by
more,
marriage?
yeah, I think it's more Rusty because she was like, I'm coming to snitch, I'm coming to tell it all after Rusty got off the stand. Let me call everybody and break down their doors and tell them that about the gun that he said we didn't have, that we had. And I'm like, gosh, what a backstabber. Good grief.
Yeah, well, she was upset that they were having the affair behind their back. That's why.
but she sounds like she's a pissed off, like as
She
sweet as
bitter.
she sounds. As sweet as she sounds, and I have heard some women in the South sound sweeter than honey, but their words are dripping with acid. So just know that people can sound
Okay,
really
Baca
sweet
said
and be.
is the stepmom. Rusty's stepmom is Martha. I thought it was his stepmom. That's why I
Okay.
couldn't understand why she coming in and snitching and everything like that. Like why she, oh, I got a call. Rusty got off the stand, but I gotta let y'all know it's his stepmammy. This is what we got. Like Rusty, oh, like he's not like 20 years old. Like, so I'm imagining she about 80. She got the nerve to want to call people.
I think she should consider Rusty's age, too. Like, so what at this point, really?
Yeah.
It's not like he's ruining the rest of his life with his bride to be.
Yeah, it was like this huge discrepancy in age between Rusty's dad and Martha, right? She was way younger.
Oh.
So Rusty and Martha Jane are pretty close in age. That's why it was confusing me, because it's like she doesn't, like, it seems like they are close in age, and like you don't think of the stepmom being.
Oh, that may be where you got it. Baca says that Martha Jane is Melody's second cousin, she thinks. So maybe that's where you, oh my gosh, you're talking about all in the family. Thank you, Baca. Welcome in. You're talking about all in the family.
To me, that just feels like it's a huge betrayal. I know some of my second cousins, they would not snitch on me.
Yeah, I think
At least some of them wouldn't. I don't know. I have cousins by the dozens. I can't keep track of them all.
Yeah. I have a big family too. I barely know any of them, but I think that really they were just being sneaky behind Martha Jane's back, and I don't. She took that terribly. So anyway.
So let me ask you, when we talk about the thing of Martha Jane, so now if we may have some context a little bit behind it. So even if they was sneaking what behind Martha's back, like what? She married to his daddy. What is she sneaking behind? You know what I'm saying? Like where I'm coming from, like what are they sneaking? Was she mad because Rusty was doing something with, I mean, did she want to do something with him? Like, those.
No, they were second cousins. Baca just told us. So
Martha and Melody are second cousins.
Yeah, SD.
Yeah.
So it's all in the family. So just so you know, Baca put in there that Martha is Rusty's stepmom, so she married to Rusty's daddy. But she's also Melody's
Okay.
cousin.
Yeah, so
Okay, I forgot.
Melody and Rusty aren't related.
Huh?
Okay.
They're not related.
Oh, okay, good.
Because I mean, Rusty's only related to Martha Jane through marriage because she's stepmom.
Okay. Yeah, and we know that Melody, she don't care whoever gonna get that little box and give her what she need. I mean, she was sleeping with her husband's what was it? Her husband's sister's husband, or what was his name? What was the guy that she was sleeping with before? She don't care who get that little box.
You know who you're talking about.
She don't care who get it. I can't remember his name. The guy that testified before.
Yeah.
Ted. Thank you, Dandy. Ted. Like
Ted
they like
Wiley.
keeping it all in the family, so they like sleeping with each other. So
Wait, was she sleeping with the Ted that's the best friend of Scott, or a different Ted?
No, different Ted.
Oh, that would have been cool though.
oh no,
that would have been wild.
No, she decided to sleep with the Ted that was sleeping with her sister-in-law, right, Trial?
Yeah, I think I think it was his. Yeah, it was her sister-in-law's husband. So Gary's sister's husband or brother-in-law.
Like a wild swingers party or something, because it seemed like everybody was doing everything with everything. Everybody.
Well, they lived in a small rural area, so I guess they didn't have much to choose from. Is that it?
I don't think Cherokee County is that rural. I think that they lived in like one of those like really fancy like suburbs. But I think it's close to Atlanta, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they could have got down. They could have got to Buckhead or wherever they needed to get pretty fast to find some other stuff.
Okay, so it's just like a really upscale enclave that pretends to be rural. Gotcha. We have the.
Who did Ted belong to? MJ or her sister-in-law husband? I think Ted belonged to. I think Ted belonged to Gary's sister. Right? I don't know. I just know that everybody was messing with everybody. So, but I just don't understand what's Martha's angle. Like when the guy came in the next day, the prosecutor, and he came in the next day, like, I got breaking news that happened over the weekend. Let me tell you about the message that I received from Martha. Like, ain't nobody even called Martha. Martha said, look, hey, I was watching, on over the weekend, and Rusty talk about this gun, this pew pew that he's saying that we didn't have, but that we do have it. And I know the only person that could have took it was Melody. Like, really? What are we doing here?
You know what's really funny is that Martha Jane was actually watching on Recovery Addict on his channel.
That's cute. I can't wait to hear it.
Yeah, I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear it. It's so funny because they are like really watching. Like they watch even when we were covering, not to get off, when we were looking at they were doing a motion to disqualify the judge and Alicia Andrews in the Fulio trial. They literally took screenshots from live YouTubers channels, Court TV channel,
wow,
Crime channel, and they put that in their motion to disqualify the judge.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Georgia, are we in Georgia, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
These Georgia judges, they seem like they can be, in my opinion, corrupt. Not this trial. I like this judge, but there's been like two. Am I just imagining it's only in Georgia, or is this a lot of corruption among?
I think that Georgia and Massachusetts are, exactly what you don't want to be as far as, the judicial system in general. But what was it? I think, the Nicholas Casotis case was in a few months ago. But
that was in Georgia.
Yeah, that was in Georgia. That judge was great, in my opinion. I mean, he was very chill, very hands off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just think that we have those pocket judges, and unfortunately, the cameras go in all the courtrooms. The courtrooms that they can't get in. So even if it's not the best judge, it may be it's just in there for that thing.
And the Fulio judge wasn't that great either, and that's in Florida.
Yes. Yep. They neighbors. They may rub off on each other.
Yeah.
So what is SweetP? You were like, I don't know. Is your biggest hang up basically how did she get him out there? Was that or do you think that there's involvement by Scott, or somebody?
So far where I am, what I'm looking at is I think I don't understand these little droplets of blood that were in the basement. I don't understand this shield, this casing that's in the basement. I'm really lost about that. I'm lost in regards to why certain things that, I mean, if you're coming out to this scene and you have determined that a person is unalive in a burn pile, and you see suspected blood on a tractor, why are certain things not tested? And I think that I can't wrap my it seemed like a very unprocessed scene. And my whole thing is not so much that Melody did not do it, just to be clear with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that she did not do it, but my thought is that if there is reasonable doubt and the state has not proved beyond a reasonable doubt, remember, I'm coming from a blind, a blind perspective. So at the point that we are now, I'm like, well, I don't see where it's so much reasonable doubt. I don't know how we get past that hump. And I don't know if jury instructions allowed the jury to get past that part. So that's where I'm kind of like, okay, because I think she had help. I think she had help. And so it brings in these other players into the game. I don't know. Rusty, baby, I would listen to Rusty again. I love some Rusty. I don't know.
He is a charmer.
I know. I can see. I'm telling you, she did it. I know why she did it. Rusty was worth probably doing it because he was like, baby, I love you. I was over here melting. I was like, oh gosh, I need a Rusty in my life. Rusty doing it up. So I was in love with Rusty. Okay. So I can see why she ended up doing the things that she may have done because she wanted to spend the rest of her life with Rusty. So, but I think that Rusty could have played a part. I think that Scott could have played a part. I think Chris got all these missing hours. The one night he decides that he going to bed, all these people had a part to play. And even if the kids were going to get money, and the only person that I don't put in the equation is Emily, and that's because she was in Tennessee.
Well, I thought they proved that Rusty was also in Tennessee. That's his state, right? Because I feel like they found him going, oh yeah, he had the testimony. I went to Food Lion twice. I didn't even remember I went to Food Lion twice.
Mm-hmm.
What about Scott's phone being missing for 3 hours?
Scott's phone.
Didn't the cell phone expert testify that they couldn't find where his phone was pinging from for 3 hours?
I don't think we got to that yet. Did we get to that yet?
There is the cell phone expert is next, or yeah, kind of next.
Okay.
So
Oh,
I
sorry, maybe I read a spoiler in the chat.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, I think we haven't seen that part, so I don't have that. I'm just going based off of the data that I currently have, like all these questions, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm assuming that it's going to be something in the jury instruct, because jury instructions in these cases can be very important, right?
Yeah.
When the makeup and how they're putting it. But it kind of upsets me that the only person that they can think of that did this in a way is like it's always pointing to Melody. Like, I don't think that her line about her having an affair is such a big deal. Like, even if I didn't unalive my husband, if you're asking me about an affair, I'm probably gonna tell you no, right? And you gonna have to probably figure it out, and then I might confess. And I may have not ever touched my husband, but the first person they look at is the spouse, so I can see. So when they're trying to say, "Oh, she came in, she was not telling the truth," and like, for me, it kind of goes over my head personally, because that's not like a big story to me. Like, that's not a big lie to me. It just means that you didn't want to air out your dirty laundry.
and she was pretty like open with it too. I mean, she invited him to the wedding and hung over him all night.
I know.
She
I would
was
have
the
hung over
person
Rusty
who-
too. I mean, maybe because it was the police involved that it became where she just didn't really want them to know, especially when they suspected that something may happen. And then my other question is how does Scott know that before anybody else knows that it was by a bullet? Because from my understanding that he knew before anybody knew.
I don't.
Hey,
I think it's
I gotta
because
go.
Okay.
Bye. I need water. Bye.
Okay. Thank you, SD.
Bye. I think that the police told him he didn't find the bullet.
Okay.
I think that the police found it, and they probably told him first, and they were like, what is going on? But I think that I don't think he was like rummaging through it all and found the rib with the bullet in it.
So when you look at that type of evidence, like, okay, so then I had people when we were looking, like when we questioned how long was this fire burning? Do you believe that the neighbor seen it, smelt it? I mean, it's to my understanding that bodies have a distinct smell to them, right? When they're, I don't know, but they were mentioning that. And so I'm like, okay, well, if she's seen this burning, when Chris came to drop off his daughter, he didn't see it. Why would she have Chris come up there? When did this burn? Like, it just seemed like it's so many gaps and confusion.
What there was, okay. This is like fine details. I'm probably going to butcher a little bit. But this is important though. It's a great question. Because it was, all right. What I recall is that she went to, all right, what's that beach called? Or the lake?
Okay, yeah, okay. She went to the lake. Yeah, I remember them talking about some testimony with that when she went to the lake.
She went to the lake on 4th of July, or was it the 3rd of July?
Maybe Chad, if anybody knows.
So Lynn says since the 3rd.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, so basically, I think when did she leave? She left around noon, right? I think that she left around noon on the 4th. So I think, the night of the 3rd is when she started it. And then I think it was a raging fire that night. And it was just kind of smoldering. I had this nailed down in my head way long ago, but something like that. And basically, like the whole day of the 4th, nobody was around.
Okay, so even if we talk about the full day of the 4th, right, and nobody's around, isn't that the day that Chris drove the baby up there to the house? Or am I mixing up the days?
I think that's the day before.
Because I remember he kept talking about that they were in the pool and he was trying to get back to the pool and, or was it the day before when he seen the dad? Because remember, it was one day that he was like, he seen the dad. And when he came back, he was kind of shocked that Melody told him, hey, I'm not going to meet you. Just bring her all the way up here. And I thought, well, if she's doing something on that day, she wouldn't want him to be nowhere near there. And she, which was odd to him because he was like, typically they would try to meet or something, especially if she was out. Because remember, she was out that day.
Yeah. Oh, let me think. It was okay. I'm like it's coming back to me slowly here. The night that the girls wanted to come over, which day? That was the 3rd, right? When Melody said, "Not tonight. You don't sleep over tonight."
Okay, so maybe so, because that's the day that they flew in, right? Because I think she testified that she flew in on the 3rd. Her sister was in one place. She wanted to go up to the farm, and it was declined at that point in time. So okay, so we trying to say that she started the fire on the 3rd.
Yes. See, Meryl Diary said, yeah, they wanted to come over on the 3rd, and she said, "Not tonight." I think that's the night that she killed him, and she started the fire, and then she went to the lake on throughout the day, and the fire was probably just smoldering. And by the time that they're coming, they sleep over and on the night of the 4th.
Okay, so. Okay. So now I'm building the timeline in my head. Okay. And y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, just so I can kind of understand it. Because I'm the reasonable doubt person. I'm pro defense, just so you know. Y'all can channel. I'm pro defense until you convince me all the way otherwise.
No, and I'm this. I love that you are that way, because I'm the same way. I was, like I said at the very beginning, I was very like, I didn't know how this was actually a very weird case, because I didn't know like how I felt towards, like, let's say, so Brian Walsh, for example, like at first I was like, I always knew that, I always felt like he did it, but I was sitting here just trying to wait for them to prove the case. I don't know if they really did, but I think the verdict was right. But this case was totally different. It took me a very long time to get to where I was like, it just clicked. So.
Yeah, I know. Well, Brian Walsh is probably not a good example for anybody, because everybody, when he first came in, I was like, he guilty. Like I couldn't even help him. Like I came in there, I was like, oh, in trials like that, they really don't. I'll watch them, but they don't do anything for me, because I'm trying to pick your brain. I'm trying to understand, like, this, we're gonna be covering this new case, not to just get off of things. And I don't know if you've seen it. Should come up in January. It's called an unspent bullet case. Right? It was originally a suicide. It was ruled as a suicide. And they turned around because once the young lady got into the ME's office, they found a rifle round that had penetrated her vaginal wall and ended up floating around in her stomach cavity.
Oh my God.
But we have no blood.
Uh-huh.
We have no entry points. But we have this bullet here, but he found her hanging. And
Oh my
she
goodness.
already had suicidal ideation. So is he guilty or is he not guilty? Like, how do you prove what? How do you prove what? And I'm like, oh, I can't wait to get into this case, and we'll prep for the case. We haven't prepped over here yet because I do got some stuff for it. But
Wait, is like it this case hasn't happened yet?
no, it's coming up.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
coming up. So if it's one that you want to,
Yeah,
like
I
that
want to
Ruby
see.
rolled out,
Send me the details on that because I want to look into it. Because I
yeah,
haven't heard. This doesn't sound familiar to me at all.
it's not and the thing about it is that it was such a weird case that they actually showed the bond hearing for it, and we're gonna review it over here closer to the date. It's supposed to start January 5th. Yeah, but it's like one of those cases that I can't wait to get into this courtroom because I need them to explain to me how a person would, and two things can be true. You can have suicidal ideations and not commit suicide, right?
Mhm.
But just everything leading up to it, and then you got it's just so much. And we gonna cover it here, but
Yeah. Well,
just
shoot.
just let you know, like I'm like so like going off this case that I'm like, okay, I just don't really understand this, but I want to be fair to the victim's family. If that makes
Wait,
sense.
is it the Micah Miller case?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, his
Harvey
name.
Osler said that. So
No. His name is Jared Norman. It's in Oregon.
oh wow, okay.
It's in I want to say Sweet Home, Oregon. It's a real cute name for it. I can't remember. But I'll send it to you so you can look into it because I've been trying to find. I did reach out to the sister, and unfortunately, because of the victim's sister, but unfortunately, because they are about to go into court, she can't really talk about the case. But she said she'll come. She'll come on afterwards. But yeah, it's just the weirdest thing, like, because court TV, they don't typically cover bond hearings, but this one they covered.
Yeah.
So I felt some kind of way because they do have him in custody and he's on a $2 million bond. So he's not getting out because he doesn't have that type of money. But I thought that was really, really, really high considering the details of the case.
Yeah, I gotcha. Well, yeah. Now I feel like I'm gonna be torn when that rolls around because the Sarah Grace Patrick case is also that trial's supposed to start on January 5th also. So
which see, I don't even know about that one. What's that one about? See, that's the good thing about when we can actually get together and
yeah.
Because I have no clue. Like it'd be so many trials. Like I'm like, and we be so nosy, and I be just finding stuff. I get online every morning, and then I'll be like, oh, okay, we going in this courtroom, and we be sitting up here streaming. I be up here for like 12 hours because I be trying to get us in all the courtrooms, and then we're premiering, and we're like doing all of this stuff. We so nosy. I'm so nosy.
Yeah. I wish I could do that, but like when I get on a case, I have to stay focused, and I really can't like shift my attention either way because I just like fall behind because editing takes forever. But the Sarah Grace Patrick case is, I can't even remember what. I think it's in Georgia. Maybe somebody can correct me in chat, but she was 16 at the time of the incident. She's 17 now, but she is accused of murdering her mother and stepfather in their sleep, in their bed. And basically, the investigation so far, it just looks like just shoddy, and they kind of were just like, well, we have to pick somebody. And there's her and her, I think, little sister in the house, and they're like, it's got to be you. But you know, after it, I think it was some months after it happened in February of this year. They took a few months to arrest her, and she had also, I guess the intrigue around this is that she had gone on social media and posted, you know, these really tearful kind of posts about her parents and how sad she was. But I also believe that there is no gun and like they never recovered a firearm. And they kind of just, it's very unclear as to why they arrested her, and she has a lot of support by you know, her friends and her immediate family. So
Okay, did they do a hearing on? I just want, because you know, like
there
I
was
said,
a
we are so nosy. I think, is this the one where they said like she did it on TikTok and they tried to do a hearing to get her out, and then like the judge eventually said no, but like I remember like the pastor and the priest and everybody coming in trying to talk on her behalf, family members, the dad that had been out of her life, her dad came and they all were trying to like get her out. Like when they call like the TikTok. I don't know.
Yeah, something like that. Like I haven't really looked into that too deep into that whole side of it. You know, because I just like taking on cases as blind as possible, you know, and just having the facts unfold in front of me as they come. But yeah, that'll be an interesting one as well. So we'll see.
Yeah,
maybe one of these trials will get delayed for some reason, and we don't have to keep an eye on both of them at the same time.
Yeah, thank you so much, Marilda, for putting that in there. I have to definitely drop your link in the thing. We're gonna be using the rest of her stuff for the is
it Marilda?
Know exactly what you do, huh?
Wait, me?
Yeah, just on your channel, how you do your coverage on there, because I know Marilda putting it in there, letting them know to go over there and like and subscribe. And I do want to make sure we attach it over here in some. I'll put it in the she did the eulogy at the funeral. Oh, you know, Lynn know all about the property case.
There you go, Lynn.
Lynn, she know all about all the cases, baby.
Yeah. That sounds familiar now. Okay, so first of all, Merelda, I'm sorry for saying Meryl Diary this whole time. That's just how it came out, like how it was looking to me. I apologize. But yeah, basically what I do is I like to consider my channel like a trial library, like where you can just go in and watch one witness at a time instead of, you know, an 8-hour live stream and all the breaks are cut out, all the, you know, not all the paper flipping, because sometimes it happens simultaneously while they're talking, but I try to cut that out as much as possible and, you know, enhance the audio when it's needed. And
they're making fun of you now that
I know.
Put your stuff out there.
I feel so bad. I hate pronouncing people's names wrong.
Don't worry. The one good thing about over here at Taking the Trial, they all are friendly bees, and they trust me. I get voice notes all the time to try, you know, because I'm on here live and like I'm messing up words, and the next thing I know, I'll get a text message with, "This is how you pronounce this." I shit you. And you know, I'd be like, okay. And Marilda was one of those names, and I forgot what I kept calling her. I don't think I did the milk. I ain't even gonna say what you said because it will put me back in the place where I was messing up her name. But
just read the chat.
Everybody in the chat messed her name up completely, and they had to keep sending me voice notes like, no.
Oh, it happens.
Yeah.
But yeah. So yeah, that's what I do. Yeah, I'm kind of like justice as a process, but I don't live stream. I just, yeah, I put a lot of work into my videos, so it just takes me a long time to,
And they
you
are
know.
good. They are good. They're very cut and to the point. Like I
Yeah.
know I went over there when I've been over there a couple times, and it just depends on what's coming up. But since I do a lot of live streaming,
Mhm.
you know, we just doing really the Melody one because of what's going on. But most of my stuff is just live. So
Yeah.
but whenever you're looking for some things to go over there, look at she love watching videos and just the replays and stuff. And we'll watch the rest of our Melody trial on there. And I guess if we do any rewatches, I'll check over there first. Because
Yeah,
you're
definitely do that.
They're so clean. I will
I
say
tried
that
to be.
they're so clean. Like I love clean content without all of that. You know, Court TV can have me like, oh my gosh, like can we see?
Oh, there's banners everywhere, like scrolling and like pop-ups and like the logo is a quarter of the screen. Yeah, it's so
very overwhelming. And I'm like, okay, I
Yeah.
can't watch the testimony. I just really want the testimony. I really want this part of it. We were watching the little cruise ship custody hearing one and Court TV, like, okay, we know that this is Court TV, but come on, why do we have to have everything on here? Like good, and then you got this little box.
I hate when they do
like,
that.
are you serious?
I hate when they do that. Ugh. Yeah, so yeah, I try to avoid using them as a source as much as possible, but like
I know sometimes we gotta get it.
But yeah, I kind of created my channel because like I don't know, for myself. Like I saw somebody, I was inspired to start doing it because I saw another channel do it and I was like, I really like how they did this because it works with I have terrible ADHD and like it works with my brain, but I was like, I have no idea like who is like, they have the whole playlist, but they don't have any like, you can't tell who's before, like if this is actually in order, you know? And I was like, I just need to make this a little bit more organized. And, you know, the long pauses, like I listen mostly, the long pauses drive me nuts. So, I cut all that out.
Yeah, I know you doing that sounds like way too much work. I mean, I guess if I was just, I don't know how, like maybe some creators do it where it's like when you speaking like justice is a process. Also another channel, a great channel, and he does the live and I'm like, I'm sure he may have some help. I just don't see.
I think he has to. I don't think that's a solo operation over there because there's just like way too much going on. Cause like I can't like unless you got like 2-3 computers in the room and you're like, you know, spinning your chair all over the place. But you know, all around the room to, you know, work on each project and get everything processed, and then you got to upload it and everything. It's like it's a lot, and especially like just uploading it and having YouTube like process it and everything. That's
in itself.
It's I get so impatient, especially when I'm doing like covering something live. But yeah.
Well, yeah, we definitely and throughout this trial, like I said, if you want to come up, it's just like this, just pretty much informal. Just to get, because sometimes in the chat, like everybody be with going through the chat and trying to get your words out, I be doing typos and all types of stuff. So if anybody is like me, that's why I made it like where it's like an open panel, just in case. You know, you just can't be doing all that typing. Like okay, I'm trying to respond to Dandy. She didn't responded up here. We got 10 responses. And I need to get this off my chest. And before I know it, I done got all types of typos and Dandy don't know what I said.
Well, I will. I'll try to. Well, you're gonna be back on Monday. Is that the plan? Or are you going to stream tomorrow?
I think that depending on what they want to do, it's early for us. I don't know what time it is for you. But like it's early for us. So it's 2 o'clock. I'm over here in Arizona. So
Okay. I didn't know
my
that.
people in California are 1 o'clock. So they can't be without me. They don't even know how to be out on these YouTube streets because I need to tell them they be cheating on me. So we'll probably go back into more testimony.
Okay. Yeah.
So
Well, then,
we'll probably go right back into some more testimony. We'll be in that. This was just a good breaking point, and then that way I can get over to your stream where you put me at, and yeah, we'll probably go into some testimony, and then we're listening to it on a faster speed, so it's not like normal. So
yeah. Okay, cool.
Faster. So yeah, when people ask me, they're like, "Well, how are y'all already on day?" Like we're on day 14. Like you see how fast we move through it, because we may sit up here until it's 2 here. We may sit up here a whole another 4 hours, and depending on what we probably get through the next day, I'm assuming because they're going on a field trip. So.
Yeah, well, then you probably will be getting to the cell phone testimony that convinced me. So,
yeah.
Also, I did or I think I did some really nice graphics on the cell phone girls videos.
Okay.
So I'm proud of it, and you're welcome.
Which is like you worked it out. You worked out. You wanted to show the world what convinced you.
Yeah.
So you
I did it. Well, I kind of sometimes I have to, recreate, some exhibits, and sometimes I feel like the way it's shown on the stream just doesn't you can't see it very well, just because the way it's presented. So when I can, I try to fix those issues. And yeah.
Awesome work you do over there. Better you than me. Yeah. A little too tedious for my taste, but I'll be like, oh no.
Yeah. But I could never do what you do all day either. So yeah.
Yeah, everybody got their little.
Yeah, that's my thing.
Yeah, that's your thing. And yeah, we're gonna. So at any point in time when you see us live in here, and it's something that you want to, just let me know. Like I said, I'm always so willing to do a panel, or especially like when we're watching like this, because I can break this at any point in time. Does it make sense? So, and just giving us breaks between stuff of doing something different. You may come in here and you may see us. It say that we watching the Melody Burn Proud trial, and we might be in here having a whole party, but because we do that at different points in times. But we gotta be just it, and we may be in a whole different courtroom. How about that?
Yeah,
right. That too here, because I be in all of them, and that's how I know where that editing come in at, because I be having to clip stuff out of my feed. And I'm like, I don't want to open up a new room, but we're gonna clip this out. But yeah, so that's what we probably because it's early. My people like SD, she in California, her dandy, and on the East Coast it's only 4 o'clock, so it's kind of early for them. If I let them go this early on a Friday, they wouldn't know what to do.
Yeah,
and I wouldn't know either.
That's awesome. Well, this was a great intermission then, and I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so happy you didn't came out of the bushes.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I've been it's been just yesterday I was so stressed, or the last 2 days I was so stressed. And yeah, so I'm glad I finally, caught up with you. And
yeah, that Brian Walsh, I was like, oh, I'm so glad you told me that they have moved his hearing, because I hadn't heard, even though I probably would have found it out at some point in time. But I'm so glad that you
I think I only found out maybe about 15 minutes before I told you. So,
Like, and that was really a bust. That was a dud. I thought it was a dud. They could have did that.
very anticlimactic.
I was so upset with that. I had blocked out a whole day for that mess.
Yeah, I thought there would be more people speaking. Like I thought Jem was going to come up and maybe Alyssa. I don't know. I definitely expected Jem, but
yeah, I expected more than that. To come up to speak on her behalf. And I'm pretty sure they wrote letters or whatever the case may be. I just thought that far as actual in person and just nothing. Just
yeah,
nothing.
I think they submitted letters to the court, but they didn't, actually read them, but out loud to us. But yeah. Anyway. I'll let you go, and you can. I'll be in and out of the chat and stuff, and
yeah, awesome. Okay, well, thanks
for having me.
Shout out to the trial channel. We will make sure that we put her link in. We're gonna use her videos, guys. So I'm gonna make sure we put the link in the chat room so y'all know how to get to the entire playlist for just in case y'all want to see any testimony. Refresh yourself because y'all will have to convince me. Because I'm not convinced yet.
You just gotta keep watching.
Look, y'all are gonna have to convince me. And maybe this phone record that she has put out for us so nicely, once we get to that part, it can convince me like it convinced her. Or maybe convince my Dr. Rachel. I don't know. We're gonna definitely see. All right. Well, I am going to drop you down in order for you to chat, and then I'm going to get us set up for our next part of our stream, guys.
All right. See y'all later.
All right, guys. Just shout out to the trial channel. I'm so glad that she was able to come on and meet with us and give us her opinion. Oh, it's so refreshing sometimes. And my SD. She like SD, like whenever you drop the link, she coming up here. SD, you so sweet. She said, I'm coming up here. I'm coming up here. I'm coming. Okay, so we are going to, let me get the live. We are going to go over here to the trial channel in order to do some more of our coverage. Well, do the remaining of our coverage throughout this, the Melody trial. So let me get that pulled up. In the meantime, in between time, we'll listen to some tunes. And I'll get that set up. I also want to get in the banner, all the good stuff, so y'all can be able to go check out. Like she said, it's a library. It's so awesome if you want to get some clean stuff. And it's so hard to get clean stuff. So definitely, guys. Please, definitely. Let me get our media.
Estoy en la casa, baila conmigo, San Diego to the chat, órale, vámonos. From the surf in San Diego to the courtroom stream, SD walks in like she owns the scene, pelo multicolor shining in the sun, she cracks one joke, chat laughing as one, she throws preguntas bien chidas, sharp like a blade, cross exam queen, nunca tiene afraid, and that dance so spicy, Cali mistakes close, she brings the fuego, everybody knows. Cuando Jason llega, she flirts poquito. He just says hi, SweetP laughs. Aquí vamos otra vez. SD drops the fuego and the chat says yes. She's fuego, fuego, lighting up the show. Text-Mex in the chat. Everybody knows. Con su risa, su vibra y su pelo tan cool. She turns the live stream to a cumbia atapool. Fuego, fuego, SD's the queen. Spanglish magic en la chat screen. When she pops on camera, we all say que show. Latina sparkle with that California glow. Los mos la quieren, they hype her name. She adds flair y sabor to the game. ¿Qué onda, gente? And here comes the fun. El chat se enciende like under the sun. When she teases Jason, boy, behave. But without a chaos, this chat ain't the same. Bailalo, mija, with your Tex-Mex vibe. Bring the cumbia flow, keep it alive.
All right, all right. That's a good thing to get us woke, right? I said if that song could be all in Spanish, I might can talk to some people. What do y'all think about that? I probably could learn Spanish off of that. Would that be? Hold on 1 second, y'all. I want to make sure because y'all know I can get real. Let me get this up. Will it let me share this? Okay, let me go in here and share this. Sharing is caring. You see this? Look how clean and beautiful this looks. What is that? Velvet? Just beautiful. Shout out to the Trial Channel. Dang it. Y'all, okay, ooh, this is going to be y'all project. Okay, so let me see. No, I'm going to go in there and look. Dang, okay, I'll go in there in a minute and look. Because yeah, it looks like velvet. I tell you. Wow, love it. So nice and clean. I don't want to take up my thing with it, but y'all know we watching. I'll do this like this because I want y'all to know exactly where we're getting this from. Let's see. We gotta move some stuff around. I tell you, shout out to the Trial Channel. Y'all see that? Then I don't have to put all my little stuff on here because y'all can see all my stuff from here, right? So collaboration. Y'all see that? Okay. I do want to make sure I'm gonna start playing. We are on our day 14 as I have it. And we will keep track and y'all can let me know when we are going to end for today. Yeah, nice and clean. Listen to her talk about she could cry. I know. I am going to make sure we need to put a I gotta go and put it in the description. Y'all know where we getting it from, you know, so everybody can see. It's so appreciative. Okay, let's get in here and let's get back to this testimony so I can continue to try to figure if I'm be convinced that Melody did this, because I don't know. We shall see. All right, guys.
All right, Sergeant Hayes. Instead of showing the picture of you on the tractor, I want to go back. I noticed something you said yesterday regarding, or maybe it was 2 days ago. I've lost track of time. But regarding the tractor, I believe you said, and that's why you were sitting on it because you know you and me aren't the tallest guys in the world. That it was in the furthest back position.
Yes.
How did y'all figure that out?
I was out there with some investigators from the district attorney's office at the time, and I believe they attempted to adjust the seat and determined it was all the way back.
Okay, and so y'all's method of kind of testing out whether anybody could touch the foot pedals that was short was they, had you sit in it.
Correct.
But, you're taller than Melody.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, all right. Because you're what, did you say about 5'7", 5'8"?
5'6".
Okay. But still taller than 5'3", somewhere in there.
Correct.
All right. But y'all tested and verified. I mean, it was in the back position.
Correct.
All right. I want to go back to 2018 into 2019 and talk about, again, your follow-up investigation with Chris and Scott. I went back and counted your phone calls with Chris and Scott, and there was a number of times that they would reach out to you. Yes.
Yes.
Right. And would it shock you if you had 6 phone calls with Chris Farris in 2018, 2019?
It wouldn't shock me.
Right. And you had also were you aware that Scott called 911 about 6 times on Melody?
I knew there were some 911 calls involving the.
Do you remember anything about those? Because it looked like a lot of those kind of got routed over to you.
I don't recall Scott calling 911 per se. I don't know if I was involved in those. I know there's some allegations that were made between the family that were routed to the sheriff's office, and given the situation, we routed them to another agency to investigate them.
And that was Woodstock, right?
Correct, Woodstock Police Department.
What were you seeing about the kind of the difficulties going on between Scott and Melody through 1819, and Chris for that matter?
There's definitely some contention.
What do you remember?
Tension between everyone, fingers still being pointed at each other. I'm pretty sure. Arguments.
Do you remember any specifics of these arguments? Do you remember that Scott was alleging that his mother was going through his stuff in his apartment? Do you remember any of that stuff?
I do recall that, but again, once we would get the allegations, we would try to stay out of it and let a third party investigate it due to the investigation we were currently running.
All right, but to your knowledge, Scott was, and then there was some threats that were alleged that Scott made against his mother.
Yes.
To your knowledge, Scott was never arrested, correct?
That's correct.
And you had a number of follow-up interviews. I kind of want to talk about, we talked yesterday that, you, for a while there, you're kind of on your own in this investigation. But as time went on, and after you applied for the warrant and the warrant was granted for Melody, there was kind of a second phase of the investigation. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yes.
All right. Could you explain that to the jury?
Once the warrants were taken, the district attorney's office became more involved. They started reviewing the case more heavily and coming up with tasks that needed to be completed.
Okay. And some of that was spending time with Scott and Chris, correct?
Yes.
All right. Tell me about the interview that you had with Scott on 9/20/2019. Do you remember that? You spent a number of hours with him at the sheriff's department.
I called him in for an interview. You said September the 20th?
Yes. And if you've got your report with you, please take your time, refresh your memory on that.
And what was your question, sir? What do I remember about it?
Yeah. What do you remember about that interview?
I just, asked him to come back in for another interview.
All right. So do you remember that you spoke with him kind of at length? The first part of the interview would have been friendly. It sounded friendly. I think y'all even took a break together.
Sure.
You remember that?
Yes.
Let him go take a cigarette.
Yes.
All right. And, but after that, you kind of started to hone in on him as to the issue of, you kind of looked at him and forthright said, all the bullets on this property are out in your barn. And he said something to the effect of, yeah, that looks pretty bad. Do you remember that?
I don't recall it specifically, but I'm sure it's on the recording.
Okay. And you remember that, you started to kind of press him on, the use of guns and being on the property. You've seen the videos that's been played for the jury about him out there with his buddies kind of doing tactical shooting. Do you kind of remember kind of asking those questions?
Yes.
And I believe after that, that's what led to y'all going out and actually scouring the property for these bullets. Is that correct?
Correct.
That would have been the search warrant where y'all went and did that.
Yes.
Right. And that would be the bullets that I believe were testified to that just came in much later.
Yes.
With the expert from the GBI. But you were on. You kind of shifted. You were doing a further investigation into Scott.
Yes.
Correct.
Correct.
All right. And then there was another interview that you didn't conduct with the GBI. You didn't have anything to do with that. But then you followed up again in May of 2020. Do you remember that? What about May 20th of 2020?
I don't recall that one, the May 20th.
You don't recall that one? Is it? I don't know that it's in any of your reports. It was a short interview.
No, it's not in my report. I don't recall it.
Okay. And what you did in that interview, and see if I can refresh your memory
Okay.
so that we don't have to shut this whole thing down and
Sure.
play it for you. You actually kind of had a map of little dots that you were showing
Yes.
Scott, and kind of saying to him, you know, your phone better not be one of these dots.
Yes.
Do you remember saying that?
I do.
Okay. And you were at that point asking more about any revolvers that he'd ever had, any missing revolvers, kind of digging further into his life. You were digging into this fact that he had been previously married and never brought that up. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you also had ascertained that he had a .357 Magnum that he had stolen from him in Columbus.
Yes.
Okay. And you've seen, and I can go get them back out, but you said, you know, you better be telling me the truth because I'm going to call Columbus. Did you ever call Columbus?
I don't recall if I did. I know one of the investigators of the district attorney's office at the time, we looked into it, and I think we came to the same conclusion.
And the same conclusion being there was never a report made of a stolen weapon.
Not that we could find.
All right. I want to talk again about the Collios. I mean, with the jury's listened to about three or four Collios, but this was something every day for a year.
Yes.
I mean, just like you get a text message on your phone or a call, I mean, you just get an alert every time.
Yes.
How many do you think there were? I mean, realistically, my guesstimate would be about 1,000 or more.
I'd say thousands. Yeah,
Thousands.
between texts and phone calls. Yeah.
Okay. So, and you listen to all of them?
No.
Not possible. I know. I mean, and I'll be forthright with you. It's not. We tried. It's
Yeah.
not possible. But there was thousands of phone calls,
Yes.
and out of those thousands of phone calls, there was never a confession. Correct.
Correct.
All right. And the phone call that was played yesterday, that was from 8. I keep doing that. I think it's up there somewhere. The phone call that was played yesterday was from 8/2 of, which let me go back to my. Okay, so the list of Rusty interviews, you guys had gone up on 8/2/2018, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And on that day, that is the day that y'all had given him that warrant.
That's correct.
And so later on that day, that same day, that was the phone call that we heard,
Yes.
the jury heard.
Yes.
And in that phone call, so would you say that was the phone call where Rusty was really pushing her for an answer?
Yes.
Because it sounded that way to the jury.
Sure, it did.
And I was thinking of something yesterday, and I'm just going to say that everybody knows kind of the way I ask questions sometimes can be I don't know what the correct word for this is, but you know, it seemed like Rusty did a better job of interrogating her than you guys did. Would you agree with that?
Well, we never got to the point of interrogating her. It was early in the investigation when we interviewed her, and didn't after that. So.
All right. So, but he was pressing her.
Yes.
All right. And that was within that same, hours of you literally putting a warrant in front of his face that had, was it conspiracy to commit murder?
Yes.
And the other one would have been concealing the death of another?
Correct.
Any other counts on that?
I believe that was it.
You just typed it up?
Yes, it was.
Signed Hayes on the bottom?
No, it wasn't signed. It wasn't signed. The spot for the affiant, which would have been me, was blank, and where the judge would have been was blank.
Okay. Had you ever done that before?
No.
Okay. Whose idea was that?
It was a group. I don't recall exactly who it was. You know, that Monday morning, typically on Mondays, we would have meetings, briefings about the case, and it was a strategy that was mentioned.
So after you were kind of, I think circles have been you've used the word circle, but then you kind of widened the circle back again and went to Scott. Why did you ultimately move away from Scott in 2020 after you'd interviewed him multiple times?
You know, we interviewed him multiple times throughout the investigation. His statements remain consistent. You know, Scott didn't have motive. Even Miss Farris, when we interviewed her, stated that Gary was his gravy train. Without Gary, Scott had nothing.
But by that same logic, wouldn't that have applied to Melody too?
Not necessarily.
Can you explain that?
Like you've stated multiple times in this trial, you know, in Georgia, what's Gary's is Melody's and what's Melody's is Melody's. So even when there's a will, in Georgia, it can be contested. So just because there's a will, leaving everything to everyone else. Throughout the investigation, we determined Melody was the beneficiary of all of Gary's life insurance policies.
But you would agree with me by that same logic. If she is falsely accused of murder, then the siblings take the rest of the assets, yes?
I don't know how it would be contested in court after the outcome of this.
But you would agree with me that if she's out of the way because of a murder conviction, then they would stand to inherit everything, yes?
It's possible, yes.
All right, so that's motive, right?
Could be. Yes,
Could be.
Could be.
You know, you heard that phone call yesterday. There's this other attorney before we got in this case, Manny, and he went out and did an investigation. Did you do a follow-up investigation after his crew went out? Because you heard it in that phone call.
I don't believe we did, no.
All right. But it sounds to me like their investigation there was more that was looked into. They actually like luminol things that you guys didn't luminol.
I never heard in the phone call him say that they luminol. It sounded to me like they went out and looked like what we did, and it was no longer glowing. You know, Melody said at one point in that phone call that it should still be glowing if it's blood, which indicated to me they were looking at what we had done. And I know after a certain point, you know, luminol flashes or blue star, even on blood, it doesn't last forever.
Detective Hayes, Sergeant Hayes, you were detective at the time. Sergeant, I know you've been sitting here, and I know I hinted around at this yesterday, and I'm about to sit down and stop talking to you, and this will be finally over, at least for you. But I do want to know this. You have sat here and watched every bit of the people that were supposed to be helping you in this case. And does it not frustrate you? Just even if you could have, from your very perspective, checked off this box, that's done. Don't you wish that they would have done some better crime scene intake over at the barn?
Knowing what I know now, you know, I wish I could go back and change some things. That's an accurate statement.
Right. You would wish that, you know, they could have luminol Scott's apartment. Yes?
Possibly, yes.
You just basically anywhere and everywhere, right? In the barn.
You know, ideally we would have had unlimited supply of Blue Star, which I believe is why the GBI was called in, because we ran out. We just didn't have a lot to luminol or Blue Star everything, but we just didn't have the resources.
But you wish you had it. Yes?
Yes,
Okay.
At this point, yes.
More upstairs in the house and more downstairs.
I'd have covered the entire property.
Absolutely. Hindsight is always 20/20.
Absolutely.
And I'll ask you this, because of the breadth of this investigation, I mean, it's almost like fighting a war on three fronts. It's almost impossible historically for any country has that hardly ever won a war on three fronts. You had a barn, you had a fire, you had a house, you had three different scenes on the same property, multiple individuals, but it was a three-front war, and that's never really been won until the United States in World War II, best I can tell. So it was a lot. It was a huge undertaking to try to process this case. Yes?
Yes.
Would it have not been beneficial to have all of the assets of the GBI come and take over this investigation?
I don't know if it would have been beneficial to have their help. Yes.
Okay. So hindsight being 20/20, that probably would have been one of the easiest things you guys could have done to assist in this large investigation.
Repeat your question. It could have been the easiest.
the easiest, the solution that is designed essentially by the GBI to assist local agencies, that mechanism that they've created, that's all over the state, that they go everywhere.
Mhm.
That would have been the best thing that you guys could have done in that situation to process this crime scene.
We did call them in when we felt we needed help, and they came in and performed the task that we asked them to do, and then we felt like we had the rest of it covered.
So the answer is you wouldn't change anything?
There are things that I would change, but as far as the GBI specifically, I would not have called them in to take over now.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment. I want to just briefly go back over. Judge, can we switch over to the Elmo? One day I'm going to figure out why this is called an Elmo. So these cell brite extractions that were put in yesterday, without us going through all these again, there's far more. See if it'll focus. There is far more messages than just these, correct?
Yes.
These were, just to kind of explain for the jury, this is kind of like a search tool, this cell brite program that everyone uses in law enforcement. You can kind of winnow away like a topic of message. Can you do something like that?
I believe you can search keywords and
Keywords.
narrow down, search parameters between dates and things like that. Yes.
So these, we're talking about dates that range back to February of 2018, which is what we're looking at here. And we start to move back into September of 2017. These aren't the same conversations. They're just kind of mishmashed together. Yes?
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clear that up for the jury so that they knew that this wasn't anywhere really close in time, a lot of them to July of 2018.
Correct.
Okay. I believe that's all I have, Judge.
All right, redirect.
All right, Sergeant Hayes, let's talk a little bit about Rusty Barton some more. There we go. Was Mr. Barton with his attorney on August 2nd, 2018 when you interviewed him? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, thank you. You've been waiting to give me away. Okay, sorry, did you hear my question or do you need me to repeat it?
Can you repeat it?
Sure. Did Mr. Barton have his attorney present for all of the meetings that you had with him?
He did.
So that would include the 24th and on August 2nd.
Correct.
And on the 24th, is that when he made the statement to you that Melody told him he is on the burn pile, in the burn pile?
Yes.
And then August 2nd, you spoke with him, that's like less than a week later. Did he recant it on the 2nd?
No.
And you spoke with him at length on the 2nd?
We didn't.
When you're doing an investigation, do you consider the source of where the information you are told by witnesses, do you consider the source of that information?
Yes.
So witnesses who are not on scene but have information about what happened at the scene, do you consider that?
Yes.
And consider where that may have come from?
Yes.
The map that you showed Scott Farris that day, was that his phone, the dot that you were asking about?
No.
When Scott would call you about his mother and what to do in certain scenarios, you said you'd get another agency involved.
Correct.
And did you also inform him that, if you're feeling a type of way, you could always record her if you're concerned?
I did.
Before you met with Scott and Chris on the 20, let me make sure I get the date right for when you spoke with them. Do you remember what date you had that interview with both Chris and Scott?
I don't know off the top of my head. I can find it in my reports.
Let's find that exact date. believe it was the 27th.
I believe my report says July 26th.
July 26th.
Mhm.
Is that 2 days after Rusty Barton told you Melody told him he's in the burn pile?
Yes,
You had that information before speaking with both Chris and Scott that day.
yes,
And you had information that
Censor that.
Overrides my mute section that I replace this mute, so I don't know what's going on. All right. Sorry about that.
and you had information when you were talking to Chris and Scott, not only from Rusty, but from inside the home, that something happened inside the home,
correct.
like a projectile found in the basement.
That's correct.
And at that time, you also learned about, you had already known about the existence of Rusty Barton because you had spoken to him,
Correct.
and what happened with Ted Wiley back in the day, right?
Yes.
And let me pull up some. Y'all know we're going to go to the scene view today, so I want to get a little bit of
No objection.
perspective for the jurors. State moves into evidence. State's exhibit Hayes 59 and Hayes 60.
All right.
No objection.
All right. Showing you Hayes 59. What are we looking at here?
That's a view of the main house from outside the barn on the property.
So that's what you can see from the barn, looking over towards the house.
Correct, from that view.
Okay, and where my fingers are right here, kind of in the middle, is that the deck of the house?
Yes.
Okay, so would the burn pile kind of be up here?
Yeah, to the right behind the house.
And now I'm showing you Hayes 60. What are we looking at here?
An overview of the house, an aerial view.
Okay, and I'm gonna pull out S. Ferris 11. Oops. There we go. These are different angles. Hayes 60 and S. Ferris 11 are different angles of kind of the same aerial view.
Yes.
All right. This pin that Mr. Ferris put in, is that where you recall the burn pile to be?
Yes, roughly in that area.
So would that be up here somewhere? On Hayes 60?
Yes, I believe it would be
Do
up.
you want to go put a pin in it? I'll give you a black one. Where you recall it to be as well. As you were listening to the Collios throughout this case, did it become apparent to you that Mr. Barton may have told Ms. Ferris that he was recording her?
Yes.
How did that become apparent to you?
When she questioned him about it, in the beginning, she flat out asked him, "Didn't you tell me that they gave you a recorder?" She told him exactly what we did. We gave him a recorder to record her.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Weaver?
Nothing else.
All right, you can sit down. Thank you, sir.
$200. Okay, so we are going to move on to the next testimony that we have for this one. Give me 1 second. Let me pull this up.
As you know, the state was made aware of some newly discovered evidence last week.
Oh, we heard about that.
The state informed the defense as quickly as possible of this evidence.
Wait a
Also
minute, guys.
informed the court of the evidence, and the state is now.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Sergeant Hayes. Instead of showing the picture of you on the tractor, I want to go back. I noticed something you said yesterday.
Here. Pause. Pause. 5 minutes. I gotta get back to my list. Give me 1 second, guys. Oh, here I go. I'm so confused. Y'all know y'all be having to work with me.
I do. Okay. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury.
I am Lindsay Harris.
Ms. Harris, where are you employed?
I am employed at the Cherokee Sheriff's Office.
And can you actually spell your first name for Mr. Cox since it's spelled
Lindsay.
Thank you. And how are you employed with the Sheriff's Office?
I am the commander of the Intelligence Division.
What does that mean?
So I run a division that encompasses intelligence analysts who provide investigative support, digital forensic analysts who extract evidence from devices.
Okay, so it looks like we about to watch her. I don't know, I'm gonna try to get through her testimony, but I want her to get some. I got a problem with people that she look like she sucked her thumb, or maybe her 2 front fingers or something, because her teeth game is. I can tell when people suck their thumb. I'm pretty sure she was a thumb sucker. Damn it. I don't know. I got issues with thumb suckers, y'all, because you can definitely tell when you get older when you're a thumb sucker. Oh man. She did. I don't know. And I understand as a little kid, you might have sucked on your thumb, but I think that you should definitely, when you get older, I think that you should definitely get braces, so in your adult life. You think we should skip her? Why you think we should skip her, Tanya? I thought that this phone evidence, I think, is going to be good. I don't know what you mean by skipping her. Why you want to skip her? Let me see. Wait a minute. We seen this? Yeah, I think that she was called. Remember, she had got up there and she was like, the judge was like, well, you can't really tell us nothing. Like, if we ask you certain questions, why is this? You had all this time to do this report, but you never did the report. Like, she just submitted this report. You say, okay. Yeah, so we'll watch it, but yeah, I don't know. Me and her and these teeth, and I want grown adults when they. Okay, so this is the disclaimer. Like, if you are an adult out here and you sucked your thumb till you was 18 years old and you have stopped sucking your thumb, I am going to appreciate if you go ahead and get that tightened up so you can, because everybody can tell you were a thumb sucker. Dang. No, I wouldn't have knew unless the trial channel. I forgot that she was up there. I completely forgot she was up there. All I know is that the judge kept telling her he was trying to get information so he can go out here and commit a crime. Because the judge been asking questions about blood cleanup, about how to do the phones, about how to track different information. He wants to know how this DNA is collected, to the point that I might think that he's about to commit a crime. But that's just me. Not to say the judge went out here and did no crimes, but it seemed like a lot of these questions is for his own personal use. And I don't have time for that. You say do not move to England. Oh my goodness, you telling me they're going to be all out there with their teeth out here because they sucking on their thumb? I mean, I don't mind you sucking on your thumb. Just when you stop sucking on your thumb, when you have decided to call it quits, get it all pushed back. Or maybe a retainer will help. I shouldn't talk about people's teeth. Who am I? I am nobody. I just want them to know, thumb suckers, I can tell that you're a thumb sucker. And everybody else in the world probably can tell that you're a thumb sucker too.
And crime analysis.
How many people are in your unit?
10 total.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about how you came to be in that position, your education background, trainings, all of those fun things?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree.
She looked like she is so nervous about this whole situation that she would not even mind putting her thumb in her mouth and sucking her thumb right now in the middle of this dang on testimony. Like this may be, I don't know. Okay. I'm gonna stop. Here I go. Because we would never get through this testimony if I'm gonna be talking about everything and everything. And if the judge stepped in and he started asking questions about this again, I'm gonna be feeling some type of way.
In criminal justice with a concentration in forensic behavioral sciences. I have a master's degree in public administration. I began my career as an intern with the Drug Enforcement Administration, which took me into a federally run drug task force where I was an intelligence analyst for over 7 years. After that job, I became the first intelligence analyst at the Cherokee Sheriff's Office, and that was approaching 7 years ago.
Do you, as an intelligence analyst, do you do continuing education trainings and those types of things to keep up with the latest technology?
Yes.
The digital world is constantly evolving. So about how many trainings do you go to a year?
It's hard to approximate, but I mean, we're training constantly. I could say on average, I go to one class a month at minimum. Of course, varying hours, but I attend week-long conferences annually. And, we're always trying to keep up with the emerging technology.
What kind of certificates do you hold in your field?
I am a certified criminal intelligence analyst with the International Association of Law Enforcement Intelligence Analysts, also called IALEA. I am a certified cybercrime intelligence analyst, as well as a real-time crime professional.
Are you trained in certain softwares that assist you in analyzing digital evidence?
Yes, we use various softwares and programs throughout the course of our work, and we constantly train on the changes in technology again and how these systems can assist us. These systems are, law enforcement databases, open source, and softwares that can read certain records.
What does open source mean?
Open source would be social media, anything that you can use as a plain citizen, and then closed databases would be that of law enforcement only.
Some of these databases require purchasing the software, and then others you can just download on the internet.
That's correct.
And you've used a range of those types of softwares.
Absolutely.
Depending on what kind of evidence you're looking at.
Yes.
I want to talk about Celebrate. What's Celebrate?
Celebrate is a software, and it's actually physical software that extracts the data from devices, whether it be a computer or a telephone, cell phone, and it extracts all the contents of the device.
What software program do you mainly use to analyze digital evidence personally?
We use a system called PenLink. It's a software that you receive records in various formats. So Celebrate is one way of obtaining a record because it produces a report from the device, the contents of that device. So that report then has to be analyzed. So we use software that we can ingest this large amount of data, and it kind of decodes it in a way that's understandable for us to analyze.
Have you ever testified as an expert before?
I have.
About how many times?
Twice.
At this time, the state moves to admit Ms. Harris as a digital forensic, an expert in digital forensics acquisition and analysis.
Just very simply, the things we discussed outside the president's degree, the limitations that have been described by the court.
All right. She's an expert and can testify and give her opinion based upon her expertise. All right, go ahead.
I'm going to actually kind of show an example. We've talked about reports, and we have already admitted a few, so I kind of want to go over those with you. Is this a Celebrate report?
Yes, this is a PDF version of what the system Celebrate produces.
And when you receive a phone and it uploads, I don't know what I just did. And it gets.
It's gonna do that every
I
day
know.
because we won't click the box that says stop doing that.
Next time I'll catch it. Okay. So we see Celebrate up here in the right-hand corner. And then does it automatically produce the summary and source extraction boxes typically?
Yes, many of those are mandatory fields. Some fields can be added in that would give, examiner's name, but those you see there are mandatory fields.
Okay. And then the content actually within this can be selected how?
So, based upon the parameters of the search warrant, the contents of the device are extracted, and within each report, you can seclude some information. If you're just looking to analyze text messages at that moment, you can click through and just seclude text messages rather than everything in the device.
Okay, I want to start with the basics. During an investigation, detectives or investigators seize digital evidence in forms of cell phones, records from companies, all sorts of stuff. What happens between them obtaining these from either the person or the company? How does it get to you?
So records, again, they come in various formats, various time zones. So when the investigator receives the records, they're not easy to understand. They come in formats. They could be a text file, they could be a PDF, they could be Excel. And the investigator doesn't have the ability to quickly look and see what the information shows. So in turn, they ask an analyst, and they send the records or provide it to us in a digital format in which we begin our analysis.
So let's start with records, and then we'll move to physical devices.
Sure.
When you obtain records from a cell phone company, give an example of what it is that you're looking at and what you do with that record.
So phone records or call detail records is I believe what you're speaking of. So we receive call detail records from the provider. This is, your typical T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T. These records, dependent on what is written in the search warrant, they provide you essentially the transaction data. So this is going to show you the date, the time, the direction, the duration of the call, and then the source, whether it is a phone call or a text message. Now this is network based, again, based upon the carrier of the phone. And again, based upon the parameters of the search warrant, you could receive a cell site location with those records.
What is that dependent upon?
That's dependent upon the wording of the search warrant. If you ask for locations, or if you're just asking for call detail records.
So you could obtain records without locations if locations was not specified in the search warrant.
That's correct.
And let's move to physical devices. So we've talked about a Celebrate report. When law enforcement collects a physical device from someone, and by physical device, I mean like a cell phone, what should they do with it immediately upon seizure?
Well, as technology changes and updates happen on cell phones, it is constantly evolving. Practice has been, put the device in airplane mode, and this is to prevent external wiping. Again, keeping it charged. Once that device powers off, it is more difficult sometimes to get the contents out of that device. But again, the technology and the updates are constantly changing. On each update Apple pushes out per se could change the security requirements for us accessing that data.
And for general knowledge, could updates be happening in the background of a device without the user even knowing?
Absolutely.
When you receive that device from law enforcement and it's in airplane mode or whatever mode, that is to prevent signals, essentially like Wi-Fi connection, and then the you talked about the actual signals, like the phone company signals. Is that what that's for? Network.
Yes. So the physical device does have the ability to be wiped externally. So we always like to preserve evidence. So that's why we will do these certain steps. And sometimes you could place the device in a bag. It's called a Faraday bag, which doesn't allow signals to transmit to the device. But again, the phone records are based on the network, not necessarily the physical device. It's based upon the tower, the transmission of the records of the.
And those come from the company.
That's correct.
Does the data sometimes overlap? Can you confirm data from a cell phone record in the phone itself?
Absolutely. They should correspond. Now, a user can delete, a text message or delete a call record. Our technology does most of the time still get deleted information, but yes, absolutely. You should be able to look at records. And if you have a device that hasn't been tampered with, you should be able to correlate.
When you have a physical device, do they say you have an iPhone and then you have a phone, like a Samsung phone where it's an Android-based software? Are they going to extract the exact same data from each phone?
Not always. A company, everything's a little bit different in technology. Apple, again, sometimes their next update could require some apps to have Face ID now. Now that changes our ability to extract every single thing out of the phone. Android has different security protocols and updates as well. So, it's not always the same for every single device. And every device could be, iPhone 6 versus an iPhone 16 could have different technology.
So when you receive a physical device, say a phone, what do you do with it once you receive it from the detective or investigator, if you're going to extract it?
So the physical extraction of a device?
Yes.
So I currently do not download devices anymore. There is a team of digital forensic analysts that do such, but I can speak to their processes in which, they, again, try and preserve the best amount of data. And they log, they have their bench notes, and then they physically hook the device to a machine, which is the Cellbrite system we spoke of. And it runs you through a bunch of prompts in which it starts the extraction of data and then the decoding of the data, which creates that report.
Once you have extracted the phone in that process and in that manner, do you ever have to use the physical device again?
You don't have to, but sure, you can use the physical device to manipulate it and check your data, spot check it. But the system of Cellbrite will let you know exactly what is pulled, so you can verify I did get a report in completion of this device.
So if you have your extraction on the Cellbrite on your computer and then you have the physical phone, you can go into the physical phone and verify whether that extraction data is actually in the phone.
Sure.
So some people do that verification.
Yes, and the only exception would be deleted information. It might not be visible on the device, but it will be noted in your report this is deleted.
Okay, and so when you obtain call detail records, how is it that you analyze call detail records?
So call detail records, again, are given in different formats. That's the theme. And we then ingest them into a software. I mentioned Penlink. So this software reads the record. It reads it, each column and row of whatever record we're receiving. And the system knows the companies and has learned the type of record each company gives. So in which I can set that my time zone is Eastern. So I want to view these records in my time zone of Eastern. So although the records come in UTC time, which is a 4 or 5 hour switch, depending, the system knows that I want to analyze this in a certain time zone and it will convert it for me. Now in the software, I can go in and I can spot check each row of data and look at the raw record and see, I can add in a column called provider time. So that's going to show me the UTC time zone, for instance, of the record. And then I can show the conversion to my time zone is correct. And again, it gives me another column I can add in call number, and that gives me the exact row on the PDF or the CSV or Excel file to go look at my raw record and compare it to what the software has read.
I want to talk about this case and how you became involved in this case. Can you tell the jury when you were involved and how?
So I was asked in 2018, July of 2018, to analyze some phone records. Again, it was a situation of the investigators wrote search warrants and got the return from the phone companies, opened up the documents, and they're like, I can't read this. We need someone to help us translate this information. So I was given the records and I ingested them into the system and began analyzing them.
Do you remember whose records you were sent?
I was sent various records throughout the course, but I do remember initially I was sent records for Melody Farris, records for Scott Farris. I was sent a tower dump of lots of records for that. There, and I don't remember, these were all in July. It was over the course of when the phone companies were providing records and when the investigators were writing their warrants.
You mentioned tower dumps.
Yes.
Can you explain what that is to the jury?
So everything we've mentioned so far is sort of individual based. So you can ask a provider, AT&T, I need phone records on this phone number. So that's going to give me all the information based upon that telephone number. If you do what's called a tower dump or a reverse search, it could be called as well. This is asking a specific tower. This is asking each company, AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile. We want all of the transmissions from this tower during a certain amount of time, a date and time. So this is giving you a wide range of all different phone numbers, not individual based. And it's based upon the location of the towers.
What is useful about that to investigators and detectives when they're looking into a crime?
So tower dumps are used when you don't know who you're looking for, essentially. This is going to give you people's location based upon the location of the tower, who's making calls or sending text messages in a certain location.
Okay, at this time, the state's going to move to admit State's Exhibit Harris 1 and Harris 4 and 5.
All right. No objection.
All right, Ms. Harris, I'm going to pull up what the call detail records you received in this case, just to show as an example. All right, so this is what you received from a phone company, right?
Yes, this is an example of what a Verizon return looks like for call detail records with cell site information.
Okay. And I'm going to pull up this third Excel that says cell site incoming, outgoing.
Mhm.
So this is what the record looks like when you receive it.
If I were to expand these fields, this is how many records you get, right? Rows of 7,000, 8,000 rows, right?
It obviously varies, yes,
Yes.
based upon the date and time, but it's always large. Most of the time we receive a lot of records.
So I want to talk about each of these, and we're going to look in the field up here since I can't expand the field.
Sure.
So network element name, what is that?
That's, again, something the company categorizes for the area of the network in which
There you go.
in which the transaction took place.
And then this says mobile directory number. What is that?
So mobile directory number, again, these records are sent with a key within that file, and it will explain to you each field. So here you have exactly what Verizon tells us each field means.
And I'm pulling up historical IP log explanation form within this exhibit.
Well, this is IP. This is,
Look, yes. Okay. So this is sort of an explanation form. Is that what you're talking about?
yes, this is for the IP data, but
Okay, sure.
they send similar for call detail record, yes.
This.
Exactly, yes.
Is this what you typically use? The call detail record?
Absolutely. If you're going to look at a raw record like that, raw being the format you saw with all the numbers, this is a very good key to know which each column means. And this, again, is something that the system Penlink I use decodes based upon these fields.
And for the record, I'm showing historical call details with cell sites explanation form PDF within this exhibit. So the mobile directory number is the target number. What's a target number?
The target number would be the number that was written on the search warrant for the records.
And then dialed digital number is what?
That would be the number that target number is attempting to reach.
Call direction.
That is either incoming or outgoing.
And then calling party number.
This is, again, based upon how you see here, it is whether it's incoming or outgoing. And if you read this here, it's saying, you know, if the call is outbound, the column will be the same as the mobile directory target number. If it's, you'll see the called number and the calling party number if it's an inbound, sorry.
So seizure date and time is date and time of each call.
Yep.
Seizure duration is the length of the call.
Correct.
Okay. And that's what this Excel cell site incoming outgoing
Correct.
document that I just previously showed you, that's what this is explaining.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now you mentioned tower dumps. I'm going to pull up an example of a tower dump record in Harris 4. I'm going to pull up Harris 4, which is the AT&T record. So I'm going to pull up the PDF that's titled Tower Search Records Key.
Mhm.
Is this the same type of explanation form that we saw in the call detail records?
It is, just for a different company.
Okay. And then, all right, what are we looking at here?
So again, they come in formats that are not easily understandable. So this is the records of every single phone number that hit a tap, this AT&T network, based upon the location of the towers that were asked for a date range and time. And what's different here than those call detail records we just looked at would be that target number is not the same, because we're not asking specifically for one phone number. We're asking for every phone number that hit a specific tower.
And that way, I mean, what do you do with this? Do you search for a certain phone number if you want to know if someone was possibly making a call during that, in this time frame?
Yes, various ways. I mean, if you know a phone number you're looking for, that would be an easy way to determine if they're in that location at that time. Tower dumps are also used if you don't know who you're looking for, but you know you have two locations. So I want to know if there's any devices that hit this location and this location in common.
And is it broken down by date and time?
That is the parameters of the records. Now, they're not always sent in chronological order, but they send based upon the parameters of the search warrant.
So each section has a different kind of date range. This one says the 7/3/18, 9 p.m. to 7/4/2 a.m. about.
Yes, again, they send them in various, every company is a little different. Sometimes they have, make it really technical here, like LTE network technology is different than 5G. So they might send 3 different sets of records for the tower because there's all different types of technology on each tower.
And I do want to clarify, when you search for a phone number in a tower dump, what is going to make a phone number show up?
Well, again, here, you're going to have both sides of the transaction. But what you have to make sure that you give attention to is, again, that target field, because the target field is going to show the phone that's actually in the location of the tower. So, a person's receiving both incoming and outgoing phone calls. So although there's phone numbers on, you almost have 3 rows of phone numbers here. Well, you actually have 6, but one's just adding a 1. So you have to make sure you're very careful to notice which phone is in the location of the tower and which phone is calling it.
So you get both the call maker and call receiver.
That's correct.
And this isn't going to tell you, this just tells you if someone was making a call in that area. It doesn't necessarily tell you whether that person was in the area. Is that fair?
It's, again, based upon the phone.
Right. So if they make a call, it'll show up.
A call or a text or a data connection, anything that would hit the network.
Okay, so if you didn't have Wi-Fi, but you're using like your Maps app and using the network to navigate, would that hit a tower?
Yes, that was, again, you pulled up IP data.
Oh.
That's something that you would see on a tower.
Okay. There were other records associated with this case that you analyzed. I want to talk about some Google records. Did you receive Google records in this case?
I did.
In what forms?
Digital form, again. And Google records, again, based upon the user's settings of their account, their Google account, is what the information you'll get back.
In this case, did you receive a general Google return for Gary Wayne Farris's Gmail account?
I did.
And did you obtain what's called geofence records?
Yes.
Can you describe what geofence records are?
Sure. So very similar to how we were just talking about phone records, call detail records versus tower dump. It's similar. So geofence is asking, I want to draw a virtual fence around on a map of a certain location, and I want you to tell me any Gmail accounts or any Gmail activity, Google activity, within the fence I've drawn on a map. And it's going to give you any account that corresponds to Google within that fence and seclude everything else around it. Now, the Google return, again, is based upon the physical account. So I know I have a Gmail account in the name of Gary Farris. I want all the records for this Google account.
And that could, so let's go through what Google records may include. So I have a Google Photos account. Could it include that?
Based upon your uploading and backup settings, absolutely.
My email, so my Gmail account,
yes.
You get that. What else? Yes. Oh, so my maps history, I use Google Maps.
Yes, locations.
And that may be included with any return if someone were to get a search warrant for my Gmail account.
Yes, based upon your settings with your account and what Google is preserving.
So when you say geofence, I'm gonna use like this overhead aerial. So let's say in this case, for example, they submitted the latitude and longitude of this box right here for the area for their fence. You would only get accounts that appeared in this area for whatever time frame they.
Any Google activity that took place during the date and time frame within the box that is drawn.
And that will be included in the search warrant itself.
Those parameters?
The parameters.
Yes.
And that's submitted by the sheriff's office, the search warrant.
Correct.
So those parameters, the latitude, longitude, and the date range, are requested by the sheriff's office.
Correct.
And then the return will give you any Google activity within that area?
Yes.
Okay. And that could include Google location.
Yes.
When you analyze digital evidence, how much do you typically know about the case?
Well, I personally like to know as much as I can so I can give the proper analysis. In looking at records, it's very important to know specific events or dates and times that are important to the investigation so I can focus my efforts in analysis.
Do detectives and investigators sometimes request specific information from you?
Yes.
In this case, did you have the opportunity to look at phone extractions of individuals?
Yes.
About how many people and whose extractions did you look at?
Hard to give an exact number, but
you can just name.
Yeah,
names,
I looked
players.
at Melody Farris's phone extraction, Gary Farris's phone extraction, Scott Farris's phone, Terry Braswell's phone, Rusty Barton's phone.
What about records? How many phone records did you look at?
Lots. Do you want me to try and name what ones?
Is it the same, about the same people?
Yes.
Okay.
I think there was some phone records we did obtain without having devices, though.
So the records, you don't need the device itself. What do you need to obtain a phone record?
The telephone number or some device identifier. I don't want to get too technical. And there's like something called an MZ. It's like a serial number. You could use that as well to obtain phone records.
In this case, did you obtain phone records for multiple numbers that were associated with Melody Farris?
Yes.
Did you obtain multiple numbers associated with Rusty Barton?
Yes.
Now for extractions, how many physical extractions did you have for Melody Farris?
1.
How many physical extractions did you have for Rusty Barton?
I believe 1 physical extraction. I have to look at my notes. I know there was a work phone number and a personal phone number. The personal phone number was the main focus.
The main number that you looked
And
at.
I do know for a fact that we had an extraction on the personal phone number.
Did you know the incident date of this case when you were analyzing these records?
I did.
Did you also focus around that time range when you were analyzing these records of the incident date itself?
Yes.
Did you have other information about when the crime may have possibly been committed?
Yes, I was given a time frame.
Ms. Harris, when you were looking at all of these records and extractions, what are steps you take to verify the data that you are analyzing?
Within the records?
The records and the phone, yeah, everything.
So again, I go back to the source, whether it's records, I will go back to that raw record that's given through the company as I'm analyzing it, make sure it's accurate. And I will continuously speak with the case team with my findings and make sure, I mean, especially in the beginning of investigation, it's a lot of moving parts and information's gathered in so many different areas. So as I analyze things and find things, I don't always know the relevance unless I speak to an investigator and say, this is what I'm seeing. Here's the analysis of this record. Do you need anything further? You know, it's a constant back and forth of communication.
Did our office come to you and ask you to put together a presentation for this jury to go through the voluminous records that were obtained in this case?
Yes, one of the main goals of intelligence analysis is rendering the complexity of all these records and different sources of data into some simplistic and understandable format.
And did you in fact put something together for this jury so that they can understand the records in this case?
Yes.
What all records are included in that presentation?
So there is data from telephone extractions. There's data from call detail records. There's data from Google returns. There is data from, let's see. Yeah, there's location data that comes along with the call detail records. There's also, you know, within a phone extraction, there's various types of information you get out of the phone. Again, we talked about text messages, phone calls. There's also health data that was extracted from the device.
I want you mentioned something, and I want to clarify this for the jury. So we have Google locations, and then you have locations from call detail records.
Correct.
How do those differ? Can you explain the location from the call detail records, how that's obtained, and then versus the Google location records?
Yes. So when you ask a phone provider, AT&T, T-Mobile, I need call detail records with cell site locations, it's going to give you the tower that phone call transmitted through. So the companies will give you a certainty of a 3-mile radius that they serve that call. And so each call hits the tower and they say, if this phone call touched this tower, it's in a 3-mile radius. So it's a large area. Now, because that's network-based location. Google is a handset-based location. This is based upon the device GPS or the device's Wi-Fi or GPS, Wi-Fi, and cellular network as well. So Google location is far more precise at times because it's handset-based, not network-based.
I want to talk about these tower locations, the 3-mile radius. How do the towers work?
So,
and I'm pulling this out in case you want to draw an example of how you can tell how the tower works.
You know, towers work differently based upon the location and how urban or rural you're in and how busy a tower may be. So you could be very close to a tower and your phone call is transmitting through that tower, but you'll still see a large pie if I get your records, or a piece of a pie, a sector. Because the company is only going to tell me your phone call was transmitted through this tower, and I can only give you the certainty of this piece of this 3-mile pie. So you can draw a circle around a cell tower and you could say 3 miles somewhere within this area, this call took place. But I'm not going to give you a certainty of more than 3 miles unless I have a for sure sector of that tower, and then I'm going to give you a piece of a pie. Still goes 3 miles out, but it's narrowing down the face or the sector of the tower.
How many sectors can towers have?
Typically, it's 3 sectors. And that was one of the fields you saw in those raw records. It says azimuth sector, and that's decoding which side of the tower it may be.
So let's say here's a cell phone tower. Okay, I don't know. And then here's your 3-mile radius. And then the sector, you said it's like a piece of a pie?
Correct.
So it could be, and there's 3 sometimes?
Right.
So if it's like, it could be this could be a sector.
That's correct.
So then it would narrow down, this is where that phone is located.
That's correct. Now, sometimes they don't provide a sector and you just get the circle, the whole pie.
I know, it's pretty light. Kind of looks like a volcano, but that's okay. Okay, and so when it came to the devices themselves, did certain people have locations in their devices turned on, location services?
Based upon a return from Google, yes.
And then other phones had no location information.
That's correct.
So you compiled people's locations based on the records that you had for that device or person's phone number.
That's correct.
And then, so for Gmail returns, we had Gary's Gmail account. Did he have locations included in that return?
Yes.
So you have his Google location.
That's correct.
And is each extraction of each device going to give you the same amount of information?
No.
So, for example, if you had Rusty Barton's cell phone and Melody Farris's cell phone, they're not going to have the same log data, the same activity information provided. It just depends on how that phone is extracted.
It depends on the device itself, Apple versus Android, the version of the device, how old the actual handset is.
All right. At this time, state moves to tender State's Exhibit Harris 6.
Objections?
No objections other than all the other objections that I previously made. I stand on those.
All right, and this one, so just, we got,
And I'm going to stop before
Yeah.
we get. Yep.
let's walk through it and.
Sure.
I know there's something we gotta edit, but it's all right. Yeah, there we go.
Ms. Harris, is this the presentation that you put together for the jury based on all of the digital evidence that you were provided in this case?
It is.
And we reached out to you to start kind of a timeline, is that fair to say, of activity?
Yes.
Among all of the family members and main players in this case.
Yes.
And we asked you to start with Monday, July 2nd, 2018?
Correct.
Okay. If you could read into the record the 9:43 text message.
I got Gary's phone. He booked and paid for condo for Chris and Jenna. I'm beyond furious.
And Amanda's response at 9:55.
Oh, big surprise.
Melody's response to Amanda.
He's wrong for doing it. And when I specifically said no and had just reason.
And what is Amanda's response to Melody?
Yep, Chris will never grow up.
This is the same date,
Yes,
July 2nd. And what was Melody's response to Amanda?
but he refuses to help you with dentist.
And then Amanda says,
Yep, can't stop him. It's ridiculous.
what is Melody's response to Amanda?
This is my last straw with him.
And the next message from Melody to Amanda is at what time?
3:07 p.m.
On the same date, July 2nd?
Yes.
What does she say to Amanda?
So Scott left at 8 this morning, gone to play golf, still gone. Then tomorrow goes to lake, so help me God.
Is this still July 2nd?
Yes.
And this is between Melody and Gary at 3:07 p.m. Can you read that text, please?
Did you book a condo for Chris and Jenna?
And what does Gary say?
I booked one for me and the girls as well.
And then that was at 3:08. And at 3:14 p.m., what does Melody say to Amanda?
Just giving you a heads up about things. Chris continues to charge his cable, phone, and airline tickets to Gary's checking account. Charge their honeymoon and their beach trip year you got married to us as well. Now another beach trip after I told him no and why. He never paid EK, Jenna's ring that was financed by us. I have had it. I'm taking measures to stop this insanity.
are these messages verbatim the messages found in the phone?
Yes,
So BK, that is how it was typed in the phone.
correct.
Okay, this is on July 2nd, 2018. What are we looking at here?
This is a photo found in the device extraction of Melody Farris's phone. And the capture time was 7:56 p.m. on July 2nd.
What is the photo of?
It appears to be a hand with some blood in a paper towel.
Okay, what is this slide here?
This is a video that was found in the Google return for Gary Farris's Gmail account.
And the time that you have here at 8:37, was that from the Google account itself?
Correct.
Was this video found in his phone extraction?
I don't believe I found it in the extraction. It was in the Google return.
When you leave a plate, you forget to take it upstairs. A minor temper tantrum. Because I had supper tonight and it was 6 for me, so I'm sure I'll be feeling poorly here within minutes. But we'll see.
All right, so now we're on Tuesday, July 3rd, 2018.
Yes.
Who is this top message between?
Melody Farris and Scott Farris.
What does it say?
Let's go to Catch 22 Bar and Grill.
At 12:43. Okay, and then the next message is from who?
From Addie or Addison to Melody.
And what does it say?
Hey, Cameron and I want to have a sleepover at the farm tonight if it works out. Would that be okay with you?
Okay, and that's at 1:44 p.m.
Correct.
So we have a section underneath that says 206 Scott's phone location. Can you tell the jury about that?
So this is a map of Scott's device location at 2:06 p.m. Those pies you see, those sectors of the cell tower, and you see 2 here. That can mean the call began in one and ended in the other, or the call could have hit both towers.
So he is in the area of that radius and those sectors. So the pink area, that would be where his phone is.
Correct.
Okay. And you have 2 locations there for reference. What are the locations that you have included for reference?
2155 Purcell Lane is the home, the Farris home, and Cherokee Ranch is the location in which the lunch took place.
So they ended up Cherokee Ranch. The text references Catch 22, but you know that they ended up at Cherokee Ranch.
Correct.
Based on other information. Okay.
Yes.
All right. And that's at 206. Scott's phone is up here.
Correct.
And that is near Lake Lanier.
Yes.
At 2:12, what does Melody say to Addie?
How about tomorrow night?
What does Addie say in response?
That's fine.
Okay, so now we have a blue message. What is this?
This is a message from Amanda, but it's a group text to Gary and Melody.
What time is that at?
3:09 p.m.
On what date?
July 3rd.
What does that text message say?
Hey, I spoke with the prospective photographer. Y'all mentioned you wanted to have a sit down. She can meet us next Wednesday, the 11th at 10 a.m. She said we can do Alpharetta or Buford. She's in Athens, but her parents live in Alpharetta, so she's always there. I'm sure Mama will be going. Daddy, are you wanting to go?
And what does Gary say to this group text?
I was planning to go to the beach with the girls.
All right, and the next one is in white. Why is the next one in white?
It's in white and on this side of the screen, so I can show, this is not a reply to the group message. It's a reply just individually to Amanda.
From who?
From Melody.
What does Melody say just to Amanda?
Ask him when he is going and coming, BK.
And then what does Melody say again?
Now is your time to say thanks for the invite.
So that's just to Amanda,
Correct.
Not in the group text.
Correct.
Okay. All right, this is the same date, and we're back in the group chat, it appears.
Yes.
Okay, and what time?
3:14 p.m. on July 3rd.
And what does Amanda say to her parents?
Oh, okay. Didn't know anything about it. Then will it be okay if Mama and I meet with her?
And then immediately after, what does Amanda say again?
The only reason I asked is because she has room to do one more wedding in May. Scared I might lose her.
And Gary says what?
Sure.
Okay, so we're still on the 3rd. But now we're on phone calls, it appears? Is that what this is? Tell the jury about that.
This depicts a record of a phone call.
Who is making that call and what time and to who?
Chris Farris calls Gary Farris at 3:51 p.m. on July 3rd, 2018. The call lasts 1 minute and 43 seconds.
And at 3:53, what's that?
This is a call from Gary Farris to Chris Farris, and the call lasts 8 seconds in duration.
And we have some more text messages down at the bottom. Who is that from?
Ella,
What does she say to Melody?
we are here.
And again, at 3:53, it looks like she sent these almost simultaneously. What's the next message?
I want you to come to the beach.
Was there a response to that message by Melody?
No.
So the next slide, we're still on July 3rd. So we have a call to Rusty. Was this on the same phone that all of the other conversations she was having was on?
No. If you see the red border indicates the second phone used by Melody Farris.
Did she ever call Rusty on her personal phone? The one she uses to communicate with her family, that you could tell based on records?
All the communication I saw between Melody and Rusty were on the secondary phone.
Okay. And what I'm gonna do is, you know these records very well. Do you know the last 4 of the phone she used with Rusty? The last 4 digits?
1987.
And then what is the last 4 digits of her personal phone that she uses for her family?
It's 90. I always get her and Gary's confused with the same digits. I believe hers 9029.
Okay. So these are her 2 phone numbers. And what did we have for the 1987 number when it comes to digital evidence?
The 1987 number, we have call detail records with cell site, no phone extraction. The 9029 number, we have phone extraction and call detail records.
So we never had the physical phone for this phone number.
That's correct.
Okay, but we did have the physical phone for this phone.
That's correct.
So this call from Melody to Rusty, how did you know this call existed?
Because I was provided call detail records.
Okay. So at 4:02, she calls Rusty for how long?
17 minutes and 36 seconds.
And then at 4:36?
12 minutes and 2 seconds.
And at 4:50, it looks like Amanda texts her mom. What does she say?
Chris just texted me asking my plans, and Addison wants to know. I did not answer. He called. I did not answer.
All right, we're still on July 3rd. What does Melody reply to Amanda?
He's here now.
And then what does Amanda say?
Of course.
And again,
Dropping his kids off.
what does Melody say to Amanda at 5:16 p.m.?
He dropped Ella at Emma's house and took Addison with him.
All right, so we have the red. Red is the 1987 number.
Correct.
And how long does that call to Rusty last?
11 minutes, 30 seconds.
Okay. And again at 5:31.
4 minutes, 56 seconds.
What does Amanda's text to Melody say at 5:52 p.m.?
Oh, that's nice.
What is the next message at 7 p.m.? Okay.
Similar to what I instructed y'all yesterday during one of the interviews or the phone conversations, the statements from Ms. Farris, the defendant, are admissible. The statements from the other parties, if you don't hear testimony about that, are not being offered for the truth of what they are saying. They are only being offered in context of the other conversation, to the statements that the defendant makes, and to establish the timeline. All right, go ahead.
So I want to ask you at 5:52 p.m., well, this call at 5:31 that Ms. Farris has with Rusty, and then Amanda hits her up at 5:52 and 7 o'clock PM. Did Melody ever respond to the 5:52 text message?
No.
You're not leaving that out or anything?
No.
And then Amanda to Melody, this photography screenshot, did she respond to that?
No.
So the last activity we have for her, at least up till 7 o'clock at this point, is the 5:31 call to Rusty.
Sorry, say again.
The digital evidence was the last call she made was at 5:31, and she did not respond to Amanda either of these times.
I believe there's more in the next slide as far as other calls that day, if that's what you're asking.
Well, let me just hang on 1 second.
Are you asking on a specific phone?
Yes, her personal phone. Did she have any activity after this 5:31 call from Melody to Rusty up until the 7 o'clock time?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Okay. All right. What are we looking at here? And this is still July 3rd. What are we looking at here?
This is location data based upon Google return for Gary Farris's device. And the circle on the map shows Google provides location. Again, it's more precision located based on the handset, but they give a certainty amount. So within that circle, they give a certainty amount of 10 meters, 20 meters. And that's what's depicted within the purple circle there, is the amount of certainty of where the device is located.
So it appears Gary's device is moving away from the property up towards Free Home?
Yes.
From 8:28 to 8:40?
Correct.
Okay. What is this?
This is showing, again, a satellite view of the point of Gary's device from 8:40 to 9:21 p.m. on July 3rd.
And that is in that Free Home area? Go back.
Correct.
Is that in this Free Home area right here at the top?
Yes.
Like that 8:40 ping, is that in the same location?
Yeah, so then the satellite view shows it was a repeat location, same certainty and everything.
Okay, so at 9:26, what are we looking at there?
A call from Melody to Rusty on the 1987 phone.
Was there activity on Melody's personal phone prior to this, after that text with Amanda?
No, she never replied to that 7 p.m. text.
Did she text anyone else?
No.
Did she call anyone else?
No. On the
personal phone,
Personal.
the 9029 number.
Correct.
So what's the next?
So this is
activity
showing, again, Google location for Gary's handset between the times of 9:26 and 9:32 p.m.
And it looks like he's moving closer to the house,
Correct.
or his phone is. So what are we looking at on the next slide?
This is the location of Gary's handset within the purple circle again at 9:34 p.m. on July 3rd.
And that's a little bit wider radius.
Correct.
And that's the house, 2155 Purcell Lane.
Correct.
Okay, now we're at 10:52 p.m. What are we looking at here?
This is a call from Melody Farris on the 9029 personal phone to Scott, in which the call takes place for 1 minute and 5 seconds.
What's the map down below?
That is the record of the call based upon Scott's location.
So his location between when he left up to the lake at 2, whatever that previous slide said, a little after 2 o'clock, and this 10:52 call, did his location ever show closer to the house?
No, it remained in the northern area up there.
Towards the lake?
Yes.
So when he received this call at 10:52, he's in that cone sector, that pink area.
Correct.
Or his phone is in that location.
Correct.
You want a good stopping point?
Good stuff.
Okay.
It is for you. All right.
Yep.
Because food's here and y'all want me to read.
Okay, so where we at now that we just seen some phone evidence?
In your honor.
Okay,
All right,
wait
go
a
ahead.
minute. Y'all know I gotta pause it. So that's part of it. Now we going into part 2 of it. but I want to kind of see where you guys are at. Lynn said, I told everybody that. She don't want to hear that. So Scott couldn't have nobody with his phone? Charles Channel says that proves that Scott wasn't there. You good? Okay. What's my comment on it? Dang. I'm sure trying to coordinate these times on, it's getting better. Okay, so Scott wasn't there. Where was Amanda? Somebody didn't. Y'all think Amanda helped? Somebody helped her. I'm not getting past her moving this man unless y'all talk about she walked him out there. But then y'all gonna have to explain to me why we don't have no trail of blood or anything. But okay, I'm okay. Let me see. Oh, I'm typing. I know I'm typing in y'all ears. Here I go. Let me get this thing here. Just her and Gary were home. She didn't put my boy in the burn pile. It just sounds so weird talking about you to put somebody in the burn pile, but I guess not. All right, here we go, guys.
Ms. Harris, you are still under oath from yesterday. And I believe we left off here on July 3rd, the evening of July 3rd. At 10:52, what is that icon?
This is a representation of the cell site location of Scott Farris's cell phone.
So the first.
I'm sorry.
Can you move the microphone a little bit closer to you?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, the first call up there on the top.
That is a phone call from Melody Farris to Scott Farris at 10:52 p.m. and it lasted 1 minute and 5 seconds in duration.
And that's on her personal cell phone, the one that she communicates with family on.
Correct.
And that is where the phone's location is when that call is taken from
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Okay. That's Scott's phone number
Correct.
in this pink section here?
Yes.
Okay. All right, at 11:28, what are we looking at there?
This is a phone call from Melody to Rusty on the 1987 phone, and it lasts 4 minutes and 58 seconds.
Okay, and that's about 40 minutes after she talks to Scott, right? Okay, then at 11:30, what do we have there?
This is a phone call from Scott to Melody at 11:30 p.m. And no duration.
No duration. What does that typically mean?
The phone call did not connect.
And what are we looking at here down in the bottom, this map?
Again, this is the location of Scott Farris's telephone during that attempted call at 11:30 p.m.
And that's within, and the Purcell Lane is within that tower.
That's correct.
So at 10:52, the phone's location is in the pink up there, and then by 11:30, it appears he's in the area of the home.
That's correct.
And what is this slide?
This is a call at 11:34 p.m. Melody to Scott, and it lasts 4 minutes and 10 seconds.
And that below is the phone, Scott's phone's location, which the home appears to be within that location.
Correct.
All right. Let's start at the bottom here. Well, hang on. Let's go back. So this is about 10 minutes later. What's this bottom call right here?
This is a phone call at 11:45 p.m. on July 3rd. This is Melody calling Rusty, and it lasts 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 5 seconds.
At 11:45. Okay. So the graph above it, it's titled Melody's activity. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at?
This is a graph showing activity markers for the time span of 6 o'clock p.m. to 11:48 p.m. on July 3rd. The two different colors show different types of measurement of activity that are found in the cell phone extraction of Melody Farris.
And it ended at 11:48. So while this phone call was being made, is that just when the measurement ended?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So now we're in the early morning of July 4th at 12:14 a.m. What is this?
This is a message from a short message service from the number 611612 code. I'm sorry, it's a message to Melody from 2166 message service for Straight Talk Wireless.
And that is that 611612 the content of that message?
Correct.
Okay. I know there's a couple of numbers, so I wanted to delineate. So the 21663 is essentially the number that the phone is communicating with. And then the 611612 is the content of that message.
Correct.
Okay. And then what's the next message down there in the middle?
So again, at 12:14, it's another message, and this is from the short message service for Straight Talk Wireless to Melody, in which it states, for more info about Straight Talk Wireless, Straight Talk services or products, please visit http://straighttalk.com or call 1-877-430-2355.
Which phone were these messages on?
Any text message would be on the personal family phone. So these are on the personal phone.
Okay. And then the phone call at 12:15 is on which phone?
Also the personal family phone 9029.
Okay. And this phone call with Rusty is about an hour and 14 minutes, which would end, not great at math, almost at 1 a.m. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
So this is while she's on the other phone with Rusty.
Correct.
And we're still on the early morning of July 4th. This is the second call to Straight Talk at 12:20.
Correct.
And then the next the next message at 12:24 from Straight Talk, confirmation. Thank you for adding airtime.
Correct.
What are we looking at 12:24 a.m.?
This is a email that is found in the phone extraction of Gary Farris's telephone. It is a notification from his bank, which he was receiving alerts from Wells Fargo, in which it's an alert stating there was a transaction to Straight Talk airtime in the amount of $36.28.
And that went to Gary's email address and you found this alert in his cell phone extraction.
Correct.
Okay. In the cell phone extraction for his email account, when you were looking for this financial alert, did any other financial alerts involving Straight Talk appear?
They did not.
This was the only Straight Talk alert that you found in Gary's email.
Correct.
And can you read that card number for me into the record?
Card ending in 0078.
And then at 2:20 a.m., what do we have there?
This is a call from Melody to Rusty, lasting duration 35 minutes, 47 seconds.
So that ends about 2:55 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. All right. What are we looking at 5:52 a.m.?
This is a location of Gary Farris's handset based upon the Google location records. This is the date of July 4th, 2018, and the time is 5:52 a.m. And the radius shown here, the certainty that Google provides of this location is 11 meters.
So that covers a portion of outside and then a portion of the house. That bottom portion looks like it kind of covers this back area right there.
Correct.
6:12, what do we have there?
This is a call, 6:12 a.m., Scott Farris to Melody Farris, lasting 9 seconds in duration.
And the morning of at 6:21, morning of July 4th, what is this?
Again, this is an alert notification from Wells Fargo to Gary's email. And this is an alert stating the card ending in 0078 was used at a ATM location in Freeholm for the amount of $80.
And at 6:24, what are we looking at there?
Again, this is a handset precision location of Gary Farris's device. This is at 6:24 a.m. and the certainty of this location is 31 meters.
And so a large portion of that is the woods, and then it barely touches the side of the house. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And at 6:29, what do we have right there?
This is a call from Melody Farris to Rusty for the duration of 20 seconds at 6:29 on July 4th.
On the 1987 phone.
Correct.
And so that was at 6:29 a.m., 20 seconds. And then at 6:30, what do we have there?
We have another call, Melody to Rusty, and this is 59 minutes and 44 seconds in duration.
And at 6:32, we moved to some of Scott's conversations. What do we have there?
This is a text message thread located in Scott's phone extraction. This is Scott to Ted at 6:32 a.m. saying y'all up.
And then Scott says what? Well, Ted says what?
Ted replies at 6:34, yes, sir.
And then what does Scott say?
Scott replies at 6:34, I'm on my way.
What are we looking at 6:37 a.m.?
This again is a Google precision location of Gary Farris's device at 6:37. You see the lines coming from this area. This is showing repeat measures of this device at these different times of 6:37, 6:43, and 7:21, all in the same 11-meter certainty.
Were there more, I don't know what you call them. What do you call like this point?
This is the circle within the circle is the exact latitude and longitude provided in the records for the Google location.
So you listed 3. Were there more than 3 for that location?
In this time frame, there were not.
Okay, so the time frame between 6:37 and 7:20, these are the 7:21. These are the only 3.
Correct.
Okay. And then beyond 7:21, were there more?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we kind of go back to Scott, and at 6:40, tell the jury what they're looking at here on this slide.
This is showing Scott's cell site location for his device at 6:40 a.m. and at 6:46 a.m. And the tower here, as you can see it's showing you that pi, the sector of the tower, the face of the tower that this call was transmitted from. This call text message data point of the device, some transmission, in which these 2 transmissions occur at 6:40 a.m. and 6:46 a.m. And on the right-hand side is drive time to the physical location of that cell tower. And I mapped it back to this exact day and time. And just to show, typically drive time to that tower location is typically, we'll say 8 to 14 minutes away from that location of the residence.
So at the latest, Scott left the house at 6:32. Is that the latest, if we're talking shortest amount of time to get to that location?
Based upon that calculation.
The 8 to 12 minutes, okay. And then he hits at 6:40. 6 minutes later, he's in a different sector in a different tower further away in Sawney Mountain.
Correct.
Okay, at 7:58 through 9:05, what are we looking at there?
This is showing, again, the Google location, precision location of Gary's handset during these times. And they do overlap based upon the certainty of the meters provided. So at 7:58, we have an 11-meter precision location. At the next data point is at 8:21, which is much larger at 21 meters. And then the next data point is at 9:05 a.m., which is 10 meters.
So for this time frame, were there more data points than the 3 that you're showing?
These are the only ones during this time frame.
Okay. And on the right side, what are we showing the jury there?
This is phone activity, phone calls. At 8:17 a.m., Melody calls Rusty, and they speak for 2 minutes, 17 seconds. And again, at 9:03 a.m., Melody to Rusty for 10 minutes and 10 seconds.
Okay, so on the left side, you have 9:05 to 11:16. Is that the only data point for that time frame for Gary's handset?
Again, yes, these are repeat data points with the same certainty during that time frame.
And on the right side, what are you showing there?
This is phone activity. This is at 9:13 a.m. Amanda to Melody on the personal family phone, calling. They speak for 3 minutes and 54 seconds. At 9:17, Melody calls Rusty on the 1987 phone for 3 minutes and 34 seconds. Again, at 10:18 a.m. on the 1987 phone, Melody calls Rusty for 3 minutes and 49 seconds. And again, at 10:39, Melody calls Rusty for 6 minutes and 21 seconds.
Okay, and we're still on the morning of July 4th at 11:28. What is this?
This is a call from Melody to Rusty at 11:28 a.m. for 19 minutes and 7 seconds.
And Amanda texts Melody and says what at 11:28 a.m.?
We are headed towards the house to gather our things, and we're going to head to the islands.
What does Melody say back?
Okay, got to get a quick shower. Been working.
Amanda to Melody in the bottom.
Okay, Addison keeps texting Cameron.
Melody to Amanda at 11:39 a.m.
Call you in a few.
Okay. So the bottom half of this screen, you're showing what?
This is at 11:43 a.m. Gary's handset precision location moved from the previous that you saw to this location.
So this 9:05 location, it moved. That's at 9:05, and then this is a few hours later. It moved to that location.
From 9:05 to 11:16 a.m.
Oh. Was that the range of the other
Right.
one? Okay, this location.
From
I see.
9:05 to 11:16, the device continuously hits in this location with the same amount of certainty that you see depicted there.
And then
from 11:43 to 6:24 p.m. on July 4th, this is the repeat location with the same amount of certainty.
why do you have an asterisk after 6:24 p.m.?
This is the last data point of location from Google for Gary's device at 6:24 p.m.
Ever.
Correct.
So does that mean, what are the possibilities of why that would end?
The phone battery could have died. The handset cannot reach any signals at this point or any transmissions.
Like powered off or died, or some reason it's just not getting any signals?
Correct.
So like would airplane mode do that?
No transmission to the device of
Okay.
any sort of location services at this point.
Okay. 12:05 on July 4th. What do we start with there?
This is a call from Scott to Melody for 2 minutes and 31 seconds.
And then Amanda sends, it looks like Amanda sends Melody her location.
Correct.
And then what is the message that goes along with that location?
12:10, Amanda says to Melody, parked by the pier where we always walk in, tap on my location and your phone GPS will take you there.
And at 12:11, what does Melody say?
Alrighty, I'll try it. I'm not tech savvy.
12:12, Amanda back.
Haha, it will open when you press it, then hit go.
And then she sends her another message.
So it's 15 to get on the island, 10 to get to beach access because it's the holiday.
And then Melody says to Amanda at 12:20.
Okay.
All right. And then at 12:28.
Melody calls Rusty for a duration of 21 minutes, 13 seconds.
12:29. Conversation continues with Amanda.
Amanda tells Melody, bring a chair if you have one. We're running back to the house to get ours. A lot more people, but we got a nice spot with the pop-up tent.
Okay. And then Melody says what?
Don't think I have one.
12:31.
You have that lounger. It's heavy though. We will have 3. Cameron can sit on the sand. Ha.
And that's Amanda to Melody.
Correct.
What do we have at 12:45 p.m.?
Addie sent a text message to Melody at 12:45 p.m. Is a sleepover at your house tonight still on?
Melody says it looks like accidentally to Amanda.
Melody says to Amanda at 12:46, yes, sweetie, it's fine.
And then, sorry, meant for Addison, and then actually replies to Addison.
Yes.
Okay, yes, sweetie, it is 12:46. Addison, what does she say back to Melody?
Okay, great.
12:47.
This is an indication in Melody's device that the maps application is initiated.
And Amanda texts Melody at 1:01.
They are asking if they can go to your house tonight. Told Chris that was your decision.
What does Melody say back?
Told Addison yes.
Okay, and then Melody to Amanda at 1:16.
Stopped at Target to get chair.
Okay. And what are we looking at here for 1:16 p.m.?
This is the location, the cell site location of the 1987 telephone at 1:16 p.m. in which the tower is located over the Beaufort Highway area.
Up towards the lake.
Correct.
And away from the property.
Correct.
Okay. So this is for the 4th. It looks like from 7:24 a.m. to 2:44 p.m. What are we looking at here?
Again, these are activity measurements during this time frame in which, the graph has peaks and valleys showing indications of activity.
Okay. So there's a couple of peaks around 9:23 a.m. and then 10:15-ish a.m. Okay, what are we looking at on this slide? This looks like Scott's activity from 9 p.m. on the 3rd to July 4th at 7 a.m.
Yes, these are activity measurements for Scott's device found in his cell phone extraction for the time frame of July 3rd, 9 p.m. to July 4th at 7 a.m.
So we know that the call to Melody was at 11:34. That was in the area of the home.
Correct.
And then doesn't look like we really see activity again until about 5:52 a.m.
Correct.
And then what are we looking at here?
This is Scott Farris's activity measurements from July 4th to July 5th morning, 8 p.m. on July 4th to 10 a.m. on July 5th.
So about between 11:24 and it looks like 12 a.m., no activity until the morning around 8:22 a.m.
Correct.
What are we looking at here?
This is just a record from Gary Farris's email records within his cell phone extraction, in which emails were indicated as read or unread. This shows the last status of read in the device was at 2:05 p.m. on July 3rd, 2018.
And we know that his phone location had him going out to dinner between, I would say, around the hours of like 8 and 9 p.m. So he doesn't read any of those either, right? So they remain unread up till about 9 p.m. But then the rest are also unread, and they go all the way to July 4th at 11:09 a.m.
Correct. These are all in the status of unread in the device.
Okay, Ms. Harris, what are we looking at on this slide?
So I conducted an analysis of the communication between Melody and Rusty. And in particular, I focused my efforts on the time span of July 2nd to July 5th based upon the information in the investigation. And I went to a further time span in the telephone relationship to see if there was anything that was odd or uncommon within this time frame per the investigation and the totality of their communication. So I noticed these hours of 11 p.m. to about almost 3 a.m. In the totality of their communication were odd, outliers, if you will. So I pulled all calls between Melody and Rusty for 6 months, and I created this graph that places the frequency of the calls by time of day. So as you see here, in the hour of 9 a.m., there's 295 calls in that 6-month period.
So the small number on each dot is the number of calls that appear around that time.
In the totality of that 6-month
In the
time
totality of the 6 months. Okay.
That's correct.
So I want to go down here to this box, and I think that says 13.
Correct.
And what time frame is that?
That is military time for 11 o'clock p.m.
So 2300.
Correct.
Okay. And then you have a red box around 0, which is midnight.
Correct.
Okay. And then that number is 3.
Correct.
And then 1 right before 1 a.m. and 1 right before 2 a.m.
Right
Is that
at 2 a.m. Yes, right.
okay?
And the time at the bottom here for the hour of the day is in Eastern time. That Rusty and Melody are in 2 different time zones. So this is from the analysis of Melody's records in Eastern time zone.
So our time zone.
Correct.
So the total number of the calls in the red is what?
Let's see, 18.
Okay. Are these all 18 of those calls?
This is each of those 18 contacts during that time span of 11 p.m. to 3 a.m.
So you have all of those 18 that were in the red, you pulled them together and just listed them right here.
In the red boxes, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay.
I wanted to see if there was anything common on these days of why this contact is different at these times of nights.
So the bottom 3, what dates were those?
Those are 2 on July 3rd, 1 on July 4th, 2018.
What are the times for the July 3rd calls?
23:28 or 11:28 p.m., 23:45 or 11:45 p.m., and 2:20 a.m. on July 4th.
So the call at 11:28 p.m. was about 5 minutes, 4 minutes and 58 seconds.
Correct.
So that's the duration of the call. And then the next call was 1 hour and 14 minutes.
Yes.
And then the last one on July 4th was 35 minutes.
Correct.
What are we looking at here?
So this is sort of a breakdown of the analysis of what you just saw in that 6-month time span of January 2018 to July 5th, 2018. There was 3,478 contacts total between Melody and Rusty.
Contacts. So that includes text and call.
Any contact, yes.
Okay.
And this is total contacts in that amount of time frame. And then it's breaking down to those 18 that happen between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m., in which 3 of those 18 calls take place July 3rd and July 4th. And only 1 call out of the total 3,478 calls total in that 6-month time frame ever took place after 12:05 a.m., which that call took place on July 4th, 2018.
At 2:20 a.m.
At 2:20 a.m.
What are we looking at here?
Again, this is another breakdown of the total contacts between the 6-month time frame between Melody and Rusty on the 1987 phone, in which 18 of those 3,478 took place in that 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. And this is going to break down those 18 further and the amount of minutes in which the call lasted. So the 3 that took place on July 3rd and the 1 that took place on July 4th in totality equaled 114 minutes. And the rest of those 15 calls of the 18 totaled 92 minutes in duration.
So the 15 combined were 92 minutes.
Right.
And then the 3 for the 3rd and 4th combined were 114 minutes.
That's correct.
What are we looking at on this slide?
So this is a scatter plot of, again, all activity calculated for a year's time span that was derived from Melody Farris's phone extraction. I looked at 1 year of data of health information that was provided in the phone. And I, again, looked for any potential outliers based upon the activity. And there was between the hour of 11 p.m. and 12 a.m., there was 28 days out of the 361 days that I received data points in the health activity. So out of those 361 days, 28 days, there was some measurement of activity that took place between 11 p.m. and 12 a.m. within her device. This scatter
These are
plot,
all those 28 days.
this represents those 28 days and the activity scale based upon where the dot is. And this helped me identify, again, any outliers.
And so you have 9/7/2017 and 9/30/2017 appear higher up on the plot.
Correct.
So the arrow is going up. So that's more activity. And then were you able to determine what those dates signified? The 7th and the 30th?
Sure. So in analysis, why is this odd? So with this, I took these outliers and I went back and I researched within the data I have in the phones, and I wanted to know what happened on September 7th of 2017. Why so much activity? So within the data found in the phone from various sources, it was this on 9/7/2017, the device has very little telephone activity. And when I'm talking about device extraction, I'm only speaking about the family phone 9029. It's the only extraction I had for Melody Farris. So the days prior to September 7th, no phone activity at all. On September 7th, 2017, the phone connects to a Wi-Fi in the name of hedonism. And the Wi-Fi, it was a public Wi-Fi for the resort of the Hedonism Resort in Jamaica.
So the device was connecting to a Wi-Fi in Jamaica on
Correct.
the 7th. Okay.
Yes.
And then what about the 30th?
On the 30th, I went back and looked at the timeline of phone calls and text messages and photos within the device and determined that on September 30th, 2017, it appeared that Melody Farris was in Nashville. I believe there was a baby shower the next day. This was a Saturday, and messages indicate potentially going out in Nashville with Amanda.
Okay. On the 30th.
On the 30th.
Okay. And then we have July 3rd, 2 nights before Gary's remains were found.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Harris, when you looked at the cell tower dumps, you're able to search phone numbers within the tower dumps?
I am.
Did you search Chris Ferris's phone number in those tower dumps?
I did.
And between, we'll say, the night of the 3rd going into the 4th, did you find his number in those tower dumps?
So Chris Ferris's phone will show in the tower dump, but it's never, if you remember, we talked about the target. It's never the one that's in the location of the cell site of the towers that were dumped. It's one being called by someone in a location. So his phone will appear, but he is not the device within that cell tower location.
So let's say if Gary called him, his number.
That's correct.
And then if Amanda called him, his number showed up.
That is correct. That 353 and 351 call
On the 3rd?
on July 3rd, back and forth Gary and Chris, those show up within the tower based upon Gary Ferris's location and the attempt to call him.
And then when was Amanda's call to Chris?
It was around noon, I believe, on July 5th.
Okay. And between those 3 calls, no, his number doesn't show up at all
That's correct.
in those tower dumps. And that's if you use the phone in the location.
Right. The phone has to be used to receive that location. If there's no activity on the phone, no calls being made, it would not show up in the tower.
But ultimately, the only times his number shows up was he was being called by someone in that location.
That's correct.
Okay. Ms. Harris, that's all I have for you.
Good morning. Was it Commander?
Yes.
Good morning, Commander Harris. I am John Luke Weaver, and I, along with Michael Ray, represent Melody Farris. I want to talk to you about this slide right here. So you've created this slide, yes?
That's correct.
All right. And so, and Your Honor, I'm going to have to kind of go back and forth with the Elmo. If we can, can we go ahead and switch to the Elmo?
All right.
But I'm going to start with defendants Harris 15. And do you remember this document? Do you know what this is?
Yes, this appears to be the geofence return.
Okay. And there are identifying numbers for a device, and that would be this column here. Yes?
Correct.
Okay. And this is not Gary Farris's device.
That's correct.
Right. That would have been, was it Addison or?
One of the others.
One of the others. Okay. But this number, this 211, the identifying number of Gary Farris's phone. Yes?
Well, that's the anonymized deciphering code that Google uses. But yes, when that was in phase 3 of the geofence, when that was decoded, it is Gary's account, correct?
That's the thumbprint.
Correct.
Okay, just the identifier of that phone. Anonymized. I don't speak that language.
Okay, it's a specific set of numbers that Google uses.
Sure.
To pinpoint a device without telling us the device,
but
phone number or Gmail account.
But that is to Google Gary Farris's phone.
Yes, in step 3 of the Google Fence return, that is when.
That's it. That's his phone.
This.
Okay.
Yes.
So then Google gave you all of these latitude and longitudinal coordinates. Yes.
Correct.
And so in different ways. So and I'll flip the page. This page shows a number of Wi-Fi coordinates. I'll zoom in. And certain times. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, flip the page. More Wi-Fi coordinates, corresponding times on July the 3rd through July the 4th. And then we see about midway down this page that it switches over to GPS coordinates, yes?
Appears so, yes.
Okay, so this is the raw data that you used to create your PowerPoint presentation, right?
So I used the Google return for his Gmail account.
Right.
So that appears to be the geofence because it has those other accounts on it.
Okay.
So I used
just Google.
I used his Google return, right?
The Google return Gmail account.
Absolutely, yes.
Not this, but there's other ways of determining where his phone is as well, right? Through those.
So both records
Yes.
should correlate.
Okay, good. But you didn't, and I noticed that you did not use the Wi-Fi coordinates in this PowerPoint, correct?
You know, both were used, I believe, as far as GPS or Wi-Fi, depending on the time of the transaction.
Okay. Well, let's talk. Well, depending on the time, but let's talk about this. What would these be?
Well, I would have to look at the raw record and match it up to this time.
Oh, sure, absolutely. May I approach you? Go ahead.
Thank you.
You told us that at the beginning of the trial, but have it.
So this is July 3rd, 8/28, which is 2028. So the 8/28 point there is indeed a Wi-Fi source.
That's a Wi-Fi source.
Correct.
Okay.
Based upon the record.
Well, so what about 8:30? Could that possibly be? I mean, up through 8:40, I don't imagine you could still be on the Wi-Fi that far away. That's a number of miles, is it not?
Well, so exactly. So your records here, again, being the geofence,
Sure.
at 8:30, that moved outside of the geofence, so it's not on this record.
So then your GPS, or what are you using?
Well, the record states it's using Wi-Fi.
Okay. But there are some GPS coordinates in that record.
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm asking you for this jury,
Sure.
when you created this, because you created this image out of data somewhere.
Correct.
So it's both Wi-Fi and then it's also GPS, or
It's completely based on what the record is.
okay.
But I can't confirm what 8:30 is with this.
Okay.
I would need the Google return raw record to show you the source of 8:30.
Okay. All right, but not for this. This is the wrong record for that.
This is the raw record for the geofence. So
Okay.
once those points go outside of the virtual fence, that record does not show them.
Okay. So you got coordinates by time, and this is what came back. In this Gmail location between 8:30 p.m. and 8:40 p.m. on the 3rd.
So yes, these are depictions of certain data points during this time frame.
Longitude, latitude.
Longitude, latitude, and a certainty marker.
Okay. Similar to this document, but not this document, is what you did it with.
Correct. Those only are in the area of the fence.
Of the fence around the house.
Correct.
Okay. So we're outside the fence.
Absolutely.
Yeah. There we go. This one right here.
Yes.
So between 8:40 and 9:21, Gary Farris's phone did not move from this location.
That is correct. That is a precision location during that time, between that 8:40 to 9:21.
Now I noticed, for your other PowerPoints, you did like meters and how within the precision. I don't see it on this one.
Yeah. Absolutely. I should have indicated the meters there, but if you have the raw record, I can tell you the meters.
I don't know where the raw record is. But this is similar style that you used in the other images that we saw around the house and the burn pile.
That's correct.
Okay. But where is this?
So this is in the area of Freeholm. I looked up this shopping center in that corner. Now it's called B&B Tavern.
Okay.
I believe back in 2018 it was a different restaurant.
So we've been Publix. That there's like a Publix in there.
Yeah, I'm really not familiar with that area.
And then literally across the street is the Freeholm precinct that we've been talking about in this case, where Detective Hayes did most of the investigation.
I did not look at the relative. Again, I just looked at the phone's location.
Did you look up what this place used to be back in 2018?
I think I did.
Okay.
I don't want to misspeak, but it was a different restaurant.
All right.
I believe.
Could it have been Catch 22?
I believe so.
Catch 22. All right. So we've now seen somewhere in one of the text messages, which I know you've not been in here for this entire trial, but you have been through a lot of text messages. And I believe in this report, it mentioned earlier in the day that maybe Scott and Melody were going to go to Catch 22.
Yes, around lunch, I believe.
All right. So this is where Catch 22 was in 2018.
I believe that is correct.
Okay. So did you ever review, did you know Gary was there? Did you ever extract any photo information from security cameras or extract any data about his credit card use or anything like that for Catch 22?
I did not.
Okay. Meaning there was a possibility that he could have had dinner with somebody and we have no idea who that was.
I can only speak to the location of the device during that time based upon my analysis.
Device at restaurant. Okay. And so we think he left the restaurant about 9:26.
And it looks to be still in the area of the restaurant at that time, but the next data point is 9:32 and it is away.
Okay, so sometime between 9:26 and 9:32, we can reasonably extrapolate that he left Catch 22 restaurant.
Again, the device.
The device left. Okay. All right, then you have Gary's Gmail location back at the house with, this is a lot, you didn't write it down because you wrote it on other ones, but how many meters of certainty is this?
I would have to look back at the raw record, but it's within
Did
that.
you bring your raw record?
I have a copy.
Could you look?
Sure. So this is 9:34 on July 3rd. So this is a 29-meter certainty.
Okay. How many feet is in a meter?
I think it's around 3.3.
3.3. So then how many feet would this be?
29 times 3.3. Thank you.
And I'm sorry that we're having to do this, but at the end of the day, this trial is in Cherokee County, Georgia, and we're not on the metric system here. So I'm just trying to maybe help explain to the
Trust
jury.
me, the records in the format they come.
Sure, absolutely.
95.7 feet approximately
So from the center of that circle, 95.7 feet, so almost 100 feet. That's what that is from the center of that circle.
Correct.
In every direction.
Correct.
Okay. So that phone could be anywhere in the middle of that circle.
Absolutely.
All right. So let's talk about this. So why do these certainty levels, they bubble up and then they get small. They bubble up and then they get small. Can you explain that to me?
I cannot speak to the technology of Google. And again,
And that's fine. I was wondering if you knew the answer to that or not.
I can, that would be a Google engineer question.
Okay. So then we move off, and I think, Miss Frankish did a great job of kind of drawing the pies coming off of the cell phone tower. And that's older science. That's been around for quite a while. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So then we move forward in time to 5:52 a.m. Gary's phone geofence location.
Correct.
All right. So I wanted to, you didn't simultaneously do any dots. That's what I call them, dots. But you didn't do any of your circles for the Wi-Fi at that time. Is there any reason for that?
Where are we speaking? Are you talking
You
about
know,
552?
After Gary got back from the restaurant, which none of us knew anything about until pretty much yesterday, could you? Okay, I'm just going to show you.
Sure.
What I came up with. I followed your instructions, and we've made our own maps based on your instructions of the latitude and the longitude, and then the map display radius zone.
Sure.
So I'm going to show you what is marked as Defense Exhibit Harris 1. All right, so this is the same time period with latitude and longitude, which is marked within, I believe you said phase 3.
Of the geofence.
Of the geofence. So we're back in the geofence.
Okay.
And there's different measures, of course,
Mhm.
Wi-Fi and GPS. And then there's another measure within the geofence.
Cell network.
So, and I don't think we had any of that for Gary. Yes? Or no? And I can give it back to you so you can explain it to me.
If you're talking about in the geofence, but I do have them in the Google return.
Right, but in the geo.
Sure, I'll take a look. I do not see any source of cell.
Okay, no source of cell. So these Wi-Fi pings, could you go look at the time period for 12:49 a.m. and 1:09 a.m. and 2 a.m. and 2:12 a.m. on 7/4/2018? So you could tell me how big the radius is on that.
So, am I doing 1249 through 109?
I believe that's the data point. Just that general area. So you could tell me how big that radius is in my picture.
1249, the radius is 28 meters. 109, 28 meters. 2 o'clock a.m., 28 meters. 2 o'clock again, 28 meters. 2:12, 28 meters.
Okay. So next I'm going to show you Harris 2. Defense 2. This would be 1:21 and 31 seconds in the morning on the morning of the 4th. Where does it show Gary's phone?
120. Yeah.
And I want you to and make sure, check my work. The longitude and latitude dot and the radius that it says.
1:21 a.m. on 7/4. I don't show a record here.
All right, how about I approach with one where we've specifically got Wi-Fi pings?
So this goes 109 to 2
Okay.
2 a.m.
All right. Okay. Well, then don't check my work. But in this image, this is a very broad circle. Yes.
Relatively.
Okay. And so Wi-Fi. Tell me how Wi-Fi works versus GPS.
Again, I cannot speak to the engineering on how it's calculated. My common knowledge would be distance to the router, but I understand things can interfere with that as well. So I really can't speak to how it's calculated.
Okay, so you just don't know.
No, sir, I just analyze the records that are given to me.
All right, but this geo coordinate is somewhere out, and it would include in this picture the barn and the pasture out near the road. Is that true?
That's what it appears, yes.
Okay. So my question kind of goes back to you as to why you would not use any of the Wi-Fi coordinates, because then they can get really large here.
Sure. I did use some Wi-Fi. We showed that in the restaurant.
That one.
Yeah, and to me, it didn't, the source doesn't matter. I mapped all locations. Now, for the simplicity of the presentation, to not make the map very convoluted, so this large section that you're showing here, this large circle, that would have all been purple. But within that purple area are all the little points.
All the little points. But
correct, during the same time frame, right? So if, within that large area are the little areas as well. So,
but what I'm saying is there's different means. You're trying to use Google in a way, and you're not an expert in Google. You're trying to use Google to pinpoint where a phone was and a time it was, but you're kind of saying, don't worry about this Wi-Fi stuff. Don't worry about the cell phone stuff. We're going to focus on this one because I like this one the best. I think it's the best.
That's actually not accurate. I mapped all of it, and what you saw in the presentation was the precision location that gives us a better idea of the actual trail. Like a cell tower, we know those are large, much larger areas. We can't get certainty.
Mm-hmm.
But when you have, within the same time frames, when you have smaller certainty within that large area, it's more precise.
Okay, so I checked your work too. I tried.
Okay.
And so here we are. Your dots, your dots, your dots. Back to a bigger circle. No explanation as to why. We did the same kind of thing you did, following the radiuses there. And then you got him back out here somewhere. The phone is in the woods on the other side. The jury's been there now, so they've seen this property. This looks like it's almost on the property next door because there's a driveway down through here. What's your explanation for that?
Of where the location of the phone
Yes.
is.
And then that's where the phone just kind of, I guess the battery dies.
So I will say on this map that you created,
Well, I can go back to your image.
okay. We show them the same because Google Earth does show a little bit different.
I'll go back to your image if I can figure out how to get there. Right. This one right here?
Right, correct.
Okay.
So this is a much greater bird's eye view from the image you just showed me. As you can see, it does still touch part of the house, or could be, or a driveway.
Well, the jury's been there now, and have you been out at the property? By the way? Okay, so this is out kind of in the driveway, in the woods. Chicken coop appears to be right there, but it's not in the house, right?
I cannot say what that little sliver that it is touching is.
Do you have any clue where Gary's phone was found in this case?
I do not.
Okay. So, I mean, you went through, and by the way, I want to talk about all these phone calls. Your data. So all your data extraction. Here's what I want to know. They talked on the phone a lot. Yes?
Yes.
I mean, you do a lot of phone extractions. Yes?
Yes.
Or you used to, at least back in
The
2018.
physical extraction?
Yes. Not now, but
Not
back before you were a commander.
Previously, yes.
Sure. Back then in 2018.
I did not extract devices.
Okay. But you've done a lot of this work, right? Because I believe
Analysis.
you've been qualified as an expert.
Absolutely, in analysis, I have done a lot of this work.
So this is a lot of phone calls, yes? Between two individuals over a 6-month period, 3,478 phone calls, yes?
That's the total.
Like more than the average person would call somebody, yes?
I don't know what the average person calls and texts. I mean, this is total communication too. So
I mean, how many phone calls a day does that average out over 6 months? You got a calculator, you can do it.
Can you tell me how many days are in 6 months?
What's that?
How many days are in 6 months?
Oh, I don't know. 365 divided by 2, I guess.
With these months.
I don't know. I'm not a scientist, so I'm never in exacts.
Okay.
That's why I became a lawyer.
Okay, we're gonna say there's 82.5 days,
Okay.
and you want to know how many calls that comes out to?
Yeah.
Over 42 calls a day, or contacts a day.
You say contacts.
Could
So
be.
that's text messages. Okay. So that's not just phone calls.
Correct.
Okay. Contacts. That's 42 contacts a day. That's a lot of contacts. Yes?
Depends what your definition is of
Okay.
law. I mean,
I'll let the jury decide that
Okay.
one. But they had a lot of contact. They still had contacts between 11 and 3 a.m., 18 of those in just this period.
Correct.
You didn't go back into 2014 when they met
I don't have records.
or when
for
they
that.
started dating.
I didn't have records for that time.
Did you look?
For records?
Yeah.
I used the records that were given to me.
Okay. Did you go back into 2017? Could you have? I mean, it looks like you did for some of this stuff.
The records that were given to me, I believe, went back to July 2017.
Right. But you only did 6 months. You didn't do the full year. Why?
I felt 6 months was a far enough range of data.
Okay. Melody and Rusty communication by hour of day, 6 month time span. You know, you got to get these. What are the number of reg? You got 295, 240. What do these numbers mean?
That's the number of contacts.
On average for that time of day,
That's the exact number of contacts at those specific times.
when you take all the contacts across 6 months, right?
Correct.
Okay. So how did you add all this up? Did you do it with a calculator? What did you do?
So again, we use Penlink, the software, and ingest the records in. And in there, I'm able to use statistical reports to say, you know, I'm interested in breakdown by day a week, by hour of day. So it helps me with this type of analysis for
Okay,
large
and-
amounts of data.
Again, you do not work for Penlink, correct?
I do not.
And you have not been, you're not an expert in Penlink.
I am not an expert in Penlink.
It's just a software. You hit download and it spits out this report. Yes?
I created the report within the software. It doesn't just spit it out for me. I have to give it parameters. I have to give it date ranges. I have to choose my phone number.
Right. But you put it in and it made this report, not you.
The software.
The software. That's what
Absolutely.
the software.
It reads the records and produces these numbers.
You didn't sit here and you didn't draw this out. It did. The software.
Right. The software.
Okay. So let me get this correct. You did not do a geofence on Scott's phone.
A geofence was for the specified area in the geographic region, and 3 devices returned within that geofence.
So by no fault of your own, there was no geofence data on Scott.
Correct. He did not return within the virtual fence.
Right.
His telephone.
Because you're talking about a Google geofence,
That's
right?
correct.
So could it be that his phone wasn't a Google phone?
That is correct. He had an iPhone.
Right. So then it wouldn't be within that fence, right?
I mean, there's Google applications that could still be running on an Apple phone, but there was no return for the specified date and time within that geographic location that returned Scott's device.
But y'all could have gone out and looked for stuff like that for his device. There's different geofences used by different companies.
Yes, sir. And we didn't need to do a geofence because we knew his phone number. So records were obtained for his device.
But you don't have that very tight location like you do for Gary's phone. Wouldn't that have been helpful?
That really would be helpful.
Okay. And or Melody's phone. You don't have that kind of information.
Just cell site location. And that, again, based upon factors of the device, location services, and we were able to get cell tower information on one of the devices.
Okay. But you had these phones, you did dumps, you were looking into them, and you could have said, all right, well, this phone uses Yahoo Maps a lot. You could probably have gotten from Yahoo a geofence, yes?
You know, I don't know what companies do geofences. Google is the most common that is used.
Okay. But it's a step that you could have taken. You could have gone another step further and looked into these apps to get more information on the phone of Scott Farris and Melody Farris and where they were. Yes?
Well, my role in this is, again, when records are obtained, I analyze them. So I'm not the one out there creating the search warrants and fetching the data. I analyze the records that are maintained or obtained.
Okay, so those records were never given to you, yes?
Correct.
Correct. But it would have been possible with those phones and those applications that more data could have been gathered to give to you to analyze. Yes?
So specifically, like you said, Yahoo, I'm not familiar of a geofence of any other company.
I'm just using that as an example.
I am only familiar with Google geofences.
Like DoorDash. I like DoorDash, right? So DoorDash probably has a geofence at this point. I imagine you could use something like that.
I am unfamiliar with any DoorDash geofence.
Okay. Are you aware that in 2023, Google discontinued this service? Are you aware of that?
I do know there was talks about them encrypting their data.
Okay. And making it so that you had to get it from the phone and not from them. Yes?
I did. I read articles about that.
All right. So now you can't do it this way anymore in the year 2024, the way you did it back in 2018.
I don't know if it is officially gone yet, but I did hear that Google will be encrypting their data based upon the size of storage they were paying.
We'll talk briefly about the activity. Going back.
Hey guys, just real quick, just so y'all know, I know we getting close to the end of this video. If you are lurking, working and lurking, or working and twerking, or whatever you want to be, I did put a poll out so I can kind of determine what we're gonna be doing this weekend. If you could answer the poll, that would be awesome. After this video plays, it may go into the next video. We may watch a piece and a portion of the next video. I do need to run to our front gate office here. And I gotta go to the mailbox community part here at where I stay. Our mail thing is in a certain unit, and it closes in about 8 minutes. So I'm gonna keep us into the feed, but just in case I'm not here when it ends, they close at 5, so I'm sure that they want to leave at 5 and they don't want to be bothered with me. So I'm pretty sure they're gonna give me all my stuff real quick. But I just wanted to kind of let you guys know. But if you are lurking, working, twerking, whatever you doing, go ahead and let me know what your opinion is in regards to what we're gonna be doing this weekend. Awesome. I'll be right back.
Back to 9/7, 9:30. This was when Melody was at the Hedonism Resort.
That's when the device connected to Wi-Fi in the name of hedonism.
Okay. And then on 9:30, she was in Nashville, Tennessee.
Based upon the sequence of events in the device, it appears she traveled to Nashville.
I believe you mentioned something about a baby shower.
Yes, it appeared the following day was a baby shower.
Right. Emily was having a baby around that time. They were in town for a baby shower, I guess, right?
It appears so.
Okay. And then 7/3, obviously the date of this case, right?
The date of interest, yes.
Date of interest, yes. All right. So you're telling me that there's more activity at the Hedonism Resort and then at a baby shower event than when y'all are alleging that she somehow killed Gary and drug his body to a burn pile and burned him. You're telling me there's more activity on these other dates than those dates?
So what's interesting about the September 7th, 2017 date is there was, again, no activity on the phone for days prior. And then when the phone connects to Wi-Fi, there is a large amount of activity that is dumped during this hour. So again, I cannot speak.
So then that would make this to be some kind of a misnomer on your graph.
I'll speak to the records that were given.
Okay,
So the
all right.
records were given in the exact.
Well, then how about 9:30? How about 9:30 then? Let's talk about the baby shower.
Oh, okay, absolutely, yes. That activity was heightened on that date during this hour.
More than 7-3.
Absolutely. All I can speak to is the sequence of events in the phone again. There was text messages back and forth between her and Amanda coordinating possibly going out in Nashville.
That's all I have, Judge.
During the time that Gary's device location changes at 7:58 a.m. to 9:05 a.m., moving from the woods to the left of the home into the home, was Scott's device in the location of the house at this time?
No.
Where was the location of Scott's device?
In the northern area near Lake Lanier.
Like Forsyth County, like North Forsyth County, Dawson County area?
Yeah.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
All right, you sit down. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, so we didn't got through the phone evidence. Wait a minute. Let me move, and we know where we at. So I got it on a different screen. Okay. Uh-oh. I see what that said at the top. It's a Martha. You're coming like she was fast. Yeah, I went down the stairs and went outside the door, and yep, it's there. And thank goodness, because it's too dang on heavy and I wouldn't be able to hear it. So it looks like we are good. We have we finished our testimony. It looks like we're gonna be moving right into Martha tomorrow. I will set that up and have that as a premiere for us to watch, so we can spend a couple hours this weekend together. It looks like that is what won the free Melody, so we will go with that for tomorrow. Let me do this. So what we will do is we will end for today, and we will premiere tomorrow. Y'all want early, afternoon, or late? I guess I should have asked. Afternoon. I know you don't. I know you. Y'all know you on afternoon. I know you don't want to do nothing before noon. SD. I figure maybe why everybody out doing a Christmas last minute Christmas shopping, right? I guess I don't know. I guess it doesn't have to be last minute, considering you got about 6 days or whatever. Okay. So what I will do is no reason for us to wake up at 7 in the morning for this, right? Or 8 o'clock in the morning for this, right? We'll start maybe to do the premiere maybe about 10 o'clock. So we'll plan for 10 o'clock tomorrow. And that's going to be Mountain Standard Time, which will be 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. It will be 9 o'clock your time. By that time, SD, you should at least have one good cup of coffee in you. We will get through Martha's testimony. I'll see how much they have in tomorrow's day when I go through the feed, but I see that Martha's testimony, at least from what I can see right here, it looks like we have 1 hour, 44 and 54 seconds, guys. So that's what it looks like so far. I'll see if there's something else on the playlist that we'll do. Okay. All right. Well, I want to say shout out. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to Trial Channel for coming and hanging out with us and offering us her wonderful, wonderful, wonderful playlist. Definitely, guys, I did put the link to her channel is coming through automatically through our feed. So you're definitely able to catch it there. If not, then please go look in the description box. I did place it in there. And we'll continue to use the trial channel for the remaining portion of what we have here. And any other, once you go check it out, if you see any of her trials that you would like for us to rewatch, please definitely let me know. I mean, she has the Murdoch on there. I mean, like it's like a trial library, guys. So anything that y'all see on there that y'all may want to do, we can definitely take care of. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I thank you so much for hanging out with us, and we'll do our outro song, and I will see you guys tomorrow.
When SweetP taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, chat is showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapist you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Maria from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. SweetP leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taking to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl should tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Fowler brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping SweetP backstage, making every stream last. Then Zach's trolling, causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. SweetP leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taking to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending, replay queen. Holding down the algorithm like a machine. SD's razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores chasing nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white claws, way managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside, would take sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready. Tilly Bird's the fat queen, receipts on tap. Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard live, try support her with pride. Melly shows up a family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. And Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Baka loves her gram, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors straight up sublime. Barbara biggest supporter, heart kind and vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvio, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. SweetP leads the way with that fire and that smile. Mods and chatters, yeah, this love is something rare. A courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taking to trial.
and ask for more.
Till tomorrow. Peace.